Hello. Sorry, I was tweaking stuff and I realised it had been 3 minutes, but I am here. I'm just gonna have to tweak the colour just a little bit. It looks a little funny and I don't know why. My webcam basically just doesn't look right, is what I've essentially established. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining me tonight. I know this was a little bit of a sudden live stream. My plans went slightly astray. I had the full intention of posting a video yesterday, and then I went, oh no, it's nearly the end of October, I have to do the live stream. So the video, which is going to be all about practical magic, as in like the movie Practical Magic, is coming out tomorrow, is the plan. It's coming out tomorrow instead of yesterday. So hopefully you'll appreciate that when it comes out, or you'll at least like it, because I love that video. But yeah, I wanted to have that come out before Halloween, so everything's been kind of squished together just a little bit. So live stream today, video tomorrow. I hope you're all doing okay. The weather here has suddenly gone absolutely wet and miserable and cold, so I hope that it's slightly better where you are. And yeah, let's have a look where everyone's from, same as always. See where we are. Got New York City, Europe, Italy, Texas, Derbyshire, Oregon, the Netherlands, Michigan, New Orleans. Oh, New Orleans. I've loved the idea of going to New Orleans. It looks amazing. Arizona, Czech Republic. Oh my goodness. Ireland, Queensland, Australia, Atlanta, Wyoming. Wow, Germany, North Carolina, Washington. Oh, no, never mind, I was right. Western North Carolina, very specific. Washington, New York City, Greece, Seattle, Germany, Yorkshire. I do love Yorkshire. Florida, Texas, Utah, New Jersey, Canada, South Africa. Wow, there's everyone from everywhere. Kent. I always love seeing places that I recognise. Got here, down here, Pennsylvania, Mexico, Rotterdam, Hertfordshire, Chicago, Las Vegas, Wolverhampton, Belgium, Boston, Michigan, Florida, New Orleans, Pennsylvania. Wow, so many people from so many places. So tonight is, as always, my monthly live streams, and yeah, feel free to ask me any witchy, pagan, spellwork related questions. I would love to answer them. That's why I do them. I do them because I love them, and as long as everyone else still enjoys them, I will continue doing them. I actually did just grab a few books because I saw a question and I was like, I'm going to be prepared. I'm going to get my books ready in advance. So as always, I do this chronologically. So I work from the top of the chat all the way down to the bottom of the chat. And that does mean that sometimes I can be a little bit behind on the questions and the current conversation. So if you're thinking, damn, my question hasn't been answered, it's probably because I've not got to it yet. So please just be patient in that regard and let me get down the list. And in saying that, please don't spam questions, because if it's posted, I will get to it eventually. It just might take me some time, and posting it repeatedly just slows the chat down even more. So with that being said, let's be kind, let's be nice, let's be curious about witchcraft, and generally just accepting of other people's beliefs. And yeah, let's get started, because tonight I feel like is going to be busy. I'm drowning in work, so I can only hope that, yeah, this is a fun evening. Oh my goodness, I love your username. Sorry, Broomsticks and Bone Dust. That has got to be one of the best usernames I think I've ever heard. Apologies, I'm going to be going up to the top again, just so that I can keep up with everything and everyone, and I'm opening like every tab under the sun, and none of them was what I was looking for. Okay, I'm going to scroll. And as always, please be nice to the mods that are on tonight. They do it out of the goodness of their own hearts, so please be kind and patient with them. And generally, if they say something, it's usually for the betterment of the entire community. Nothing is personal, everything is just to make sure everyone feels safe and comfortable. So, let's see. Every time I see she's going live, I get excited and forget all of my questions. Well, that is okay. Your name is also amazing. Eclectic Witch Raven. If anyone does have a question that they either don't feel comfortable posting on here, or maybe they realize it in like 5 hours when I'm not streaming anymore, assuming that this stream isn't 5 hours long, feel free to send it to me on Instagram and I will try to get back to you. Though, I'll be honest, I'm terrible at responding to messages, but I will try. I'll try really hard. Right, where am I? I'm already lost. This does not bode well, does it? Okay, so this was the question that I got the books for, basically. So, wanted to ask if you've ever heard of, I am going to struggle to pronounce these. I apologize if I butcher them. Chanques / Aluxes. And if they're prevalent in southern Mexico, I think they're part of the fairy realm, but I'm not sure. So I got down 2 books on the subject, which are pretty interesting, actually. The Encyclopedia of Magical Creatures is more about kind of folklore and traditions from all over the world, and it basically just lists out hundreds of different creatures alphabetically. So I wanted to kind of learn a little bit more about them just in this regard so that I can figure out how similar they might be. F, E, C. What are we looking at? CH, the alphabet is not my friend. CHA. Let's see if there's anything in here. A, N, E. This could be wild. So if anyone is interested in this kind of thing, a book like this is super duper useful just because it kind of gives a lot of information from a lot of different traditions, which could be useful. It might not, however, have this in, so we will have to see. I don't know anything about them personally, mostly because it's not a kind of area of the world that I've particularly focused on. No, absolutely nothing. I think this might be a very specific localized being, and honestly, it would not surprise me if they were part of what would be classified if they were in kind of the Isles, the British Isles, as being fairy folk. I think the thing with fae folk and the kind of interaction with them and how we identify them is very much kind of Western European centric. So what we consider to be fae folk might go by different names in other parts of the world. And I've seen this time and time again, actually, just in people that I've spoken to, is I'll talk about, say, for instance, like a knocker. So the knockers are seen in mines, especially common in areas of tin mining, and in Cornwall especially, we see them really commonly documented. These are also documented on the European continent as well as in Wales. And they have kind of 2 aspects. So one part of them will knock if there's danger, and the other part will knock to help you find ore. And some people consider that giving offerings to them helps to protect them during mine work. These are also seen in North America, and I think they're called Tommyknockers in North America, but they're also seen in so many other parts of the world under many different names. And while some people believe that the fae folk travelled with people as they, let's face it, pissed everyone off around the world, there's other opinions, and I'm firmly in this camp where I think that we are dealing with similar beings, but different traditions, different cultures, different religions give them different names, and it's kind of these threads of connection. So it honestly would not surprise me, and I'll actually write the names down. Oh, bye book. Just dropped it straight on the floor. I brought a notebook with me this time so that I can actually write down the names so that I don't forget that I need to be looking at these things later. So let me just take these down. CHANEQUES. I am terrible at spelling, so I really have to write it down correctly. So that is something I'm going to look into, because this is a topic that I find really interesting, is just kind of the interconnections between different parts of the world and just the similarities in spirits. And I think that it's just really cool. But yeah, someone has said here, yeah, it's Tommyknockers. I'm always worried that I'm going to get it right, but yeah, Tommyknockers is what they're called in America. And the question is, what came first? Is it just that we are seeing similarities just in spirits? Are they the same spirits? Are they just kind of similar? Or are they moving with people? Which is an interesting idea. Like, are particular groups of people moving spirits with them because they are the people they prefer to stay with. It's just such a cool concept. I just love talking about this stuff. Right, where was I? Is it possible to time travel through meditation? This one's an interesting one. Hippie on the Hill, you have a great name as well. And thank you so much for the really, really kind comments. This is an interesting one because meditation is very much, at least through my experience, meditation is very much inwards. And so when we are doing meditations, people will often find past lives start coming through to them, whether they are experiencing emotions, getting images, scents, smells, just knowledge about a past time. That could in a way count as being time travel. Now, obviously we are not as solid corporeal beings traveling through time. However, what we are doing is landing our kind of perception in a previous point in time that we have experienced in a different life. So that's kind of one opportunity that this might happen. We might also be gaining information from spirits of a different time, so that come from a different place and time. So that's another option, but we are not necessarily able to kind of travel ourselves. It's honestly kind of a complicated topic in itself, but you may well experience things from different times, and many people will also experience precognitive abilities, this being like foresight, the ability to recognize that something is going to happen before it does. You can experience that during meditation, which is in a way time travel in a different direction. So rather than going backwards to past lives, we're seeing something that's yet to occur. And a lot of the time people will experience this during dreams, and they'll wake up and completely forget about it, or they will wake up, not really think much of it, and then experience it later that day or later that week. And some people will regularly have this kind of dream. So I think that's about as close as we can get to consistent time travel, at least at the given moment. So, where else are we on the list? Okay, I like this question. Do you have, you have recommended books by Gemma Gary before, and I love her work too. Are there other authors like her in the traditional witchcraft path that you would recommend reading from? Yes. I am going to find some books. I will be back in just a moment. I'm seeing if I have any dotted around here, but I think the big ones for me are Keldon. Keldon is a phenomenal author, and also I think his name is Nigel Pennick. Maybe it's not Nigel Pennick, but I will check. It might be Roger. Let's see. Watch me not be able to find any of them now. That is really typical. Oh no, where are they? Okay, so this one's a good one. Zombie mushrooms. Ooh, okay. You. Okay, so this was the gentleman that I was after anyway. So, Keldon is a massive one for me. I really, really enjoy his work. The other one that I like is Nigel G. Pearson. Now, I actually just got his new release. I've put it somewhere, and I don't know where I've put it. But that one is looking to be really good. I obviously haven't read it yet, but this is Treading the Mill, Workings in Traditional Witchcraft by Nigel G. Pearson. And he has done several books kind of on this subject and varying aspects of it. And this one covers a whole range of different things. So this one is Hallowing the Compass, Wand Crafting, Spell Crafting, including verbal charms and chants, herbal magic and wart cunning, simples, potions, oils and lotions, elemental and nature magic, sensing the sacred, history and background, practical applications to incense burning, entering the, I'm never going to pronounce that right, essentially kind of personal protection, focus and attention, accumulating power, trance workings, soul flight, essentially astral projection under a different name. There's also a section on spirit working with the natural world, the home and hearth, familiars, the fetch body, ancestors and the mighty dead, and the elven kind and fairy folk. This one is really, really good. I believe he's done a few others. Let me just get up a list. of what else he's done. Honestly, this is going to potentially be an unpopular opinion. I actually think I prefer Nigel Pennick's work to Gemma Gary. Now, that's not me saying that Gemma Gary is bad, not at all. I absolutely adore both of them. However, I personally vibe really, really well with this style of writing. And so I think it really depends on what style you prefer. I definitely prefer this, but both have got phenomenal information. And then for people who are beginners to the craft, Keldon's book is just phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. So the new book that has been brought out by Nigel Pearson is Blackthorn, Whitethorn, Ways of Witchery. He's also got The Devil's Plantation, Walking the Tides, and Wart Cunning as well, which are all phenomenal books. There's honestly so many out there. I'm going to have to do another video on the entire subject to kind of cover everything, because there's so many little authors as well that maybe don't get recognized quite as much. Obviously Gemma Gary is by far the most famous, I in my opinion anyway, for traditional witchcraft. I'm trying to remember the exact book that I'm after, and I didn't want to just sit over there for ages trying to figure out what it was, so I came back. But if I can think of it, that is a different author, I believe, and that one is really, really good as well. So if I can remember that one, I will add it to the list, and I will do a full video on this. I'm going to sneeze. No, I'm not. I hate it when that happens. Okay, where was I? I have a question about how to open a circle once I'm done communicating with spirits. Oh, interesting. So this is going to depend on how you cast that circle. So I'm assuming that, because different people have different terms, so I'm assuming that because you've already done spirit communication, the opening of the circle is to drop that circle, to end that space that you have created. And so you can do it the opposite of how you cast it. So if you're doing it ritually, you might want to be doing it in a certain direction to kind of start that off, and then another direction to bring it back in again and to reduce it. So you can literally reverse the ritual that you did initially. This is especially true if you have done, say, like a kind of a more traditional is kind of the wrong word, but more like a traditional Wiccan kind of circle space, where you would go round and you would, if you were calling the quarters, you'd call the quarters in a set way, and then when you reverse it, you would reverse and return the quarters in the opposite direction, and then you would walk the circle in the opposite way that you laid it and do it that way. If it is an energetic circle, which is the kind that I primarily use, my favourite way of doing it is to either pop it like a balloon or to cut it and then break it and pull it down. So those are two different techniques. They primarily work with that kind of act of drawing your energy back in again. So I will either kind of pop that space and then that energy will all sink down that I can then draw back in again. Or, this is the one I do the most, is I will kind of stick my hands up through the edge of the circle and then pull it down, and then you can draw that energy back in. And the easiest way to tell if this has been successful is you will feel a difference between inside that circle and outside that circle. So when you've done quite a high energy working, when you bring down that circle, all of a sudden it's like you can feel a breeze and it's like fresh air. That's the way that I like to do it, but obviously it's going to depend on whether it is a more ritualistic circle or whether it is a more energy-based circle and how it was all cast. Where was I? It's really bugging me that I can't remember the name of that book that I love so much. Oh no, that's really gonna bother me. Okay, just gonna have to hope that we can that'll come to me eventually. I'm currently read Wicca by Harmony Nice, but I've just started Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs. Any thoughts? It is one of my favourite books on herbal magic, and I know some people hate it. I realise this book is like Marmite to people. Some people love it, some people hate it. I really enjoyed it. Personally, I enjoy Scott Cunningham's work. I will say, though, that I think if you want to actively harvest and gather and identify herbs correctly, I would recommend getting a secondary book specifically for identification purposes. And of course, there are many other books on the market that are really good for this style of practice. I just find that I really love this book in particular because it was the book that was recommended to me. It was the book. And so I got it. It was one of the first books that I ever bought, and then I have gifted it to other practitioners as well because I enjoyed it so much. And at the time, it was the only really, really in-depth book on the subject. Now, of course, there's thousands upon thousands of books coming out, but that for me during the time period was the go-to book on green witchcraft. And so it always holds a special place in my heart, and I will still reference it again and again and again. His book on Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs, as well as Incense, Oils and Brews, is another one that I will go back to all the time. I just really, really enjoy his style. Is one of my favorites, I think. I do really like it. And his legacy is, well, legendary, really. He's written so many books that are beloved even to this day. Oh my goodness, from Queensland, Australia, and it's 4:30 a.m. That is dedication. I hope that it's worth it, and if it isn't, feel free to come back at any time. These videos are posted afterwards if you do want to sleep. Please sleep. You can always come back and listen again at a later point. Even post your questions, and then if you need to go, you can, and then it'll be in the replay again. I was wondering how you handle burnout when it comes to your practice. So I do have a full video on my experience with burnout, and that video was really my attempt at getting out of burnout. So I tried lots of different editing styles that I don't normally do just to try to snap myself out of it. For me, when it comes to spiritual burnout, it's mostly just about taking time. Like, there is no point in me forcing a practice when I just don't feel with it. And that doesn't mean, disappear cold turkey. For me, it usually means taking a break or doing something else. So that could be reading a book that is brand new by a different author that I've never read before, just to kind of snap myself out of it, maybe inspire me in a way that I haven't been for a while. Or I will listen to podcasts, and those podcasts aren't necessarily witchcraft central. If anything, because of everything I do surrounding witchcraft, it's my job, it's my practice, it's everything I do. I tend to listen to podcasts that are slightly outside of the witchcraft sphere. So they might be supernatural podcasts or hauntings, or they might be about the fair folk. They might be about just more spiritual practice and less witchcraft. And I find that can often kind of spark my imagination and my creativity with it all again. And then honestly, time and nature are the two biggest fixes for this in my experience. Just because sometimes being in a bigger space and rooting ourselves into the world again can really help spark creativity. And also we might find that you end up with spaces and spirits that really call out to you in these natural environments that you can then work with at a later point if you'd like to. So that's generally how I work my burnouts. And it happens. And if you feel like you're burning out, I wouldn't worry about feeling as though your practice isn't good enough or any of these things. It is something that almost everyone will experience at some point. And if you haven't, maybe you will never, but there's a good chance that you might. And it isn't because your practice isn't working or that, something is wrong. It can just be that you just need just a little bit of time. So I've missed a few ones that popped up. So thank you so much to, I am going to butcher your name and I always do, La Coquindera. I really, really hope that's right. I so apologize if it isn't. Thank you so much. And also from Bridge Unknown, thank you so much. Hi Hearth, I'm confused by the word altar. I don't worship deities, but do my workings and studies at a table which contains my herbs and crystals. Is this considered an altar or just a working table? Perhaps both, perhaps neither. It's really individual to each person. An altar doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be working with deities. An altar can be a sacred working space. So it's an environment that you set to one side that is considered sacred or separate from the mundane world. And it's where you might want to be carrying out your meditations, your divination. You might want to do spells there. You might want to just write in your Book of Shadows there or do magical research there. You might have your servitors on that table, spirits, deities, elementals, fair folk might be interacting with you around that space. And so some people consider altars to deities or to spirits to be shrines rather than, say, a working altar. And then some people would consider their working space their altar because that area is their sacred space. It is not a shrine to anything or anyone. It is a working altar for them. So a lot of people will call them working altars if they are separate from their mundane lives, but a lot of people will carry out their practice on their dining room table. And that doesn't have to be an altar. That can just be a working space, and you don't need to have an altar. You can just have a space where you work. Really, it's going to depend practitioner to practitioner how you describe your space. There's no right or wrong way. It just is a term that people might use to describe their environment. Right, where was I? I was about here? About? Ooh. Hello, Hearth. How have you been? Oh, thank you. I've been quite good, actually. Surprisingly, I've got a lot of busy things going on. I got sick a few weeks ago, so if in my past few videos you've been like, is her voice okay? It's because I got sick and my entire schedule has been like backed up. So I'm fine. I'm just very busy. Ooh, how do I set up protections to only allow spirits that have my best interests at heart? So this is primarily about the intention that you put in place as you are creating that working, or as you create the energy that's going to become your protections. It's all about having that mindset in place. So if you go into a protection spell thinking, oh, this has got to keep out every single spirit, every bit of energy that I don't want, that emotion, that addition to that energy is what is going to alter that spell. There are people out there who do not say any words, that do not really say anything or think anything necessarily. They are just going off emotion. And there are people who do not write anything down, these kind of things. So a lot of the time it is based off that deep-rooted gut feeling. And this might come through in mental pictures. This might come through in colours or smells or words that you want to express, but the most significant thing is your thought process going into it. If you go into that ritual thinking, I want to keep out all spirits, then that is the energy that you are presenting, and then that is what that will manifest. Whereas if you go into it thinking, okay, anything that is already close to me that has my best interests at heart, that's fine. Everything else is not. That is what that energy is going to do. And it's different, I suppose, if you are reading out of a book. So if you are casting a spell straight out of a book, you are essentially using the intention of the person that created it. So I'd recommend either adapting a spell that you've already found and then changing your mental intention that you're putting into it, or simply create something from scratch. So generally I will just do it from scratch, and I will just create a bubble that I will attach onto an object, and that intention that I've put into that energy is the focal point of that working, and that's what it will go off. That might not be useful. You don't get the whole energy stuff, but it's one of those answers that if you get it, you get it, and if you don't, I don't really know how else to explain it, because that's the only way that I know how to experience it. Can you melt and reuse candle wax from other spells? I've coated a black candle with the wax from a previous to use on an ancestor altar. You can, but you have to be careful at the same time, is probably the best way to describe it. So ultimately, it's going to depend on how you did that working and whether there's any energy left over in it. So if you've used a candle as a representation of the fire element, and you focused your energy into the flame, and you've worked with that flame to build your energy to direct it outwards, that candle contains no energy that you've added into it, because you've basically bypassed the wax and you've just gone straight into the flame. So this is the kind of thing you will probably experience if you're working elemental candle magic, if you're working with the fire specifically, in which case any remains that you've got from that candle, you can just reuse, melt them down, create a new candle, whatever you need to. If you have poured your energy into that candle to make it act as a vessel for your energy, any remains that are left behind are going to contain some of that energy. And so some people will dispose of those in certain ways depending on the intention of that candle. Other people might cleanse them and then reuse them again. The important thing with this is if there's any energy left behind in that wax, if you then add it into another different working, it will take some of that energy with it, which might mess with that future working. So cleanse it first and then add it into your kind of collection of wax that you're going to remelt again. Or if you're wanting to make a similar working, so if it is a candle for prosperity, for instance, when that is burned down, you can take the wax and just put it straight into prosperity candle, because then you're taking the energy from the previous working and you're putting it into a working that's then going to have more energy put into it, and you can kind of magnify your workings that way. So the answer is not as simple as just yes or no. It's a little bit more variable. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Brasky. Thank you so much. You already do so much here. You really don't need to, but I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you for all of your help here. Honestly, it means a lot and it helps a massive amount. So happy Samhain. And then thank you so much to Bridge Unknown. That is really cute. I think it's a Sheba. I think I have the same question every single time. I think it's a Sheba. It's really cute. Thank you so much. Okay, where was I? I was here. Ooh, hello Hearth, how can I find a magical snail mail pen pal to exchange letters with? So I think you'll probably be able to find kind of sites that do this, especially on Facebook is probably a good one. There's lots of Facebook groups out there for witches, pagans, Wiccans, whatever category you fall under. And some of them do have kind of pen pal exchange systems in place. So it could be worth checking out a few groups and seeing if any of them have that in place that you could be a part of. Honestly, I think that's a really cute idea. It brings me back to Ray Beth's Hedge Witch. If anyone's read that book, it's essentially the correspondences between Ray Beth and two individuals who wanted to learn about witchcraft. And so the book is just full of all of the letters that Beth sent out surrounding witchcraft and her information on it. And I think this kind of has that vibe to it, the idea of like sending witchy letters. What are your thoughts or advice about spell work in eclipse seasons? A lot of people advise no spells, chaotic energy. I want to harvest in a best way possible, manifest and work with spirits. So I think I have an entire video on this. Let me just double check. I'll be honest, sometimes I think I've done a video on a subject and then it turns out I actually just thought of a video on a subject and I never actually did it. Let's just double check. Yeah, sort of. So I did it was actually a podcast episode that's called Lunar Eclipse, Ghosts and Empathy. And in that I do talk a little bit about lunar eclipses. But in general, eclipse season can be a little bit more volatile energetically. But that isn't necessarily a bad thing depending on what you're doing. So I understand the mindset of things can go wrong, so don't do them. But I also think there's something to be said about encapsulating that energy and allowing it to work in your favor. Because chaos sounds really scary and it sounds like something you really should avoid. But actually, in some cases, it can get us out of sticky situations. It can get us out of ruts that we're stuck in. It can push us to do better and to do more. And so in this regard, I think that you may find that that eclipse energy may help remove things in your life that is maybe hindering future growth, growing yourself in the best possible way. Because when we are not in eclipse seasons, we have a tendency to be like, this is safe, this is comfortable, I will stay here. And that isn't necessarily always our best possible outcome. So I think there's a time and a place to do this kind of working with such strong kind of energy, but it can be incredibly useful. When it comes to working with spirits around eclipse season, especially at this time of year as well, it can get interesting. Let's just put it this way, even without doing any kind of workings for spirit communication or with spirits, I have had more spirit encounters in the last week than I have in the last 4 months. And it's just because this energy at this time of year is so volatile, really. We've got Samhain coming up, so spirit interactions are already more likely to occur, and then you've got the chaotic energy of eclipse season, and that's going to make it even more volatile. So you may find that poltergeist activity, physical encounters are perhaps more commonplace. You might find that full body apparitions and noises are more common as well, and it just depends on whether you feel comfortable with that kind of environment or whether you would want something a little bit more chill and relaxed and maybe slightly less stressful. Honestly, it's all personal, but I get that. What was I trying to say? My brain just went to mush. I get why people try to deter. I just think it's about entering into it in the right ways. Oh, thank you so much, Evelyn. Blessed Samhain as well, and I hope you have an amazing time. It is coming up so fast. I cannot believe how fast October has gone. Like, just a few days ago, I feel I put up my Samhain altar. I've lit my pumpkin maybe like 3 times. It's already nearly Samhain, and I have no idea where that's gone. Poof! Poof, and it's gone, and now it's nearly Christmas, and that's stressing me out. Are we allowed to post a question before the stream starts, or is it better to post afterwards? Anyone can post a question at any time, really. If you post it at the start of the stream, it just means that you are going to get your question answered beforehand. But in some cases, it's one thing I've noticed is occasionally YouTube will delete chats that have been posted maybe like 2 days before the stream. I don't really know why that's happened in the past, but yeah, you can post beforehand or during, whichever works best. Right. Advice on protecting/banishing spirits. So it's honestly really the same process that I will always discuss, and it's one of them where it's going to be very dependent on circumstances and situations, so I can only be really vague here. But if we need to be doing banishing, that is generally one of the last resorts would be a full banishing, and if you were going to do that, it would be cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect, just to make sure that you're covering all of your bases. I've seen many a person banish and that's it. And the problem with doing that is that banishing is not actually getting rid of. It is a temporary expulsion from a space, an object, a person, and then they can just reattach again. That's why cleanse to dislodge, banish, cleanse again to push them away, put up protections, and then you make sure that they can't get back in again, is basically the plan with that. So ideally, we want to be cleansing, protecting, first port of call. If that isn't helping, then moving on to something more severe like banishing. The type of banishing is going to depend on tradition, culture, religion, type of spirit, all of these kind of things. There's no one size fits all. It's very individual, so it's worth making something in accordance to the situation that you are experiencing. Is it important to do the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram? These rituals seem like a lot to do. It's not something that you have to do, no. So many people, myself included, don't do lesser banishing ritual of pentagrams. The words all get jumbled together inside my brain. It's a very ceremonial tradition, so it is something that we see spoken of a lot. Where is it? There it is. Right there. I'm not going to get it out, it's too big, but Raymond Buckland's Big Blue Book, the complete book of witchcraft basically, is really famous for including the lesser banishing rite pentagram words hard. And it's something that several types of practitioner will do. You'll get the very ceremonial magician that will often do these kind of ritualistic protections and banishings. And then you'll also get ceremonial Wiccans will do this as well. Many ceremonial practitioners who maybe don't consider themselves part of select groups, but they will still do a more ritualistic style of practice, will also do this. It isn't something that is found in all of witchcraft, however, and it is very much a ritualized aspect of it. So I have done it before. It's not something that I felt the need to include within my own practice, and I found my own techniques and methods that will work around it, because I am much more of a get my hands dirty kind of practitioner rather than a highly ceremonial practitioner, and it is something that has been added on later. It's something that we see kind of well, I don't know specifically, but in my experience, I've seen it primarily in the Golden Dawn post era. It's become this very popular practice to carry out. But when we're looking back through history, a lot of my practice is rooted in historical tradition. We don't see this kind of ritualistic style in quite the same way as we do in the mid 20th century. It's something that's definitely developed over time, and it was primarily seen within small collective groups of ceremonial practitioners and then has branched outwards. So it's something that is very effective. It isn't necessarily something everyone is going to vibe with in the same way. I enjoy it. I don't necessarily practice it anymore. And honestly, I think I might have not done it for about 15 years. Which is actually scary to think about, but yeah, it's not something that you have to do. Oh, thank you so much, Mother Earth. It really means a lot to me. And it is your first ever super on a live stream, so thank you so much for offering that to me. That really, honestly means a lot. So, where was I? Finally watched Practical Magic this weekend. Loved it. It's amazing, right? It's great. For anyone who is interested, I know I mentioned it a little while ago at the start of the stream, I am doing a What Practical Magic Got Right About Witchcraft video. It's coming out tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow evening. So if anyone wants to watch it in advance, be sure to watch it in advance because my video does contain spoilers. But if you haven't seen Practical Magic, please do. It's my favourite witchy movie I think that has ever come out. I adore it. I've seen it like 3 times in the past week. Mostly because I was doing the video, but also it's amazing. How could I not watch it multiple times? I'd love to know actually what everyone's favourite witchy movie is. Let me know in the chat, and I'll be sure to check them out because I want to watch more. I've seen The Craft. I like the first half a lot better than the second half. I love Practical Magic. Bewitched, the movie, I didn't really like it that much. The TV show, though, that's really, really good. So yeah, let me know your favourites. I've also watched The Love Witch. So for anyone asking about The Love Witch, I'm looking into doing a video on that. There's a lot of nudity in it, though, so I'm not quite sure how I'm going to manage that, but we'll see. We'll see, but I'd love to be able to check out everyone else's recommendations. Oh, can you bind an object to a person so it calls to them? My wife is constantly losing her ring. So in a way, this could be done. It sounds kind of counterintuitive to think about binding an object to a person, but what you would probably be better doing is putting a mass amount of energy into the ring so that when it is missing, you can use energy sensing and you can use a dowsing pendulum to aid in figuring out where it is. That's probably the closest that I'd say that you could get easily, because binding an object is kind of tricky. There's lots of things can happen. You know, it can get stolen, it can fall down a grid, you might lose it in a foreign country, all these kind of things. So it could be your energy, it could be your wife's energy, whatever works, depends on your circumstances and kind of who works energy in witchcraft and who doesn't. If you just put and push a lot of energy into that, like a lot, and then seal it inside so it can't just dissipate over time, it makes things way easier to find. A little bit like how people will douse for water, you can do the same for high energy objects. So that's an option. Just throwing that one out there. I don't know how useful it is, but that's about as close as I think you could probably get, at least in my experience. Which, by the way, I should mention, all of my streams are just my experience. I definitely cannot speak for every magical practitioner, nor would I ever want to. These are just all my practice, my experience, and feel free to do research beyond this point, and I would honestly recommend that you do. Realizing now that I am not even past where everyone said where they were from. Oh no. And it's going to jump in about 2 seconds. So I'm not scrolling. I'm just gonna look and then scroll because I know it's going to jump. Are there certain rituals that blood shouldn't be used in? This is a good one, actually, and it is very, very much going to depend on circumstances. Rituals where you shouldn't use blood, in my experience, it would be anything where you can't control your safety. That's the big one for me, because there's not many rituals, if you're doing them for yourself, where it's not a useful addition. Now, if you're doing workings for other people, that's a different matter. I wouldn't recommend using your essence, your tag locks in a ritual for someone else. But if you're doing a working for yourself, the main things that I would recommend not using blood for would be in workings where you can't be safe about it, where you're maybe in an environment where it could be hazardous, you're using items that are not sterile and safe, all of this kind of stuff. And also kitchen witchcraft, unless you are doing it for yourself, I would not recommend any kind of bodily substance be added into other people's food. And I'm pretty certain I don't have to explain why. I think collectively we all understand why. For safety reasons and just for consent reasons, it is just not appropriate. So they're really the only things that I can say are definitively places where I wouldn't recommend blood be added into rituals. For just safety of everyone involved, honestly. And if you don't feel comfortable using blood, anyone that's listening, you don't need to. It's an addition to workings. It is not a requirement to workings. Different tag locks will work. You don't have to use it if you don't feel comfortable. Okay, there's one more, and then I know it is going to jump. So have you done a spirit box session? I haven't, but I would love to. I would absolutely love to. This is stuff that I really want to dive further into. I actually recently went to see Most Haunted live. I haven't posted any photos on Instagram of it. So if you see photos of things like Most Haunted live or like music, just know that it's probably not on the day that I actually went, because I probably forgot to post it and then like went back and posted it after the fact. But Most Haunted live was amazing. They did like a live Ouija board session, which was amazing, and they did like a section behind the scenes, and it was really cool. And that's about as close as I've ever got, is just seeing other people do it. I would love to get a whole bunch of equipment and just try and go places and maybe have a different approach to it, because I know a lot of people are like demanding that the spirits do things and all that kind of stuff, and I don't really vibe with that. So I'd love to give it a go. I haven't yet though. I can see the half of one question. If you wear protective stones, and it jumped. I can always tell when it's going to. Let's see, please. Oh no. Wait, it's there. Sorry. If you wear protective stones, should you also charm for protection? I thought I'd lost like half the chat. It's fine. Everything's fine. If you wear protective stones, should you charm them for protection? You don't have to, but it can be really good to do that. It depends on how much protection you need. So stones will have their own vibrational qualities, and some are better suited to different associations than others. So some are better for protection, for love, for cleansing, for happiness, all these kind of things. And so they'll do that job by themselves as long as they are free of unwanted energies, which is why cleansing stones fairly regularly is a useful practice to have. But if you want to go above and beyond, like way above and beyond, you can use that energy that stone already has, and then add your own energy on top of it to really magnify it. And that's especially useful if you're wanting to wear it more. Like if you want it to be something that you wear on a daily basis for extended periods of time, then adding your own energy onto that as well is going to make it considerably stronger, and it's going to make the use of it last longer until you need to kind of refresh that energy again. Do you have any tips on working on and getting better with my intuition? I feel like I absolutely suck at determining my gut feeling and other possible indicators. Write it down. Honestly, best advice I can give. You don't have to trust your gut instinct. You just have to recognize that it's there. And so if you ever are indecisive about something, go with what you think is best to go for logically, emotionally, whatever it is that you're using to make decisions. But if your gut feeling is telling you something, or you think it might be your gut feeling, put the situation down, date it, put what your gut feeling was, and then see if your gut feeling was right after the fact. You don't have to follow your gut all the time, because that can get us into difficulties. It's not always appropriate for the circumstance, and also we might not always trust our gut, which is why this kind of thing of writing it down can be useful to determine whether it's something that we should trust, whether we need to work on it. And also, the more we acknowledge our gut instinct, the stronger that is going to become, which then makes it easier to judge whether or not it's something that you want to follow. Do you work with a familiar? I don't know. I currently work with servitors and spirits, but at the moment I do not have a specific contracted familiar that I'm working with, or at least I don't have spirits that want to refer to themselves as familiars, is what we've established in previous live streams. So I have like familiar adjacent, but let's just call them spirits because that's what they feel most comfortable with. Perhaps in the future I will. There's definitely kind of spirits sitting on the sidelines that could very well be, but nothing is kind of agreed upon. Do you have any spooky ghost/haunting experiences? I have a lot, actually, but given that we are in the spooky season, let's go for one that I experienced literally like 2 days ago, which is bananas to me. This time of year is so high with this like spirit activity. It's not super duper creepy. At least it's not super duper creepy for me, but maybe that's because I'm just used to it. But I was going for a walk, fairly old part of a village, and there's a path, church on one side, and there's a really old looking building on the other. I'll be honest, I don't know all that much about it. I just was walking there at night, and so walking up this road, I see this dark figure go from the gate of the church, cross the walkway, and then go past 2 stone pillars on the side of a gate. And they go past that, and then they disappear. And at first I was like, oh, this is an unusual time for someone to be out, bearing in mind this is like 11:30 at night and the church is closed and this building is completely in darkness. There is a street light, however. And so I'm looking around and I'm like, well, I couldn't hear anyone. I couldn't see anyone. And then the person I was with was like, I didn't see anything. I'm like, well, of course you didn't see anything. It wasn't something physical that you could see. It was just one of those strange things. I'm thinking, looked very much like a elderly woman, perhaps. You know how they would wear like a scarf over their head when it's cold, like the hood of a jacket, but more like a cardigan. That kind of person, really short, maybe like 4'10", something like that, just walk straight across the path and then vanish. And I even checked, and they were so corporeal to me. I specifically checked, and I went to see if there was any door that closed, if any lights turned on. Nothing. They just vanished. And that's just one of those things that you're more likely to experience at this time of year than any other, is just that kind of subtle spirit activity where you might, if you were busy, not even recognize that it was a spirit. You could very easily mistake that as being a person. It's only because it was so quiet that we heard no footsteps, no door opening, no doors closing. There was no sign that anyone had been there in any other way other than I saw them. I fully saw them. And that was just the most recent thing that I just thought was really cool. And now I want to learn more. I want to know more about that church. I want to know more about that really old looking building to see if there is any kind of history to it that might be connected to this person. But it's one of them where it's so hard to tell because it's, in the UK especially, you can't look up the history of buildings in the same way as you can look up like family history. So unless you know the names of people, it's hard to find people who lived in a property going back through time. It's something that you have to be really dedicated to doing. And I don't even know where to start. Honestly, I don't even know where to start. So it's just going to be a mystery, I think. Opinion on poltergeist type energy being something that's negatively residual from people affecting a space. So, okay, I think I'm going to need clarity on this. So do we mean like energy that's caused by people who currently live there, or negative residual energy from people in the past. Because, I mean, I'll answer both ways, but it could very well be either. So traditional poltergeist activity is a spirit that is essentially causing a nuisance of themselves. Someone that is, well, someone or something. It doesn't have to be a spirit of a person. Very commonly, it's actually a spirit that has never been human. And they will bang on things and throw things, chuck things, knock things off counters. You'll hear knocking a lot of the time, making a nuisance, stealing things, that kind of thing. That can come from so many different things. So it can be traditional poltergeist activity where it is an active spirit in that space. But there's also been many accounts of poltergeist type activity that has been created by strong emotions, usually emotions of children or teenagers, or people who are going through really, really strong difficulties like grief, all these kind of things, lots of health issues perhaps, can manifest this kind of poltergeist-like activity. And they aren't really sure why, and whether it's fueling spirits that exist in that space and giving them the opportunity to use more energy, or whether it is that distressed energy is creating an energy form in itself that is then doing those things. It's one of them where it's like, how do you even figure that out? And then in some cases, what people would think to be poltergeist activity can actually be seen as a pattern. So they might find that at 4 a.m. every single morning, all the kitchen doors open. Like all the cupboards and all the kitchen doors will open. Same time every single day. And that could well be repeating of residual energy that is presenting itself in a really high energy way. So it could be, for instance, that someone would get off work, come home, they're really, really tired, they're really hungry, they would go through all of the cupboards in their kitchen and they would just like pull out food. And they're just like, I will take anything, I'm just so hungry, I want to sleep. And they would do this every single day for 30 years until they moved out, and then unfortunately they passed away. That energy that they did every single day for so many years essentially just repeats itself in your own home. And that person doesn't have to be there anymore. It's just that energy is so strong of that repeated action that it will continue to occur after the fact. And it's got so many different names. I think one of the most popular at the moment is, I think it's called the stone tape theory, where high energy situations, whether they be repeating events or traumatic situations in one form or another, can literally etch itself onto the energy of a building, and you will get repetitions of that over time. It's one of them topics where there are so many different causes of it, and it's hard to know whether any of them are actually legitimate poltergeist activity or whether they should be given different names if we find a cause for it. I don't know. I think the topic is just really, really cool, and I just accidentally opened my editing software. Let's close that before my computer freaks out. Okay, where was I? I was I have some friends interested in learning and wanting to do a witchcraft night. I was thinking of introducing them to the basics of energy, then simple spell jars. Any ideas? Yeah, I mean, if they're already interested, I'd hope that they are already kind of pre-prepped in what witchcraft is or isn't, but it could be worth, if you have any books in your collection or anything that you would recommend they read in the interim, perhaps that could be useful to have a more fun evening, just so that they're a little bit more prepared for what they're getting into. But yeah, I mean, spell jars are great in this regard because you will be able to add energy to them over time. So if they decide to develop their practice further, they can give it a boost, give it a little bit more juice, so to speak, so that it can continue onwards. Especially if it's something for like protection, it's a really effective way to get started. It's just like these simple workings where the energy doesn't have to go anywhere else. The energy can stay kind of in that space. You could always do kind of like a not a traditional based witch bottle, but more like a more modern kind of protection style witch bottle could be useful. I think getting them in there with urine in a bottle might scare them, but like a more modern style could be a good technique. I cast a hex and a strong one for the first time, and now all my magic feels dirty and I haven't been able to properly work my energy since. What have I done? So this is going to depend on how experienced you are generally, but you might find that there's kind of a few different ways this could go. So I'm just kind of going to work through them in order. So the first one is that if you've done that working and any kind of shame, guilt, all of that emotion has come into play during that working, you might find that you are blocking your own energy. This is probably the most common thing that happens, is especially if people come into witchcraft from a tradition or a religion that is strongly opposed to it. I'm looking at you, Abrahamic faiths. Then people will often block their own energy. And it's not something that they're doing purposefully. It's more that they feel ashamed of something without really having a reason for it. And then that emotion essentially lodges itself in ourselves, and it can affect how well we can work energy after the fact. So if it is that, if it is caused by that, then it's time, I think, to kind of piece apart that emotion, figure out the cause of it. Why is it that you would feel that way? Is it because it wasn't deserving? Is it because of background, religious beliefs in the past, religious shame? These kind of things are all really useful to pick apart, because it might be that it's your body's way of saying, okay, we need to work on this. This is something that we need to work on now before we go any further and it gets more difficult to work on. So that's one technique. The other reason why it might happen is if our energy hasn't been appropriately distanced from that working. So you have cast that working, and then your energy is still linked to it. It is still going off and doing this thing that you've asked it to do, and you have not disconnected from that working. So in a normal working, you would raise your energy. If you're creating like a protection bottle, like we mentioned just a few minutes ago, you would want to gather up your energy, push that energy into the inanimate object in question. When that object is full of energy, you cut off the energy that you are giving it. So it is now a container full of energy, and any excess energy gets brought back into yourself again. You are now separated from that bottle that you have just created. That is separate from you, contains your energy, but it isn't linked to you. If you have done a working, say, for your friend to improve her love life, for instance, you just want her to feel better about herself, more confident in herself so that she can get out there a little bit more. You are raising up that energy and you are directing it towards a person or a situation that person is within. When you have directed that energy out, you've cut yourself off from it. So that energy is going to do its thing, but it isn't linked to you. So you can now go and do other things and you are completely separate from it. If, however, you are doing that working and then you are not separating yourself from the energy that you have sent out, that is what you could be feeling. It is that energy that is changing and working and tweaking things. It's pulling threads for a certain type of energy, and you are getting the ripples of that back into yourself again because you're already linked to a working that you've not separated yourself from. And this could explain why you are really struggling to do any other kind of working. It's because you're already directing your energy to something. Your energy is going to that working that you've sent it to. You haven't disconnected it, so it can't do anything else. So it could be worth kind of cutting all of those ties. Do a full energetic cleanse, break the ties and connections you have to any working, and then start from scratch again. And you might find that you need to redo that working. It might be worth doing a reading to make sure that that working is going to continue to work as it was, or are you going to have to do something different to it? But having that kind of reset might help the situation, because it sounds, to me anyway, it sounds a little bit more like you've not fully disconnected yourself from that working, though obviously I can't tell for sure because I'm not feeling what you're feeling. I love your earrings today. Oh, thank you so much. I actually got them earlier. They're pretty. They're pretty, but I know that my ears are going to hurt by the end of the stream. I just know it because that's always what happens. Have a look at this. I wonder if you have any books on chiromancy. Ooh. Oh, see, I know it as ceromancy. That's why I was Googling it, because I was like, chiromancy? Is this divination with carrots? But no, it is ceromancy. So, candle wax reading. So, books on the subject are a little bit few and far between. I am just going to have to check the specific name of the book that I'm thinking of. I might have to just go and grab it. We'll see. I do have a book on... I've got 2 books on candle magic. I can't remember, though, if any of them go into specifically candle wax reading. So one is Mystic Dylan's book on candle magic, and the other is an introductory guide of candle magic by... Name. I'm going to go and check, and I guarantee I'll go and look. And it won't even have anything about candle wax reading. I can almost guarantee it, but we will see. Let's have a look. So, will it be under C? C. Aha. Oh wait, this is different. I found another one. Oh. Let's see if this one and L-H-I. Oh, it's not even here. Do you remember how I said that I was organising my bookshelf to make my life easier so that I could find books more? Yeah, that didn't really work. I still can't really find books that much. I just wanted to see if this had anything in it. I don't find that there's many books on the subject of just doing candle wax reading. The majority of them will include small sections of it, but not massive amounts. So this one, for reference, is Candle Burning Rituals by Marie Bruce. I got this one second hand. That's why the cover is battered. But I can't remember if this has got anything in it. No, this one is mostly just rituals. This is the problem that you will have on books on candle magic. The majority of them... Oh, wow. Someone, not me, has left a small pink envelope in here. Oh, I wonder what spell that was for. So on this page, there's 4 spells. So there's to stop a bad habit, to begin a new project, household cleansing ritual, and spell for psychic development. I don't know who this was or what spell they were interested in, but I'm going to put it back because that might be useful to me at some point. Who knows? But yeah, most books don't have a mass amount on it, which is why I did the brief videos that I did on it, just because not many people really focus on it that much. If anyone does have a book though on ceromancy or chiromancy or however you want to refer to it, could just be a book on candle wax readings, do let us know because I'd love to find some. I wonder if you have any books that... Oh, that was the same question, apologies. How do you feel about using the bones of animals in spells? I think it can be incredibly useful. I think you just have to be careful to gain permission beforehand. So there's kind of 2 ways you might want to go about doing this. So the first is working with bones as a representation of the animal. So not the animal's spirit, the animal. In which case you might want to separate the spirit of the animal from the bones before you use them. I do believe that there is a ritual on this in of Blood and Bones. I really don't want to have to get up and try and find it in there again. But if anyone has read Blood and Bones recently, I think that was one of my complaints of the book, actually, was that in one breath it said that in order to work with the spirit of the animal of the bones, you had to cleanse the spirit from the bones and then work with the spirit in the bones, except you've just cleansed them out of the bones, so how are you meant to work with the spirit in the bones? Anyway, tangent. So you would cleanse the spirit of the bones out of the bones, essentially releasing them to move forwards, onwards into wherever that animal will go. And then those bones can be used as a representation of an animal, like an archetype animal, for instance, in workings. The other way of doing it is to work with the spirit of the bones, in which case you would be requesting that that spirit work with you. And you really need to listen to that. If they say no, that is a no. Do not try to convince them. A no is a full sentence in all regards. And if they say yes, then that is a spirit that you may want to work with in your ceremonies, your rituals, your spells. You can call upon their aid specifically, and also to assist in working different aspects. So they might send off and do workings for you and come back again, working a little bit like a familiar would, for instance. So there's kind of those two different ways of doing it. I would say that whichever way you're going to work it, just make sure that the spirit is comfortable with it. If the spirit says, no, please don't release me from my bones, don't forcibly do it. You got to make sure that we are taking into account that these belong to what was once living animal, and so it isn't something that we have the right to simply use just because we want to, same as working with plants or other spirits and anything like that. So yeah, I think it's really useful. You don't have to do it though. Of course, there's a lot of people who don't feel comfortable with it, and that's fine too. Could you use glow-in-the-dark paint for a magic mirror? I bought someone and I wanted to try. Depends on the kind of reason why you would want to use it and the kind of mirror that you would be creating. So what you could always do is, for instance, like locking a mirror. You could use glow-in-the-dark paint mixed with spring water, and then use that to paint on the locking symbols, so that even in the middle of the night, you are still able to recognize that you are protected by those symbols and that mirror is sealed. So that's one way of doing it. It's kind of a psychological combination in there. I mean, you can literally paint the back of mirrors if you wanted to with different symbols for certain aspects. It's a part of glamour magic where you can paint on the mirror, like the back of the mirror or the front of the mirror if you wanted. You could just frame the edge of that mirror with symbols and items that represent what you would like to see looking back at you in that mirror, and then that links back and forth essentially, where it acts as a form of glamour magic. So you can do that with all kinds of paint. It doesn't have to be glow in the dark, but it could be a use in this circumstance. Have you ever thought about creating your own tarot deck? I have, and a good few, like a year and a half ago now, when I did the merch designs, which I need to do more designs. I need to pull my finger out and do more designs. I did a few that were tarot cards. So I did the moon, I did the sun, and I did the Ace of Pentacles and the Three of Swords. And I loved doing them. It's just when you're sitting down and doing them, you're like, oh, this takes way longer than I thought it would. And so you're looking at maybe like 12 hours on just one basic card and like no color or anything. So it's something I definitely like the idea of doing. I just that's a lot of time. It's a lot of time, and I think there are definitely people out there who are far better at art than I am. Is honestly where it is, and I like supporting people who are better at doing art than I am. Okay. What would make a witch's bottle with a tag lock in it more convincing than the real person for a spell to target the bottle instead of the person? So generally, it's not necessarily about being more appealing. It just needs to be equally appealing but easier. Is honestly the basic answer to that. So like all energy, think lightning here, it's always going to go for the easiest route. It wants to go from the clouds to the ground as fast as possible and as easily as possible. And energy, when it comes to magic, is basically the same. It wants to go from A to B really quickly, and it will take the simplest route. And that route isn't always the route that you want it to take. That applies to you casting and also someone casting at you. And so if you have protections and you have your energy in you and then your energy in an object without protections, it's a whole lot easier for that energy to go into that bottle than it is for the energy to come into you. And that's mostly why witch bottles are so effective, because even if someone is not purposefully a practitioner, they will have spirits around them, energies around them that are working to shield them. And so a witch bottle is really effective for protection, even against someone who doesn't practice themselves. If someone has created a witch bottle on their behalf, like they've asked a friend if you can make a witch bottle for them, that is still going to be more appealing for the energy because it's easier than going to a person that has protections. You can obviously add even more incentive to it. So you can add lots of energy into that bottle that makes it feel more appealing as well. They're thinking, oh, this has got lots of energy in it, therefore it's more likely to be the real person. You can also make it just harder for things to escape as well. And you can also do some attraction workings on that bottle if you wanted to, so that it not only is going to contain that energy and it's going to be attractive to that energy, but if the energy gets close enough, it will kind of just suck it in. Sound effects weren't necessary. It can just like suck it in and then it'll get trapped in that bottle. So that's another way of making them more appealing as well. Oh, I have not done these, so thank you so much to Mel. Oh, you are one of my favourite witch teachers and YouTubers. Oh, thank you so much. That genuinely means a lot to me. What are some signs that there is something in your house or anything in your house? So this one is going to depend on kind of what is in that space. So generally speaking, you can identify characteristics of spirits easily once you kind of know how that spirit is going to present itself. And it's also going to depend on how you interpret signs. So for instance, if you are more likely to smell spirits than see them, that is something that you need to be focusing on more than what you see. Whereas if you hear spirits more than smelling them, that is something that you're going to need to focus on. So it will vary person to person, but general rule of thumb is you are going to feel watched, observed. And this is the kind of feeling where, say for instance, you're in a house and there's a cat. If anyone's been in a house with a cat, you can tell when that cat's watching you. There's just this like feeling that you get where you're like, I am being observed. And then they pounce on you. It's that kind of feeling. Or you've just watched a horror movie and you feel on edge and something doesn't feel quite right and you feel like you're being watched. It's that feeling, but without any reason to be watched. So you haven't watched a horror movie. There's no reason for you to be alarmed in your own space. All the doors are locked, all the windows are locked. No one is there that's going to watch you without your knowledge. And you still feel like someone is present on the corner of that space. It's the edge of the world, so to speak. It's just outside your vision. It's just at the edge of a shadow. It's just behind a door. It's in a liminal space. And that first feeling of being observed is probably the first sign that there is something in that space. The other signs that you're going to get would be things going missing is common with poltergeists and also fair folk. You'll often find that things will disappear, often shiny things, useful things, car keys, earrings, wedding rings. These kind of things are slowly going to start disappearing, and then they might reappear in really, really strange places. I mean, I've had it where I've had earrings go missing, just one, and then I ask for it back and it appears on the edge of a curtain pole. A curtain pole that is far too high for me to be able to reach. It's right there. And they will tend to put things back in strange and unusual places or in really obvious places that you know you would not have missed. So that's one additional sign. Other signs are knockings, bangings, especially things that don't make any sense for that space. So just a personal example here, I got a secondhand vintage writing desk type thing. And from the minute I had it in my house, I knew that there was something going on with it. And I gave it a few days, a week, a month to settle. And yet it will still creak, bang, knock, and make strange noises that it shouldn't be able to make. Even noises in response to things. So if I say, please stop doing that, it will then do it again. I'm like, come on, please stop doing that. And it will immediately do it again, like it's responding. And so this kind of thing is something you might experience. Knocks, taps, bangs, walking sounds are really common as well. The sound of heavy footsteps or even small footsteps can be quite common with spirit activity. You also have shadows at the corner of your eye, light out the corner of your eye as well, like light anomalies. You might find the electricals start failing, so light bulbs start going, TV remotes start dying even when you just put fresh batteries in them. Mobile phones are losing power far quicker than they should, and there's no reason physically as to why that should be happening. And then you also might get phantom smells. So this is the real, for me anyway, determining factor of what's going on. Is if you get a very sweet, sickly smell, that's usually fae folk present. Not all are going to smell like that, but that is something I've noticed regularly. If you get a very rancid, rotting egg, just sulfury, or just disgusting smell, like something's dying, like something is like dead in your walls. If there isn't a reason for that, like there's literally a physical thing that's causing that smell, that could be a sign that there's something not particularly friendly. But if you have like cigarette smoke, really common one, cigarette smoke, smell of alcohol, it's really common as well, or perfume, like men's cologne, women's perfume, that could be, and it's usually attached to a person, like a human spirit that is within your space. That might be someone you know or someone that you don't know. So that's kind of a very broad kind of expanse of things that you might be experiencing. People might come through to you in dreams, meditations, these kind of things as well, which is why it's always useful, if you don't want to experience these things, to have additional protections on bedroom spaces, just to make sure that nothing's disturbing you at night. So yeah, just a few options. And then thank you so much to Edward. Thank you very much. And I will go back to where I was now. I will repeat what I said earlier in that I answer questions chronologically. So if you've posted a question in the last hour, guarantee I haven't got to it yet. I'm way back in the chat. So just be a bit patient with it, and I will get there, and try not to spam the chat, because all it does is slow the progress down even further. So where was I? I was about, where was I? I think I was here. Yeah, I was here. I want to do a sigil, but wondering if I can do it in a way where I don't have to erase and hope it's in my subconscious. I know that's the whole point. That's not the whole point. Is there any other way? Yeah. So basically, the whole idea of having to not think about a sigil and have it removed from your memory, and it has to be embedded in your subconscious mind, that is entirely chaos magic. And it's not the only way to make sigils. It is just the way that has been popularized by social media. And I think in some ways I love social media. In some ways I think it can actually be more of a hindrance than anything, because some things will become popular and some things less popular. And then people think that there's only one way of doing things. So with sigils, you don't have to destroy a sigil. You don't have to erase it from your mind and hope that it's in your subconscious. In many ways, you might want to have a sigil in front of you, carry it around with you, and constantly look at it, observe it, think about it as a way to focus your energy on it repeatedly, time and time and time again. So the common techniques, and the ones that I really like, are destroying sigils. But this brings very temporary energy releases, because, just an example, I'm just going to grab a thing that I've got here. So something like this. This charged with energy, when I burn it, is going to disappear in energy really, really quickly, because this is holding all the energy that it ever will. That's all it's going to hold. And so once that's gone, that's gone. Just that, nothing more. If I were to, however, carry this around with me, put it in my pocket, put it in a purse, put it in a little locket around my neck, that is something that I can hold on to for extended periods of time. I can add it into further workings. I can charge it repeatedly. I can purposefully think about it. And the sheer action of adding it into active thought can aid in prolonging the magical effects of it. So really, mix and match with your practice. You can do basically anything that you want within magic, as long as you're being safe, and try things. And just because something is the popular technique definitely doesn't mean it's the only technique. There's so many out there. So play around with your sigils, try different things with it. If it doesn't work, note that down. If it does work, note that down, and you'll end up finding your own path in that regard that you can then follow further. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Mel. That's exactly what I'm dealing with feeling like someone is standing behind me. Things randomly disappear and pop up somewhere else. Yeah, this definitely sounds like spirit encounters. It is just a case of who is being encountered in that space. And it very much is going to depend on when you're experiencing that, how you might be perceiving it in other ways. So the standing really close behind and things disappearing, is it things that are of significant importance, or are they things that are annoying if you lose? Because that, I find, is the significant factor. The standing close behind is very much fey behavior of making you feel really uncomfortable, but when you turn around there's no one there, haha, laugh at misfortune, that kind of vibe. And so if you're finding that it's really important things that are going missing, that might be simply a nuisance spirit. If it is simply annoying little things that are going missing, it might be that you have a fae that is attempting to attract your attention, and so they're just trying to get a response out of you by stealing things and moving things that are really annoying if they are moved. And in which case, you can give them the attention or you can continue to ignore them. Neither way is a perfect solution. So if you ignore them, you might find that everything gets worse. If you give them the attention, you might find that it gets worse. So either way, I'd say be prepared to do some cleansing to make sure that you do your protections, either which way, and then go for what your gut thinks in this regard. Do a bit of a test. I tend to find in experience ignoring them is the best solution because they will get bored fairly quickly and they will then leave and move on to someone else that they think they can get a better reaction out of. So see if that works. If it doesn't, then you could always say to them, I currently do not want you in my space. I will give you an offering to essentially say, please leave. Please leave. I will give you this offering outside if you will leave. And it's a one-off offering, take it or leave it. And that has a tendency, especially for kind of lower level spirits, to then go, oh, okay, fine. Fine, I'll go. And then once they've left that space, cleanse, protect, and do everything else that you might need. Right, where was I? I had a reading done and 7 deities came forward to work with me. Seems like a lot. Should I work with all of them at once or only when I feel a pull to a specific deity? So this is another one of them where I'm going to be annoying and answer a question with more questions. Who did the reading? And why was the reading done? Was the reading done for this specific purpose, or was the reading done and these spirits came through? If it was done by another person, do they have a reason to benefit of saying this? If it was done by you, it's probably more likely to be closer to the deities than if someone else were to be doing it on you, for instance. So I wouldn't necessarily take it at face value and be like, yes, 7 deities definitely want to work with me, because what you might find is that you have other spirits coming through with similar names, or they are trying to pretend to be. You know, there's lots of reasons in here why it might not be 100% accurate right this second, but what you might have is kind of 7 deities sitting around, and then it's about you developing those connections further. So if these deities are things that you can look into their mythology, their folklore, their traditions, their background, where they come from, and all of that kind of stuff. And you might find that in doing that research, certain deities are going to stand out to you considerably more than others. And if that is the case, then those are the ones that you can then continue to work with going forwards. At that point, you might find that some deities go, actually, I don't think I'm that suited for this person, and they might take a step back. So I wouldn't necessarily start just working with all 7 of them. I'd say do research on their mythology and all of their background, and you'll find that some are going to come forwards even closer. And then you might find that you get interactions during meditations, dreams, and that kind of thing that can give you a further indication of it, basically. Right, I was I don't know where I was. Oh, this one is kind of interesting because I've, to be fair, already pretty much answered this, which is, hi Hearth, Samhain approaches, have you experienced more spirit activity? I love hearing about your spirit encounters. Yeah, generally I have been. In some ways it is interactions that I have never experienced before. Lots of phantom things, lights going out. I even heard like the weirdest howling the other day, and it was like strange. You know, the kind of if anyone has experienced spirit noise before, you'll know what I mean. But there's a distinct difference, at least in my experience, between noise that comes from the physical world and noise that comes from spirits. So like spirit whispering, spirit voices, spirit noises sound, it's almost like you've got a glass up to a wall and you can hear the voices and you can tell that there's talking, but it sounds very muffled, like you're hidden behind something. That's very much what this was like. It was very distinctive howling, but it wasn't distinctive like it was a real animal. It was distinctive like it was a really loud spirit. It was the strangest noise. And I was just lying there like, that's really weird, because it was obviously spirit noise, but it wasn't coming from close to me. It was coming from way, way, way in the distance, like someone else is having a really shit time. And I just happened to be experiencing some of the noise of it. And yeah, it's something that I really only get around this time of year, is this weird phantom noises that I don't get at other times. It's very, very strange. And then a few weeks ago, I had something similar where I was just standing in my room and I could just hear people having a conversation, like a whispered conversation, except no one was around. Like, this is like the middle of the night and I know that no one is around and there's no TV on and there's no radio on and I don't have anything playing, and I could hear it. Like, they're standing right next to me. This whispered conversation is happening as though I'm like right on top of them, but I'm the only person in the room. And it's very strange because it's obviously that they don't know that I'm there. Like, I can hear them, but they have no idea that I am in that space with them. And so it's like this one side, I feel kind of guilty about it. It's like eavesdropping, but one way. And I'm like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel kind of bad. How can I create a magical name for myself? So, I mean, there's so many different ways that people do this. Some covens will have it so that they select a name for you. Sometimes it's just a name that comes to you. You might find during meditation and dreams it might come through. You might find that your spirits will give you a name that you can then use within your magic, or you can just create one. I mean, many people will create their own magical names. These are names that you would use within ritual spaces. So it's done as a way to separate the mundane from the magical. In coven environments, it's really useful. If you've got 4 Susans, for instance, it's going to get really confusing, and then people are going to be Susan 1 and Susan 2 and Susie and Sue. Whereas if people have their own unique magical names, then you can say like Dragon Breath. That's a really weird one, but you know what I mean? Like, people can have that. Or if you want to be, I don't really know, like, people will have different names, and it just makes it easier in a coven space to have names that are set for you in that environment. It makes it so much easier. Why did I pick Dragon Breath? Am I okay? Where did that come from? I don't know. But yeah, so you can just pick something that really calls to you. You'll find that many people will have names that relate to things that they really like. So in the magical community, especially the pagan aspect of the magical community, you'll find a lot of people with wolf, crow, raven, fox, dragon. These kind of names come up, and they're usually merged names, which is probably where I got Dragon Breath from, because I went, oh, what do many people have? They have dragon in their name. And then I couldn't think of anything. But they'll often pick on animals, types of practice, elements, weather, seasons, all these kind of things that they might really enjoy. Colours are a really common one as well. And they all just kind of combine it together into something they really, really like. Right. I think I was here. Do you know of a spirit or fae that is stick-like? I saw one crossing the road. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, the thing with the fae is people's perception of them is very different to how they actually are. So people think Tinkerbell. People think cute little adorable fairy, and that's really usually far from the truth. I'm trying to find the name of the guy who does it. Brian. Is it Brian? I'm not sure if it is. He did the work for the Dark Crystal, among many other things. Brian Froud, his work, someone actually recommended him to me years and years ago. His work is very deeply rooted in the fair folk, and he worked on creating the Dark Crystal and Labyrinth and all these different things. And I have never seen fae paintings as accurate to my own experiences as his work. And it's so strange because I didn't even know that he existed as an artist. Like, I knew of the Dark Crystal, but I never watched it. And it was only after someone mentioned it to me that they said, that I realized, like, oh wow, this guy is really, I don't know if he's knowingly channeling something, if he knows something that he's not talking about in interviews, but his stuff is so accurate. And when you look at it, it is very different from how we perceive the fair folk. It is long and gangly limbs, and it's strange colours and oddly shaped faces, and they aren't cute and fluffy and adorable and oh look, it's Tinkerbell. It's like, whoa, please stay away from me. And so it wouldn't surprise me if you had experienced something like that within your own practice, honestly. Sorry, I'm changing the name of the live stream whilst I'm streaming because I realized I'd forgotten to do it. Okay, there we go. Fixed it. So, yeah, that's the thing, is if you have experiences like this, note them down. Write everything you can down. I've literally just found my notebook for it. I'm messing with this pen. I've got to put it down. I've got like this notebook, and in it I put all of my spirit experiences in it with little illustrations. And I would recommend, if you have similar experiences, do it. Write it down. The memory is a very, very unusual thing, and it doesn't hold on to accurate memories very well. And so when you experience something, write it down as thoroughly and as detailed as you can, as soon after the event as you can do it. Have a notebook specifically dedicated for it. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. It can just be like a really cheap notebook. But write them down, because these are things that you might want to look into at a later point, and the more information you've got, the more useful it's going to be when you want to do some research. Wouldn't the energy, this is in regard to the witch bottles, wouldn't the energy be like, wait, there's two or more of this person, or would having multiple decoy witch bottles confuse the negative spell intent and thus weaken it or dissipate it? Energy isn't as intelligent as we would like it to be. So it's different if we are working with, say, a servitor. Say a servitor is looking for us, right? A servitor has been sent out to gain information, and you're like, no. This is why having multiple protections is really useful, because in that regard, your protections are going to limit the amount of information that servitor is going to get. The witch bottle might do nothing at all against that servitor, but your protections are going to limit the amount of information that servitor can get. When it comes to energy, however, that is simply sent with a purpose. It's a little bit like how you are aiming, say you're playing dodgeball. This is the best example I can give. You're playing dodgeball, right? Someone has thrown a ball at you. But if you move out of the way, that ball can't change trajectory to follow you. It's going where it was sent, right? So if that ball is being thrown and suddenly there's 3 of you, it can't necessarily edit that. It is just aiming in a direction. It can't think, hang on a minute, there's 3 of you now, something's not right here, I'm being messed with. Unless a servitor, like energy with intention, energy with its own power, So like it's a creature, it's a creation in its own right is being sent at you. If it's just straight up negative energy, it's not going to think, hang on a minute, this isn't right, there's 3 of you. It's just going to go for whichever target is easiest to reach. A little bit like lightning, as mentioned earlier, it's always going to take the simplest route. So that might be, it all goes into the first decoy it can find. It might be that it will split itself into multiple decoys if that is easiest for it. But if you have multiple decoys, the bonus is if one fails, you have multiple others. It's very difficult to describe in an analogy that everyone is going to get, but I hope that that somehow makes sense. If it's just pure energy, once it's been targeted, it has no intelligence of its own. And so it is literally just gonna go wherever it is easiest for it to go. Right. Boop. I struggle. I always want to mess with things. I just want to fidget with things. I'd love your opinion, please. My family and I currently have a little business selling colourful home decor. Oh, that sounds lovely. I'd love to sell witchcraft-related items. Should I do it separately? The one thing I will say about this, because honestly, it is so variable. You can sell it all together if you want to. You can separate it if you want to. From a logistical standpoint, as a business owner to business owner, you will get some crazy people in your emails if you have a witchcraft store. And you will have people with their own perceptions pushing that on you. And that is going to change how people perceive everything else that you sell. So in some ways, it's very trendy right now to practice witchcraft. It's very cool. Everyone's doing it. All the celebrities are doing it. All that kind of stuff, you know? That's great. Temporarily, that might act as a really good thing for your business as a whole. People might go, oh, you're into the witchy stuff too. I will support you. And that's amazing. But with that comes the downfall again, because witchcraft is always doing this, right? At the minute, we're kind of just past the peak, right? It's really, really popular during 2020. It's just gone past the other side. At some point, everyone who is interested in witchcraft is going to move on to the next thing. And that always happens, right? It's just a cyclical thing that constantly happens. But with that, you're going to get people who are starting to go, oh, you're into that witchcraft stuff. I don't like that. I'm not going to support the rest of your business. And that is something that I don't want you to harm the rest of your business by adding in witchcraft items. Because there are some horrible, horrible people out there, and just protect yourself from that is basically what I'm saying. Do what you feel is most suitable for you and the company as a whole, but just be prepared that some people are going to paint everything you sell with the same brush simply because they don't like one thing. And that's just something that you have to kind of traverse within the witchy world, basically. Have you ever used a curse tablet? I haven't, no, but I have read quite a bit about them. I do find them very interesting. I saw one. I'm going to have to check back at my photos at the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic. They're a very interesting aspect of magical practice. There was also a few talks I've been to on the subject, and they are very interesting, especially the ones that they found in Greece, I believe it was Greece, or was it Rome? I'm not sure. History is not really that much of my forte. I like it, I'm not very good at remembering it. But yeah, I've never used one myself, mostly because I don't really know what I do with it, because typically they are thrown into like stagnant bodies of water and these kind of things, but I don't like littering. So I probably wouldn't use a curse tablet in a traditional way. Although I do know of some people who do curse tablets out of wax, or like a similar style way, like you write down a petition to a god, for instance, or a deity of any kind for a specific thing, and then it is thrown into like a stagnant body of water, and it's seen as like an entryway to the afterlife, other worlds, realm of spirits, that kind of thing. And people will do this in wax and then melt the wax. That's one way of doing it in a way that doesn't litter. But yeah, it's a really, really cool aspect of practice. It's just not something I ever really do. Right. Ooh, this is an interesting one. I do daily offerings to my deities, and I tried offering spit by licking my finger and then applying it to their altar, and it felt really powerful. Is that disrespectful, or is it just deeply personal? It's going to depend on the deity, honestly, and in this regard, it seems like it was just really powerful. Lots of deities will appreciate things that are very significant to you. There are others, however, who want set things in set ways, and they want the things that they really like. And so I think it just depends on the individuals that you're working with, and you found something that might really work for you. But if you were to apply that to a different deity or spirit, that might be a very, very different outcome. Ooh, okay, I've got a book recommendation. Have you ever read the book A Night in the Lonesome October? I haven't, but it's going on the list so that I can remember it for later. A Night in the Lonesome October. Okay, I'm having to write them on this because I used to write them on like tabs on my computer, and then at the end of a stream I'd forget that I'd written them, and then I would just close everything. So now I'm having to write it down manually so that I don't forget that it's there. Okay, I'm a double Aquarius, having the worst luck, having trouble finding a new job. We just moved from a horrible family. What do you suggest? So with this, it's going to depend on circumstances, but the first thing I'd suggest, a cleansing. If you've left that space, but you've still got all of that energy attached to you and everything that you own, you're essentially just going to bring it with you. So a good cleansing is probably the best thing I can recommend. A cleansing of objects as well as a cleansing of people. It's a really good thing just to make sure that everything is removed and you can really start fresh, and then you could do some workings specifically for the things that you're finding trouble in to balance it out so that that bad luck is directed away and you're essentially balancing it out so everything's in equilibrium again is probably the best advice that I can give. But obviously that's just very general advice because it's a very specific subject. Oh, I'm not sure how I feel about this. Have you ever ordered a spirit companion from any spirit shops? No, and I never would. I apologize if people do. It's entirely individual per person, but I know of many very unfortunate cases of people who sell such objects that are literally just forcing spirits into objects and then selling them for a profit completely without the spirit's permission, and it is just horrible. If that was done in any other context, it would be perceived as this horrible thing, but for whatever reason people do it with spirits and then think it's fine because they're not human, but like that's horrible. That's horrible. So I don't doubt that there are definitely people out there who do it well and who do it appropriately and who do it respectfully. I've just found that there are so many people who do it poorly and unethically that I just couldn't do it, because unless I knew someone personally, I don't think I'd be able to trust it and be assured that that spirit is not kind of forcefully contained within an object. Oh, thank you so much, Ink Your Fish, I think. Blessed Samhain, deep peace to all as we enter deep autumn. Blessed Samhain to you too. I love this time of year. This is definitely my favorite. I've never heard of this and I won't be buying that. Yeah, that's the thing, is that they were really popular. Maybe if this is the same thing, about 15 years ago or so, it was really popular. You would find them all over eBay, where it would be like objects that had spirits attached to them, and they were sold as spirit companions and familiars, and this spirit will aid you in love, and this spirit will aid you in prosperity. And it became very popular, and they were everywhere. You'd find like rings, and they were always like these pictures. If anyone has seen this, you'll know exactly what I mean. They were like these pictures of like what's obviously a very new fake ring that has been made to look really old, and then that picture will have like this weird like light anomaly in it to make it look like a ghost. And it wouldn't like look like a picture of a ghost, but it would be like this like coloured mist or this just grey mist around this object. And they became really, really, really popular. And while the first ones were probably done correctly, by people who knew what they were doing, it very much became this fad where people were buying these rings, and they varied in price dramatically from like 15, 20 quid to like thousands upon thousands of pounds, depending on what their magical claims were. And some of them were just straight up fakes. They just weren't spiritual at all. They didn't have any spirit attachment in there. Some of them were done correctly, and some of them were done really, really badly. And it's this kind of mistreatment of spirits. The same with spirit dolls. We're seeing this more and more recently. This is kind of like the new thing, is spirit dolls originally, before they became popular, were quite authentic. Spirit dolls after maybe like 2016 onwards are either faked most of the time, or even worse, spirits have been forcefully attached into them to become a haunted doll. And it's just, there's just something about it that I just don't know how I feel. Yeah, that's another one. I never know how to say it. Dybbuk, I apologise if that's wrong. Boxes. They're essentially these boxes where there's like a spirit sealed inside them. And they became really, really popular all over YouTube, and people were like unboxing these boxes. And then all of a sudden, the internet is full of these boxes that have spirits in them, and it's very difficult at that point to determine what is real, what is not, what is ethical and what is not. And that's the real struggle out there. Oh, after getting sick a few weeks ago, my voice has just never quite been the same. My boyfriend is spiritual, but skeptical of spellwork. Any suggestions for workings that I can do with him, as he's interested in the craft? So, I mean, protections are just a really easy start. It's something that doesn't take a great leap of faith, especially if you're already in kind of the spiritual community. It doesn't take a great leap to do some kind of protection working. One thing I will say, though, is perhaps if spiritual and maybe spirit work is perhaps more up his street, then maybe a servitor is a great way of doing it, because then he's separate from the actual working itself. You are simply petitioning the servitor or the spirit for aid and then getting a magical response that way. And that could be kind of an intermittent thing. It's not quite ritualistic, highly magical, but it's also not solely in the spiritual. It's this kind of crossover, so that could be a good alternative. Sorry, this is... Oh, it's pronounced Dybbuk. Okay, thank you so much. Or is it Dybbuk? Dybbuk. I'm not sure. Either way. This is back to the thing again about the haunted objects, just really briefly. He says, makes me realise when you see the videos about haunted dolls and haunted items, I'd be pissed if I was forced into an object, and definitely would haunt the shit out of the buyers. That's the thing, is, yeah, you would be absolutely fuming, wouldn't you? If you're like minding your own business, going about your spiritual life, and then before you know it, you're stuffed into an ugly ass ring, and you're being like demanded around by some random person who bought a ring that you've just been stuffed into. I would be pissed. I'd be so angry. And then people will then have negative responses to that ring because they've been told this is going to work as a familiar spirit. And the reality is that you can't buy a familiar spirit. A familiar spirit is a connection that you have to work with. It's something you have to develop and dedicate. You can't just buy a familiar, right? It's something you've got to grow. And then they wonder why that spirit isn't working with them. I wouldn't either. I would be so annoyed. I'd be like, no, take me back. I want to go back. Release. I'd hate it. So yeah, that's the thing with them. Some amazing. Some will... My friend, actually, he specifically does this among many different practices, but spirits, adding them into objects, and done with consent, obviously. And it can be amazing. It allows you to have essentially a moving spirit vessel, a spirit house, a familiar house, a servitor house, whatever it is you're working with. And you can take it anywhere with you. And you can wear it at all times. You can have it close to you. You can give offerings on the go. Your own energy can act as an offering. Like, it's a great way of doing it. But it has to be done in the correct way. Otherwise, It's just kind of mean. It's just really, really mean. Oh dear, where was I? Ooh, I don't remember where I was. Okay, I'm gonna go for this one and then I'm gonna figure out where I was. What is a safe way to speak to spirits and find out what type they are? So this comes back to that answer that I gave earlier about how to know if there's a spirit within your space. Similar is going to happen with this. So firstly, any kind of spirit communication is never going to be 100% safe. I know a lot of people want it to be, but it's just the reality of it. There are always going to be risks and hazards involved in everything. You just need to make sure that you've got your protections and you know how to get yourself out of any tricky situations that you might find yourself in. When it comes to figuring out what type of spirit they are, it's going to depend on the type of communication that you're doing. So if we are using a talking board, these are also known as spirit boards, angel boards, Ouija boards, the terms vary. This is going to be a different experience to if you are interacting with them simply by them being present in your space and you're communing with them through dreams, for instance, that kind of thing. So there's no safe technique. That doesn't mean techniques are going to get you in trouble. That doesn't mean that all techniques are going to be bad. That just means that spirit communication always has risks. And so the easiest way to commune with spirits would be something like a talking board or a pendulum that is used on a board. Now, these are traditional Ouija boards. Now, it's important to remember, Ouija's a brand name. It simply means yes, yes in French and German. Like that, it's not a super complicated system. It's based on a much older practice, and you have letters on that board, numbers, often a hello, goodbye, sometimes a rephrase. It's going to vary. You can make your own with just a piece of paper, and then a glass is used or a planchette. Like, oh, you can't really see it. That thing behind me, people keep asking why do I have an upside down heart on my wall? That's a planchette. So they're used on Ouija boards and talking boards. And then that moves around the board in response to questions that have been asked in order to gain answers. And usually things are spelled out so that you can gain answers that way. And then there's usually someone on the sidelines who is taking notes while it's happening, so that you have someone there documenting it for everyone that is present in that activity. Now, you can, as opposed to popular belief, use a talking board alone. However, if you are new to the subject, I'd recommend using it with other people because there's more energy that can be worked within that space, and it's easier to control strong reactions if there's more people around. You're not going to get as individually spooked. Now, collectively, you can all get spooked, but it means you've got comfort in other people that are there. So that's one way of communing with spirits. The other really popular technique is knocking. So if you've got a spirit that is particularly active, you are ideally would like to remove any potential basic reasons. So a lot of people will say 2 knocks for yes, 3 knocks for no, or 3 knocks for yes, 2 knocks for no, because 1 knock is easy, but when you have to do 3, 4, 5 knocks in quick succession, it becomes kind of hard, and then people will ask questions that way, and yeah, that's another way of doing it, but that requires a spirit to be audible. You can't be doing this with a spirit that doesn't want to talk with you, or can't talk with you. Oh, I just opened my editing software again. I'm going to have to move where that is. It's right next to my streaming software on the little bar at the bottom, and I keep clicking it. Okay, where was I? Do you have any advice for protecting human spirits / ancestors when working with them? I mean, you usually don't need to. Honestly, they are very, very capable of protecting themselves in spirit form. They're very, very good at it. And so generally speaking, they want to protect you rather than you protecting them. I mean, if you have protections on your space, for instance, that's really useful because it means that you are protecting everything inside that space, including any spirits that you might be working with that you want to keep working with. And do you have any suggestions for helping the unsettled dead get to where they need to go? So usually it's actually, if anything, harder to stay stuck than it is to go for a lot of spirits. And now I'm not deeply versed in this. This is what I know from people I know. But generally, people get stuck for a few reasons. they get stuck because they want to stay, and they have people that they want to be around, and they want to be here. But if they don't want to be here, it's often because they don't know that they have another choice. They don't know that they can let go. They don't know that they can leave, or they don't even know that they're dead. And so it's often a case of just saying to them that, yeah, it's not your life here anymore. And they'll go, oh, well, that will explain why I've been walking up and down the stairs carrying laundry for the last 50 years. And then they'll realise that they can leave. But generally speaking, kind of that first step is just telling them that they can move on if they want to. It's only the fear of moving on that stops people typically from moving on if they don't want to stay for any other reason. Though obviously I am not a well-versed person in this field. I only know a little bit, though I'd love to know more, honestly. Where was I? Would you agree with the idea that everyone practices magic, but only some do it knowingly? No. Not personally. Now, almost everyone I can only speak for here, obviously, because that's where I am. Almost everyone has practiced witchcraft, right? Blowing out birthday candles, making a wish on a shooting star, tossing a coin in a well with a wish in your mind, all these kind of things, throwing salt over your shoulder, all of these things people have done, right? However, going through the steps, going through the motions, and actively working something are very different things. So I can get 15 people to blow out a birthday candle with a wish, and if only 3 of them are practitioners, the practitioners are more likely to have their wish come true than everyday person who thinks that wishing on a birthday candle is stupid and they don't understand why they're doing it. And you even find this with people who are wanting to get into witchcraft but don't believe in it, and they're very dismissive of it, but they want to prove that it's real before they believe in it. Almost always, nothing will ever come of that. And it's because they have zero faith in what they're doing. They have no training, they have no practice, no background, no education on the subject at all. They want the results, but they're not willing to do any of the work. And the work is the most important bit. And so while I think that there are many, many people out there who practice and they believe, but they don't actively do. So for instance, a lot of people, myself included, started within witchcraft because things were manifesting in their life and they didn't understand what it was. But I was still doing it knowing that I was going to get a result. I didn't have a name for it, but I knew that it worked because I believed that it worked, and it did work. I think that's different than everyday people who are very scathing of it, who don't agree with it, who don't like it, to say that they are practicing without doing it knowingly. I'm not sure on, because otherwise so many people would be getting responses than they actually do. I can give my super skeptic partner a spell to do, but he's going to think it's absolute nonsense the entire time that he's doing it, and nothing is going to come from it. So it's one of them where I think it's very, very variable, and it's a very individual thing. That makes sense. I'm not even sure if that makes sense, but that's kind of the only way I can describe it. I realised I'm so far away because I pushed my chair out. Okay, that's better. Much better. Do you know of, apart from YouTube, where you can find audio content for witchcraft, as in books and such? I mean, I'm not sponsored by them. I wish I was. Go on, Audible, please. I do love you. I use Audible. Completely. I pay for it myself. I just really enjoy it. I recently finished what's his name? What is his name? Buckland. Raymond Buckland's Complete Guide to Spirit Communication. I read it in 2 days. It was phenomenal. So there's so many books on there. You can get I think Psychic Witch by Matt Oren is on there as an audiobook, and all these different books. So I really like Audible, but obviously there's so many more options out there that you can work with. I like that though, because I like being able to have it turn off at certain times, and I listen to everything in 1.5 speed, so I can burn through books really, really quickly. But yeah, that's what I personally prefer, but there's so many options. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, I think I just had my first spirit encounter. Ooh, exciting. Or maybe terrifying. I don't know. See, I find them dead fun, but maybe other people don't. I was in my bedroom. I cleansed and it seems to have gone, but do you have do you maybe have some advice in case it will return? If you don't want it to return, put up your protections. Cleanse again, put up your protections. That can be an energy bubble that you link to an object. That could be placing crystals by doors and liminal spaces. Anything like that will help just to stop that energy from returning into that environment again if you don't want it there. If you don't mind it there, then it's all about sitting with discomfort, because when you first start spirit work, it can be really uncomfortable and really scary and you really don't like it. But the more you're able to sit with the discomfort, the longer you can sit in the concern of a spirit, the easier it is to work with spirits in the long run, just as long as you have the ability to remove anything, to cleanse anything out if you need to. How can I incorporate divination methods into spell work? I work with my cards, for instance, by putting cards that match my intent on my working table to amplify it, but I want to do more. That's a great way of doing it. I really love that. One thing that I will do is I will have cards be integral parts of spell work. So I have like little cards that I will use. I've got spell cards that I will use, and I will include it in spell work. So I'll like wrap it up into bundles. Like, you don't need to tie it tight because obviously you don't want to damage the card, but there'll be like herbs and stones on top of it that I will then bind up. You can put them in bags with other things. You can have like, you can get like mini versions of decks. Like, I keep looking over here thinking that they're still over here, but I moved them. You can get like mini versions of cards that you can put them in spells and rituals, like in bags and those kind of things as focal points for the bag working. So that is the central core component of it. The thing I do the most though with divination is I will do readings for a working. And that is the main way that I personally will incorporate it all together. Ooh, I had a bunch of mushrooms pop up around a tree who I work with for spells. I believe it's good. I'm wondering how else you communicate with trees to ask them things. Tarot, pendulum boards, etc. I have a very, perhaps unconventional way of doing it. And that is that I literally just stick my hand on a tree and ask them questions. And I think it's because I've always done the spirit communication with energy thing. That's kind of my main method of communing with spirits, which is obviously going to be different for absolutely everyone. It's going to be different. Some people are going to prefer using tools. Other people are going to use their energy more than anything. Some people are going to see, hear, smell, everything. For me, sense is the most common thing. And so I will get names of trees. I just ask them. I stick my hand on a tree. I push my energy into it and then draw it back out again. And I do this repeatedly again and again and again and again. And it gets to the point where you don't even realize you're doing it. It's just a default thing. You ask questions and then you can tell by the response you get whether it's a yes or a no. So the first thing you can ask is, are you insert type of tree here? And then you get a yes if it's right, a no if it's wrong. And immediately you can tell right there and then what energy feels good, what energy feels bad. And then you can just start asking questions. And that's how I've always done it. And then I will often get names that come through. Usually they're very unusual names. So make sure you have like a notes app where you can like dictate into it, because I'll be honest, I've had to audio record some of these names because I will never be able to spell them. So, yeah. That's how I do it. Obviously, some people will use pendulums. So one way you might want to do it is have your hand on a tree. If you don't get the same kind of response from spirits and energy that I do, because everyone is completely unique, you stick your hand on that tree, you have a pendulum in the other, and then you are working the responses with you being a conduit of that energy, and then you can do it that way. This is also a good one. You can do like, if you like automatic writing, you can do that as well. Same again, hand on tree, automatic writing with the other, so it passes through you into the paper that you're working on. Okay. I'm so glad the song, I'm going to annoy some of you who know this song. I was really worried that I'd have sneaker night in my head for hours tonight. I had it in my head earlier. I don't know where it came from. Just while I find the question, this is just a tangent. Does any of you remember the song Sneaker Night by Vanessa Hudgens? It came up on my Instagram feed like a week ago and I've not been able to get it out of my head. And it's just like circling around, just on repeat, one after another. And yeah, I'm very glad that I just have random bits of clips of music in my head and not just that on repeat, because I think it would drive me up the wall completely. Oh, you know what? It's annoying. Now that I've said that, I've got it in my head. I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just left it. Okay, I'm trying to figure out where I was again. Thoughts on the left-hand path. I don't really have any strong ones, honestly. People can do whatever they fancy. I personally don't get the dislike to it. I really don't understand, honestly. I don't get it. I think I understand to a degree as an old-fashioned like approach to it. I don't get it so much now, and people get so much shit for working a left-hand path, and it doesn't make any sense, especially when we look back throughout history and we can see the fact that wise folk, cunning folk, so many different terms, not just in the British Isles but much further afield, practicing all forms of magical tradition, they were not just working for the positive, they were doing both. It's a twofold path, and it's only through the rise of modern Wicca and witchcraft from the 1950s onwards that we see the idea of only love and light being the approachable form of the tradition. Everything beyond that has been kind of twofold. And so I find that I find it odd. I find it odd to not at least learn about other things. Even if you don't choose to practice it, I think it can be incredibly useful to simply learn someone else's perspective, even if you don't plan on doing anything with it. I think that allows us to expand our minds and expand our understanding of the world. And also, I always say to people, even if you don't want to learn curses to cast them, it's useful to learn more malefic forms of magic, simply so you've got an understanding of what you're dealing with, because it's so much harder to deal with something if you don't understand what it is. So that's really my only opinion on it, is I just don't get why people hate on it so much just for existing, because it's always existed. It's not like this is a new thing. It's always been there. It's just that it's only recently that we have such strong negative opinions to it. What advice would you give for someone who's just starting out and is very overwhelmed by everything? I love it, but there's so much to learn. I get it. I get it. I loved that stage of like, oh my God, I want to learn everything. Pick some foundational practices alongside a topic. Now, the other topics are not going to disappear. They're still going to be there when you want to learn them. But I find that having that mix of foundational practices plus one topic that you find really, really interests you is a good way of having a practice where you're not going to get bored of learning the basics. Instead, you can kind of do two in one. So things like centering, grounding, energy work, energy manipulation, some kind of mind calming technique. These kind of practices are going to be really useful for developing your practice further. I've got videos on all of them if that is of any use to anyone. These kind of things are super useful for building a foundation. And then if you pick a subject that you really like, you're going to want to learn more. And those foundational practices are going to help you develop that practice just a little bit more. And then when you feel comfortable beyond that, you can pick something else. And don't worry about things running out, because it won't. People always say to me like, oh, why do you keep buying and reading witchcraft books? They're all the same. They're not all the same. There's always something to learn. There's always a different aspect, a different avenue, a different person's perspective, slightly different technique, different wording. Like, there's always something new to learn, and it will be there. You don't have to take it all on at once. It will be there when you feel ready to kind of move on to the next bit. Right, I don't know where I was. I was somewhere. Okay, I'm going to go with here. My boyfriend and I often dream eerily similar things when sleeping next to one another. Is there a way to practice this more, and would that even be a good idea? I mean, I don't think there's anything intrinsically wrong with the idea. What I will say is, if you're doing this, set something up in advance that only one of you knows. And this is a little bit tricky. If you can lucid dream, it's even easier. But if you can't lucid dream, it can be a little bit trickier. So for instance, go to sleep thinking of the word purple, right? Purple or puddle or I don't know, something. It doesn't have to begin with P. It can be anything. But go to bed thinking of that thing and think of that as you are falling to sleep. Falling to sleep, falling off to sleep. And if you can lucid dream even easier, when you're in that dream state, you can think of that thing, right? And you can create that thing. So that could be like a purple paddling pool. I really seem to want peas right now for whatever reason. Think of that in your dream, or have that be the thing you think of as you're going to sleep. And you might find that the person next to you starts dreaming of the exact same thing. It's definitely easier if you can lucid dream, or go to bed with something under your pillow that you want to dream of that night. And you may well find that if you don't dream of that thing, the other person will dream of that thing, especially if you're in this like dream syncing experience. And so have it be so that only one person knows what that thing is at any given time, so that you can really test this out and play around with it and see how it works. For beginning your first few spells, what would you recommend? I've been practicing for 6 months now, been waiting for a specific moment or reason to do a big spell, as I've done a few minor ones. I mean, honestly, that sounds like the best thing that you can do anyway. And I think you've already got most of the gist of it down anyway. Honestly, there's not really much more I can say. If you want something big, you can always start trying to do something like a big shield charm over like a property, for instance. That's a kind of big energetic project. And that's fairly accessible because it's a protection spell. It's not going to influence or impact anyone else's energy. You're just doing it to protect your own space, so it's not going to have that many issues with it. But it is something that's maybe a step bigger than something small that you might have already done. So that could be a good first kind of big-ish project where you don't have to wait for a set thing to want to do it. A black shadow appeared on the side of my bed and then said, "I will help you," but I was not scared. Should I be worried about this? Probably not, honestly. Shades are lovely, at least if this is a shade, which it does sound like, to be fair. It may well be that it is simply willing to participate in workings, and you can always feel it out, do a reading on the subject, do some energy sensing, check things out, and if everything lines up, you can always have a dabble in it, see if you enjoy working with them. And this might simply be an easy way that the spirit can commune with you. Maybe it's just that you are more open to this, and so that it's easier to commune with you. But just make sure that you check your bases first, that everything seems all good, and then you can always give it a go. And as long as you've got your protections and you know how to cleanse things away, you should be safe to at least, attempt it if it is something that you would like to go into. Generally, if your gut instinct is not fear, because that is the thing, some people's gut instinct when they see even friendly spirits is fear. But if you're not concerned about spirits, generally that gut instinct will tell you everything. It will say, stay out of this room, run, get away from this space. But if you're not experiencing any of that, then generally that's a pretty reassuring sign that it is not intending you any harm. And so there's no kind of instantaneous concern there. I've been trying to create a relationship with Zeus for a few months, giving him offerings. What should I do to improve my relationship with him to really work with him? So I know that this question is ages and ages ago, but what I will say is this a relationship? Well, honestly, is this a relationship, or is this a one-sided devotional thing? Because when it comes to deity work, as with spirit work, there has to be this push-pull, this give and take. It can't just be one way or the other. It has to be both to form kind of a decent relationship. There has to be push on both sides. And so if you are pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and you are not getting anything back, it might be a case of taking a step back and thinking, well, perhaps I don't know the entire story. Perhaps there's a reason why he doesn't want to work with me. maybe it's that he knows that it's not going to be a good fit. Perhaps he knows that there's someone else out there who is a better fit for me, these kind of things. If you are pushing and pushing and pushing and you're not getting anything back, it might be time to take a step back and think, okay, well, I would like this relationship. I will keep the door open to it. And if I get any signs, anything coming through, then I will progress with it further. But otherwise, it could be worth opening up to other opportunities, if any come your way. The other thing is that if there is a pushback on this relationship, if Zeus is pushing, then it could be worth doing some divination, some dream magic perhaps, to commune during sleep and try to gain a further relationship that way. So it's going to depend entirely on circumstance, and obviously I certainly don't know the entire context. Will there be any videos in the future to help us work on sensing spirits? Is this something you might have in your book? I might. Potentially, maybe. There's actually a few questions in here where I know that I've seen them come up on the way past of like, are you going to do any videos about this subject? I'm like, I don't want to do a video on it because I'm writing about it. So there may well be. I have that energy sensing video that's already out, which can be adapted. So it would be that you can push energy out, draw it back in again. And that action can help sense anything around your space, because if you know what your energy feels like, anything else that's attached onto that is going to feel really, really weird, or at least off. And so that's one way of sensing that's just very, very brief. I was wondering how you handle people, especially other magic practitioners, tearing into you about your knowledge and credentials when you don't go in depth. I honestly don't even really think about it, honestly, because, I mean, everyone's practice is so unique, and not everything can or should be shared. You know, there's so many paths and traditions out there that are oath-bound. There's so many connections that people have with spirits and deities that are very private. Even servitors and familiars, their relationships are very private, and usually people don't share information on it. And I think that there's such a wide breadth of information out there. There's thousands of books being published, and podcasts, and content creators, and people who post information on Instagram, and all of these things, that I think there's so much out there that people can piece together what works for them, and it shouldn't be taken from any one person anyway. I think it should be taken from a plethora of different sources so that we don't get the bias and the bad habits of any individual person. And so I think, if anything, I just don't think about it. I don't really think about it that much, because I share what I'm comfortable with sharing, and everything else can be found in so many other places, and people can take that information and grow with it and develop it on their own, or they can find other sources of information that are similar but maybe slightly different and add it into their own practice. Yeah, I think that's just the way I tend to go with it. I find overthinking things, I'm terrible for it, but overthinking things just gets you kind of stuck, and it just gets you in this rut that you can't get out of. What's the difference between worship and work with divinity? So worship is devotion. It is you giving and giving and giving, and you don't need anything in return. You might occasionally ask for something in return, but it is, you are devoting yourself to a deity. You are worshipping them as superior, as higher, as greater, as more significant, as more pure, as less sinful in a lot of religions. To work with a deity is much like you would work with a partner, a lab partner, for instance, or if you're on a school project. It's the difference between asking a higher up for aid and maybe getting it, or working alongside someone and figuring it out together. That's really the main difference, at least in my experience, is that to work with is to sort things out together, to commune with one another, to give and take. It's an even relationship. It is not give, 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 or take, take, take. It's a balanced relationship. And that doesn't mean it's better. That just means it's different than a devotional or worship-based relationship where you are giving offerings and you are devoting yourself to them without anything in return. There might be no communication there. It might simply be a one-sided thing that you are wanting to do rather than something that you are working together in. Right. Ooh, I don't know the answer to this one, so I'm opening this up to all of my questions are opened up to anyone who knows otherwise. And that is, I recently started adding wild mushrooms, toxic and non-toxic, to my craft and apothecary. Any recommendations on books for using mushrooms and fungi in magic? Now, I don't know of any books specifically on mushrooms and fungi, so I'd love to know if anyone has any answers. Let us know, and I would absolutely love to learn more about it. Oh no, I'm lost. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna have to go for this one. I've astral travelled where I remember the entire experience being so real. Then there are times I wake up with my ring taken off or a particular scratch. Could I be in astral travel and not remember? Interesting one. I'm inclined to say no, simply because generally, if you astral travel without knowing it, that is a consistent thing. And over time, when people want to start learning about this, they might start noting down the things that they remember when they wake up, and slowly but surely, things are unveiled to them. They start experiencing and remembering things that they normally wouldn't be able to remember. It's very unusual to have it be, I can remember astral travel perfectly on some occasions and then not remember it at all. It might be that you are experiencing activity in your space while you sleep and you maybe don't realize that it's happening. I think that is more where my gut is taking me, because I think it's quite unusual for someone to be so good at remembering astral travel and then sometimes not remember anything at all. You might want to look into your environment to make sure that there's nothing there that might be affecting you while you sleep. Look into mirrors, make sure your bedroom is suitably protected and all of that kind of stuff. Has anyone read A Broom at Midnight? I have. It's a very good book. I very much enjoyed it, but of course I did. It's the exact kind of thing that I would enjoy, honestly. So a lot of these, especially the ones about figuring out what type of spirit is in your house, I've had that question quite a few times. Because I have already answered it, I'm not going to keep answering it. So that's the reason why I'm skipping those ones, simply because I already spent like 10 minutes diving into that one. Yeah. Oops. Ooh, I have been having a hard time with finding a balance between Christianity and witchcraft. I keep being told that the old gods are actually just fallen angels and it's demonic. Help. I mean, it's very difficult for me to say, because while I grew up in a Christian sort of society, not really anymore, but kind of, I don't really have any of that strong Christian upbringing that a lot of people have, and so I don't struggle with that balance so much. What I will say, though, is we have documented evidence of people worshipping and working with these deities that long predate Christianity even existing as a formalized religion. And so, in my mind, I find it very difficult that a newer religion has a right to say everything else is demonic. I'm the only one. I'm the best. I'm the only thing that matters. I find that very, very difficult for me personally, because just from a timeline perspective, how does that work? I can't rationalize it in my mind, but that's because I've not been brought up with this. I've not had to learn this for a long part of my life, and I don't think that they have to be either or. I think you can take what works as your spirituality from each and balance it out. I mean, the other thing is that witchcraft doesn't require any other gods. It doesn't require anything. So anything that you add into it doesn't have to be witchcraft. It can be separate from. So old gods are not necessarily a part of witchcraft unless you choose to add them in as such. But I will be interested to know if anyone has any experience with this themselves in the chat, because obviously I don't have any personal experience with this. I think it's all about being prepared to say to people, you have the right to believe that, but that doesn't have to be something that I believe. Because even within set traditions, set religions, there's variability in how people perceive the writings, the teachings, how people practice that within their lives. Different people do different things. And so it's about setting that boundary of, okay, well, you might believe that, but that doesn't mean that I have to believe that. And I think that boundary is a really important thing to set, regardless of religion or tradition. It even applies within the witchcraft community, especially when you get into social groups. The number of times I've had people walk up to me and say, I'm the only one that knows this information, or I'm the only one that's practicing this correctly, or this is the only correct technique. And you just have to sit there and be like, really? You have the only correct technique in the entire world? Really? Everyone is so variable and unique, and if someone's practice or religion or spirituality works for that individual, that's all that matters, honestly. And if you feel comfortable working with it in the way that you work with it, it doesn't matter what anyone else says. It is what you feel comfortable with that is the most important thing. Do witches fight? And if so, how? I mean, I suppose have you ever been to a moot or a pagan gathering? Occasionally you might find that after having a few too many pints, people might have a bit of a disagreement in the pub car park. I suppose they fight much like anyone else would fight. I wouldn't recommend it necessarily. You risk hurting yourself, but that's one way. I mean, people do send negative spells at people, and that energy is often bounced up and out and away, and some people return it back and forth and have a tennis match with it, but it's nothing fantastical. We're not talking like shooting fireballs or anything like that. I'll be honest, most witches fight simply on social media or in pub car parks, probably. The same way most other people fight, honestly. Right, where was I? Oh, this is one that I answered earlier, and unfortunately I've already run out of them. I don't have that many spooky experiences. I mean, I have a few, maybe more than some, but yeah, this one was if you have any new interesting or spooky spirit encounters. And generally not that many at the minute. I'm having more at the minute than I am usually, but that's because my space is generally fairly protected. But the big one was that lady. The big one was that lady, and that was really interesting to me. The rest have been just kind of little things. Just like little niggly things that are definitely not normal. So like yesterday, it's not really spooky. It might be spooky for some people. I didn't find it that spooky. There's this one section that yesterday alone, if you walked through the section of hallway, it was freezing cold. Like, I want to put a jacket on, cold. And my house is usually kind of cold, but that was like a whole new level of cold. And this I can actually add on to the things that you might notice if there's a spirit in your property. You might have areas that are like very hot or very cold. And for whatever reason, this one section of my corridor was freezing cold. And it was literally like this like dome of cold. The rest of it was a normal temperature, which I thought was really interesting. It wasn't like active spirit activity. It was almost like someone was just standing there, this quite tall, they would be quite tall person was just standing in the middle of the corridor, not moving, not doing anything. And they were there for a good, maybe like 3 hours. They were just there. They weren't moving, interacting, saying anything, communicating in any way, shape or form. It was the weirdest thing. It was the weirdest thing. And usually I don't experience that in the house, because it's often spirits that are more interested in gaining attention, or perhaps more negative spirits that will give you these like really strong temperatures. Sometimes people say that really cold is good and really hot is bad. I find that it doesn't really matter. Really, either is quite unusual. So that was just a very odd thing that I had happen. Just this weird cold spot that today has gone. So it's not like it was a regular occurrence or anything. They've gone, and actually they disappeared like yesterday. They just poof, gone, never to be seen again probably, but it was just very interesting. Oh, here we go. I just brought a new beautiful wooden wand. I want to know the best way to cleanse and bless it before using it. So this is very, very much going to depend on tradition. Some people will have specific rituals where they consecrate their magical tools. In some cases, this involves a certain hour, a certain day, a certain direction of altar facing. It involves certain words being used and water being, whatever this is, a sprinkle, a smidge, I'm not sure, a zhuzh of water being kind of like over a space. This is not very descriptive. I hope that I don't even know what that's called. A salt bay of water just drizzled over the top of it. And that's how they consecrate it, with set words. Some people will simply wave it through smoke and they will use it that way. Some people will have a set ritual where they dedicate this item as solely being used for ritual use. I will be honest, I am basic. I'm really basic, because if I pick up a wand and I really like the energy of it, I won't do anything with it. It doesn't matter how many other people have touched it. It doesn't matter any of that. If I vibe with the energy of it as it is, I'm keeping it as it is. And I'm really simple. And some people would be like, oh my God, don't do that. But that's okay. It works for me. Some people might want to cleanse it with smoke or leave it out in moonlight. These kind of things, that they're all options, but definitely not a requirement unless your tradition specifically calls for it. I was to refresh my warding bowl this lunar eclipse. What are your thoughts on this? Would this strengthen the working or more negatively affect it? I mean, neither. Probably you can just use that power without it having any real influence on it. The only thing I will say is that this is a great time for that warding bowl to be active and working. So if you're going to do it, just make sure you've got other things in place so that if anything is around the area that's got a lot more energy than it usually would, you're not going to be affected by it. But I don't think it's necessarily going to have too strong effects either which way, unless you choose to kind of channel a part of that energy, like an aspect of it, into that working. I have never heard this in my entire life. This is the first time I've ever had this. You look like Taylor Swift when she wears a dark lip. I'm going to take that as a massive compliment, by the way. I've never, ever had Taylor Swift. I've had a plethora of different people, many of whom I've never heard of. Never had Taylor Swift before, but I gotta say, I don't see it, but thank you. Not spooky related, but do you listen to Phil Dell? I have no idea who that is. Let's have a look. Ooh, I don't know who this is, but I'm definitely going to check them out now. So I'm going to write this down. Let's have a look. Okay. Noted, so that I can remember it for later. Okay. Which are your strongest clairs? So I think I have gone into this before, and mostly it is just knowing. Honestly, I will just get things coming through. I will just get colours, scenes, sights, just things that I'm not actually seeing a lot of the time. It's just information is the thing that I get the most out of everything. Other than that, it very much varies per spirit. I tend to smell and see more than I hear, and definitely more than I taste. I have to say that tasting is the one that I think is the least common, just of all of them generally, not just with me, but I think it's one of those very niche ones, and it's kind of hard to even comprehend how it happens, but it's that one of, if someone has often smoked a lot of cigars, when you're in a space where that person is present, you also might taste cigar. Or if someone had a particularly favorite glass of wine, you might taste that wine exactly when you're in that space. And it's a really, really unusual one to have. And I don't know of anyone personally who's experienced it themselves, but that is definitely my least. Definitely. Even hearing is quite down there. Like, I will get it occasionally, but more often than not, spirit encounters that I have are completely silent. Like, unnervingly so. Like, the world just kind of pauses. So for me, it's like knowing, sight, smell, sound, and then it would be taste. I don't think I've ever had taste. That is such a weird one. I would love to know if anyone has experienced that themselves, like tasting a spirit encounter. I would love to know, because I've never known anyone personally who has experienced that. Ooh, have you ever read any of Val Thomas's books? Published by Troy Books? Oh, Of Chalk and Flint. Wait, I haven't read it yet. Is that the one that's got a grey cover with a dragon on? It's like a dragon type figure on the front of it. Anyway, I'm not sure. I'm going to check it out anyway. I think I might have it in my collection. It's on my, if I do, it's in my to be read pile, which is honestly becoming tremendously long. Like, problematically long. So we'll see. Do you recommend avoiding doing any spells at Samhain? I was thinking of doing a healing spell for someone, but I'm not sure if I should. You can do some spells, you can choose to not do spells, whatever you fancy. I do spells at all of the Sabbats, basically. I have a full video on what I'm doing this year, actually. Yeah, it just depends on what you feel comfortable with. Some people are not going to like it, some people are going to like it. I mean, Samhain for many is the new year, so it's a good time for new beginnings, fresh starts, healings, all of this kind of stuff. It's also good for removing negativity, removing things if you perceive it as being the new year. And many people will simply just enjoy the Sabbath for what it is, and they won't do any workings. It's very, very flexible. What would you recommend for home protection for sliding glass doors, windows indoors, and solariums? I have lots of glass in my house. Magical cleaning products, ? Yeah, magical cleaning products are phenomenal for this. And depending on your space, you can also lock them a little bit like how you would lock a mirror. Basically, it's the same technique as locking a mirror. But this isn't always ideal if you live in a space where people are going to be like, why do you have random symbols drawn on your windows? Like, that's going to get kind of difficult. But yeah, magical cleaning products are great, especially ones specifically for protection are wonderful for this. You can make your own or you can get them from a trusted supplier. Anything really works. It's just an extra added layer of protection. This is really interesting. Would receiving the 5 of Swords put in a mailbox by an unknown person be inherently negative, or can it be used for the positive? Like, I'm confused as to why anyone would even do this. I'm honestly just kind of baffled. I always have to look at pictures. That's what I've loaded this up for, because I'm a very visual person. So, like, I get meanings from pictures. The number of the card has no meaning to me. So, I'm honestly baffled as to why anyone would even do that. Like, this is truly baffling. I would love to know if anyone has any ideas on this one. But, like, collecting the spoils in disregard for everyone around you, like, it's a very odd. At least that's always how I read the card. It's very unusual to put it in someone's letterbox. I don't know. Interesting. I don't know any reason for it personally. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily see it as being a positive or a negative card. For me, it's one of them. It entirely depends on context. And this has no context. I wonder if anyone else in the area has experienced something different. Maybe it's someone just randomly putting cards into people's letterboxes and it's more people and that just happens to be the card that you've gotten. I don't know. People do weird things. Ooh, I'm trying to learn about making pacts with deities and spirits, but I can't find anything based in reality. Thoughts? That's interesting, actually. I mean, the thing with it is it's entirely unique to traditions and to people. And so it isn't always something that you can document for everyone to use the same. So for me, any pacts with deities and spirits that are made are done on a verbal agreement. It is an agreement that has been come to through communication and agreed upon. And this can come in many different forms. That could be through meditation, through dreams, through divination, through communication, through the clairsenses, whatever it is that works for any individual. But I don't find that there is any one set way of doing it. I think the problem might be that there's just so many different techniques out there. I don't do anything super specific. There's no rituals, there's no anything. It's simply just that communication and then agreeing on an outcome, essentially, is how I have always done it. And so that's all I can really speak on. Since you're an empath, can you share tips for daily shielding or shielding on the go when you forget to do it at home? This is a very annoying answer, and I know it. I got to the point where I was shielding so often every single day and basically never taking it down that I don't even purposefully do it anymore. It's just become like this default, it's just their thing. And I will now only really experience a problem when I'm ill or I'm really stressed, and then everything becomes incredibly overwhelming again because I'm not having that energy to focus on it. So I'd say the best advice I can have is carry something. If you need to carry something for extra protection, extra shielding, a stone, a sigil, a little bag that you can have with you at all times, and you carry it around with you, basically just like in your purse, in your pocket, in your jacket, wherever, so that even if you forget to do your manual kind of shielding, you still have something that's going to offer you some help in that regard. And hopefully that'll stop any issues from occurring if you do have a tendency to forget. And then making it a habit of doing it at the same time every day, or when you put on a certain piece of clothing or do a certain thing, can help make it so that it's an automatic thing. So like when you unlock your front door, every time you unlock your front door, you are doing your shielding. And then it gets to the point where every time you unlock your front door, you do it without even thinking about it because you've linked those two things together, which makes it a lot easier. I mean, I've got to the point now where it's very unusual for me to not have shields up. And when I do, it's usually because other things are happening. So that's probably the best way of doing it consistently, is to kind of link it to something mundane. Oh, I've got so many witchy movies. I've only just got to this bit, honestly. So I'm taking notes of these, and I will say which ones if you're new. I asked people's favorite witchy movies, and we've got Practical Magic, Hocus Pocus. Oh, Hocus Pocus is a great one, isn't it? I love Hocus Pocus. The Bewitched TV show, I concur, was amazing. Belladonna of Sadness, I have never heard of. So that is being noted down, because I need to watch that. What else have we got? Death Becomes Her. That is so good. Love Witch. Yes. The Good Witch, movie or TV show. I didn't know there was a movie. I knew there was a TV show. Okay. I'm going to write that down as well, because I want to be able to watch these. I know that Halloween is basically upon us, but still. Oh, Kiki's Delivery Service. That is a movie I've never watched. my favourite of all time in that kind of production, what is it even called? Like because it's Studio Ghibli. I never know how to say that. My favourite of all of them is actually Howl's Moving Castle. That one is amazing. I think I need to add Kiki's Delivery Service on this as well. We've also got The Witches of Eastwick. Damn. Okay. I'm going to add these up in the process. Kiki Delivery Service. My writing is getting messier and messier as the day goes on. What was the other one? I literally just said it. Kiki's Delivery Service. Oh, The Witches of Eastwick. Witches of Eastwick. Which was that one? I don't know if anyone's going to know. It was like a TV series, and it sounded very similar to The Witches of Eastwick. And they like cancelled it really early on, and it was so good. And it was one of those, why did you cancel it? That was amazing. Kind of TV shows. That was very similar. The Witches of... Oh, it could have been The Witches of East End. Is that one of them? I don't know. Names elude me. It was very good, though. Right, where we have here. Oh, okay. I bought a unicorn oracle deck. The art is beautiful, but the book seems silly. How can I go about using the deck outside of the booklet? I mean, just go by what you perceive each image as representing. Is basically how you do that anyway. Is that you basically just don't use the book and go solely off the colours of the artwork and the symbolism in the artwork and the feeling that you get from each card, and just doing it that way. It's the way a lot of people do it anyway. I mean, guidebooks are something that not everyone even uses. Some people will just pick up a deck of cards and they'll just read it. So honestly, if the book seems silly, just disregard it. Just push it to one side and just use them intuitively. Where was I? Oh no. It just jumped. It just jumped so bad. Okay. Scroll. Oh, I really hope I'm not missing any. Okay, I definitely think I might be missing some. Oh no. I'm definitely missing some. I'm so sorry if I end up missing missing people's questions. Unfortunately, YouTube has a tendency to do this, so I am going to just try and speed up a little bit so that I don't lose any more. As always, everything I do is chronological. I'm currently only on minute 90 of this live stream, yet I'm nearly 3 hours in. So please excuse the fact that I am a little bit behind. I'm going to try and speed through them so that I don't lose any more. I am really hoping I haven't lost any more, but we'll see. I'm just going to like power through, and then I'll get back to talking a little bit more about witchy movies later. Where was I? Let's go with, where's the first question? Where was the first question? This one. This one, okay. You've recommended tarot before to divine who my astral guides are, since they're around me always, but how do I do this via tarot? A specific reading. I'm dying to engage with them and thank them for safely escorting me at night. So with this, it's when you're doing that reading, you are opening it up to them. So you are saying that you would like your guides to come through to you in this reading to let you know where to stop and which cards to draw. So you are shuffling. Do I actually have a deck here? I do have a deck here. Let's use this deck as an example. So instead of using your own intuition, instead you want to be focusing on working with them. So rather than having like a general stopping point, so some people will shuffle like 3 times, 9 times and then stop. Instead, you're going to have this like gut feeling of like, hang on a minute, I'm being told I need to stop here. So when that's the case, you're going to want to stop and then ask them, do you want me to take it from the top? Do you want me to take it from the middle? Do you want me to take it from the bottom? And usually if I'm pulling it apart gently, I'm not sure if you can see that, I'm splitting it, and it's like, which one? Middle, bottom, this one. Like here. So they are basically going to guide you through where you're going to do it. And then you simply just start pulling cards. So what is this one? This one is the hair. And then you will simply just go as many as you need to. What's this one? The pentagram. And then see what comes up, the she. And then you might do 3, stop, and then go, do I need to do any more? Any more that you want me to do? And they might go, take one off the bottom. So you take one off the bottom. And then you're adding that into that working. And you might find, obviously these are oracle cards. I'd recommend doing this with tarot. It makes more sense. You're likely going to have an archetype card in there. It's fairly likely you're going to have something that is going to focus around a particular person. And that might give you an indication of the kind of figure that you're dealing with. If they were a person, like a human, you might find that you get something about them in that card. So it could be the high priestess. You might find that it could be an archetype. So it could be something like strength. And that's something that they are wanting to help you with and work with. You might find that particular figures come through. So you might get every card is very feminine in the way it is presenting, whether they are the figures on the cards, the characters, or whether it's the energy that you're getting off it. And these things are all going to tell you information about that person, or that spirit, that figure that's coming through to you, or what they're willing to work with you in regard to. And then you can also work with pendulums as well for that. Yes, no answers are always great, or you can use a talking board type of environment. For anyone that is wondering, this is the Celtic Spirit Oracle. It's the one I'm currently keeping next to my computer, basically, so that I can read as I'm editing, basically, so that I can actually read, because I found that when I put the Moonology deck in front of me, I read a lot more than I would normally. So that's how I would do it via card reading of any kind. I would say you are definitely going to have better results with tarot because there are archetype cards. It's just going to give you a good indication of this. So I'm going to put these all to one side so that I can read them later because I don't have time right now. And yeah, that's just one of many ways of doing it, but tarot is definitely better than oracle. But this kind of technique, this allowing your guides to read for you, basically telling you information through them, is a great way of doing it if you want to expand your reading journey. Allow the spirits to take over for that answer so that you can gain a little bit more information than you might otherwise. I work with storms and I have very odd things happen, like winds changing direction or severe storms happening after visualization, head riding, etc. Any thoughts? This could be a good sign that you might be a storm practitioner. I've experienced similar. Very, very fun. And so it could be worth playing around with it. That energy is something that you can work with and it is incredibly powerful. And so it's worth checking out. I want to hear your thoughts about this. Sage, some say they cleanse their space, others say you attract beings into the space. Thoughts? I don't have many. I use rosemary. I don't use it. So I don't know if anyone else has any experience with this. I tend to stick with rosemary and that works great as a cleansing agent for me personally. I don't really have all that much experience working with much else. So let me know if you have any opinions. Where was I? Are you going to make a video? This was the other question I saw coming in. Are you going to make a video about creating a servitor? I'm not going to create a video on the subject as of right now. Does, however, have its own chapter. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I know I get people asking all the time. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'll get there eventually. Where was I? I need to figure out where the question was. Oh, that's a great idea. Sorry, this is way back. This is like an hour and a half back. We were talking about magical names and about how you can find them. And someone said another way is to go into trance and perform automatic writing. That is such a good idea. I never thought about doing that. That's a great way of doing it, especially for people who tend to overthink. Maybe you can commune with your guides and see if they have any good ideas for names that might come through to you. That sounds so good. So good. And then in regard to Brian Froud, which was the question just afterwards, I have mentioned it before on my trip on the vlog words on my vlog that I made when I went to Cornwall. I mentioned the Vale of Avalon and King Arthur and all that stuff. Well, there's actually a TV show. It is Myths and Legends, I think it's called, by Jonathan Ross. And episode 4 is all about Tintagel and the Vale of Avalon. And they have a little bit of an interview with Brian Froud, and you get to hear like his technique for creating his artwork. And it's amazing. It's so intuitive. He doesn't start with a plan. He just starts by drawing an eye. And then like the art just merges out of this eye that he's created, almost like he's channeling a being that is coming through that eye. His style of working is just amazing. So if you're interested in Brian Froud and his kind of fairy artwork, that is definitely something to check out. It's only a really small section of the show, but it was so enjoyable. Just to see his entire style, his practice. Oh, how do you know if a spirit has really left a space or if it's just quieted down and not active at the moment? Energy sensing. 100%, that is what I will always use. You can almost always tell if everything is still, but when you sense energy, you can tell that there's something not quite right there. Everything might be quiet, but it isn't over. You know that there's still a spirit in that space. If everything is quiet and energetically you can't pick up on anything, it's quite likely they've moved on from that space. And if you don't want them back again, then put up some protections now before they do get back. How would I start a grimoire for a novice witch? So I don't know which way to take this question, so I'm going to take it the most likely way, which is like a book of shadows, and you are writing your own book of shadows as someone who's newer to the practice. So in that regard, it would be write down your practice. It doesn't matter if it was successful or not. It doesn't make a difference. Write it down. Write everything you possibly can down. A great technique that I've started using really recently actually is I'll write down a working and then I will include an envelope that's like pasted into the page next to it. And in that envelope goes the occasions that I've used the spell, any updates on that spell, any specific additions that I would add if I were doing it again, and then date everything so that you know when you did it. And then every time you do that spell, you can add another piece of paper into that envelope to identify what worked, what didn't, the circumstances, what did you do at a different time. All this kind of stuff is incredibly useful. I wouldn't necessarily say that you need anything fancy, any particular order or anything. Just write down your practice. It can be spells that failed, and you can write down why you think it failed, the things that you did that didn't work out. It's basically just a way of mapping out your journey and your practice so that you can use it again in the future, basically. So, yeah, that is how I would go in that regard. So, where was I? Why do I have It's a Small World in my head? Of all songs to have in my head, It's a Small World? I don't even know where that's even from. I know it's at the theme park thing, isn't it? Like, but otherwise it's where is It's a Small World even from? If anyone knows, I think it's an American thing. If anyone knows, let me know, because I'm confused as to why that's in my head. Right. Where was I? I think this one's in like multiple parts, and I don't know if I have the first part. I think there might be a first part that I'm missing, but I'll go off the second part if I can anyway, which is, I pray to gods and goddesses, send healing, but this person's acting too nice. I protect, wear pentagrams, crystals, how can I shield more? Ideally, active shielding is probably the next step beyond that point, where you are manually putting energy up to shield and protect you from harm. You can also do this on spaces as well. It's probably the next step, alongside maybe having some kind of protective guardian even in that space, reaching out to ancestors to come and aid you as well. If that's something you need, you can always burn protective candles when you're in a home, for instance, to kind of have that protection while you are present in that space. And take it a little bit of a step further, because crystals, pentagrams are quite limited in the energy they can provide alone. Adding additional workings onto that is going to massively increase the strength of anything, so that it will better suit a situation. Oh, have you either read? The answer is no, straight away. It's going in the book. Have you either read the Book of Ancestors? Book of Ancestors. Now I realise why I type rather than write, because typing is so much quicker. Book of Seances. I haven't, and I definitely need to now. I will add them to my ever-growing list. If anyone else has read these, let me know what you thought of them. I would love to know in advance. Lets me know whether I should actually buy them or not, because there were some books where I've bought them and I look back at the reviews afterwards and I'm like, oh, yeah, I probably shouldn't have got that. It's Disney's theme song from Disneyland. How did I... Wait. It's their theme song? Wait. I did not know that. I've never been to Disney. Can you tell? That's cool. That just came out of nowhere. This is one of you's humming it. You must be. It's the only reason why I've got it in my head. Either that or I probably saw it on like an Instagram reel like 10 hours ago and I completely forgot about it. But yeah. Yeah, Art Sorcerer said, this is exactly what confused me about the question, actually, because the question a minute ago about how do I create a grimoire for a novice, the wording really threw me off, because a grimoire is typically a book that has been created for the purpose of other people reading it, whereas a Book of Shadows is typically your own personal journey. So I couldn't tell if it was like a Book of Shadows for themselves as a novice, or a grimoire designed to be read by other novices. I wasn't quite sure. I think I went for what I thought would be the most likely option. But honestly, you never know. I never know, and I could sit and talk about something for like 10, 20 minutes, and then it be the wrong context anyway. How does a novice go about finding what deities to work with? The immediate question, I suppose, is, do you need to work with deities? Is it something that you actively want to participate in, or something that you feel as though you should? That's really the big question, I think. Because I find a lot of people, especially on social media, think that they need to work with deities, and you don't have to. It is something you can just choose to do. In terms of choosing deities, you might find that deities will reach out to you, and they will often come through in dreams, in meditations. You might find symbols, signs, names start appearing time and time again. And in which case, if you see something repeating, and TikTok doesn't count, the number of people I have come to me and be like, oh, I keep seeing Dionysus appearing on my TikTok feed. And it's like, yeah, it's because you keep interacting with posts about Dionysus. But if we're talking like signs that have no reason, like you keep seeing swans, and it's not a time of year where you would normally see swans, and people are mentioning a swan, and then you see it on TV, and then you see like 5 swans, and you're like, but swans shouldn't be here right now. And then you're dreaming about swans, and then in your divination you keep getting a swan on a card, like each card you draw has a swan on it. Then it's something you might want to look into, and then You would look up deities that are associated with swans, for instance, and see who comes up. And you might find that there's one that immediately, as soon as you read their name, it's like all the lights inside your brain go on. Like this immediate connection. And that is a good place to start. And then if you experience that, then it's worth kind of looking into their mythology, their folklore, and seeing if they're willing to push back again. But usually if they reach out to you, then they are willing to work with you generally. If you want to simply reach out to them, that is an option, but it is something that you would have to reach out slowly, look up their mythology, give some offerings, and see if they're willing to push back again, and deciding then if that's something you wanna work with. Not all deities will push back, but any that do, you can always progress and work with further. Oh, interesting. Let's have a look. I've wanted to be an author since I was 12, and I'm thinking about using a skull candle to help get a literary agent to accept my book. But I'm submitting dozens. Is that the right tactic? I mean, it's definitely one of them. Yeah, it's definitely something that you can do. Many people will use these kind of representational figures, and especially skulls, at least for me, is about mental spaces, opinions, thoughts. It's less about emotions and more about logic. And so I find that skulls are particularly useful when you want someone to perceive something a certain way, or want to think or focus on something in particular, which is incredibly useful in this regard because you want yours to stand out and you want them to think of it in a positive light. So yeah, I think that's a really good approach. I mean, it's one of so many, but you're definitely on the right track there. And I hope that you succeed. I really do. Where was I? Are you familiar with Ronald Hutton? I am. I love his work. The Witch is a phenomenal book, and I've had the chance to hear him speak on multiple occasions now, both on like online talks and in person, and it doesn't matter what he talks about. He is phenomenal. Like I've heard him speak about the history of vampires in literature, and at face value, I was like, I'm not going to enjoy that. That sounds really boring. But then I realised it's Professor Ronald Hutton. It doesn't matter what he says. It's going to be interesting. He just has this way of making everything just so engaging. So yeah, if anyone has the chance to listen to him speak, especially about witchcraft subjects, please do it. There's a documentary that he's actually a part of. It's, I don't know what the actual documentary was called, but it's essentially like King of the Witches. It's all about Gerald Gardner, the rise of Wicca. It's all titled Witchcraft, but it's more focusing on the rise of Wicca, and he does that documentary, and it's really, really good. It's not obviously going to be suitable for every style of practice, but it definitely explains some of the development of Wicca and the rise of modern witchcraft as we see it today, which is very good. What do you think about consecrated necklaces? I just bought a Lilith necklace on Etsy and there were two options, consecration and no consecration. I chose without it. What's your opinion? I would have probably gone the same way personally, but that's because I would rather do my own. If I was going to do it, I think I'd rather be the one to carry that out. I think they definitely have a place, especially with people who are just getting started, but especially when it comes to working with deities and pieces that are related to deities, I think it's very important to do that work. It's very hard to bypass the hard work when it comes to connection with spirits, connection with deities. So it has its place, certainly. I personally would probably choose without, and then if I wanted to do it, I would do it myself. But then I have the fortune of knowing how to do that, and if people are just getting started, then that might be something that they would like some help with, just so they can get started and develop their practice themselves slower, perhaps, without having to jump into it, if that makes any sense. Right. Oh yeah, this is, I didn't see this one earlier. That is actually really sad. This is all about the whole spirit attachment thing. This is how far behind I am. I'm not like involved in conversation because I'm like so far behind. Said what's sad about having a spirit that's forced into an object is that they'll see the haunted energy from the items and then abandon the item, leaving that spirit alone or trapped or left in a display to be oogled at in a museum. That is really true. And it's something that we see a lot, actually, is it's a shadow. I'm like, what is on my arm? And then I realised it's a shadow. We do see this a lot, especially in the rise of popularity of haunted objects, especially haunted dolls we're seeing this with at the minute. People were buying them to make YouTube videos out of them. And that is... it's kind of a twofold thing, because there are many people who were opened up about the world of haunted objects and found something that they're really passionate about from that popularity. It's the same thing with witchcraft. With the rise in popularity, you get a lot of people finding witchcraft that are genuinely very interested in it, but you also get a lot of giant corporations that try to sell and make a profit out of witchcraft, and it becomes a problem in that regard, but it's also very useful in other ways. And the same happened with the haunted objects, was that people were buying these haunted dolls. And while the earlier ones are legitimate haunted dolls, the later ones are more likely to be fakes that were simply made for a profit because so many people were buying them for YouTube videos. But any of them that were legitimate haunted objects, where do you think they are now? Because those people that made videos of them and unboxing them and like testing to see if they're actually haunted dolls, they aren't making videos with them anymore. You don't see them in the background. They aren't being taken care of. They aren't being looked after. They aren't being spoken to. They are probably in a storage locker somewhere, or they've been thrown in the bin and they've just been disregarded like they are insignificant. And this is what I mean when I say that I think that sometimes there's a bit too much of a I don't believe in it, therefore why should I respect it approach to things like witchcraft and spirituality in general. Is that if that object is truly a haunted object, if that really is a haunted doll, that spirit is now trapped in a doll that is sitting in a landfill somewhere, never seeing another person, never communicating with anyone, never being able to experience anything. And that's really horrible to think about. And this is why when any of these things are purchased, I think we have to take a great deal of care to know that you are going to respect them. And so a lot of people now, a lot of really, really good sellers of these products actually have you do like a survey and like have like an interview with you beforehand. And it sounds so bizarre, but it means that they can weed out the people who are not going to look after them, which I do think is really important. And perhaps that is I didn't think of it earlier, but perhaps that is a good way of identifying what a good seller of spirit companions is versus, or haunted objects is, versus someone who's doing it for profit, is they will truly care about the spirit. It's not just about the money. It's not just about the entire idea of a haunted object. They actually want to take care of the haunting, the spirit of that object. It's not just about making money, and I think that's really important. And this just shows why I think I've got to like try and bounce up and down the chat, because I'm so far behind that I'm like doubling up on conversations because I'm like, ooh, thinking of a new thing now. Right. I'm now imagining a spirit rescue program to save the court spirits and release them. Yeah, I mean, that is something that people do. People will buy these haunted objects and they will specifically ask the spirit if they want to be attached to it or not. Now, I've had experience personally of only on one occasion actually of a spirit that is contained for good reason, and that was what was it called? A letter opener. You know, like the old-fashioned, like Victorian letter openers that had the worst spirit attached to it. I've not felt anything like it ever before or ever since. It just had this gooey, disgusting energy attached to it, and it was something else. It was something else. And I got the opinion actually because I wasn't the one that bought it. My friend bought it, who's also a practitioner, and we both said, "Oh, this is nasty." And it was, a spirit was on it, like on the item, and it was there for a reason. We quickly realized it was there for a reason. It's there for a reason because the spirit was so vicious, so nasty, that the only safe way of dealing with it was to attach it to an object, which was then probably kept in a house for a very, very long time, because this was like like an antique shop that got stock is the wrong word, but product and items from deceased homes where there was no one to take any of the items, and so they went in and they took all the items out of that house so that the house could be sold. And it probably has sat in someone's house with this horrific spirit attached to it for probably the better part of like 50 or something years. And that's the kind of spirit that is there for a reason, and usually you can tell pretty quickly. Whereas there are definitely the majority that I don't agree with forcefully attaching. The only time you'd ever really want to do it is if there is literally no other options. Oh, my mother collected hundreds of dolls. I always felt bad for them. I took the plastic bags off them so they could breathe. I used to do that as well. And maybe that is just a sign of kind of that animistic belief of, even if an object isn't haunted in any way. Even as a child, I used to think that all of my stuffed animals had spirits, and so I used to hate them when they were put in carrier bags or like bin bags for storage, because I felt like they couldn't breathe. I think maybe this is just like the animism belief starting really, really early on. And yeah, I still don't like seeing even like toys and stuff in plastic boxes. That's just a weird kind of lingering thing from childhood, I think. And I'm doing this now just so that it all links together, and that is, do you know of any way to release a spirit from a physical item that they've been bound to? And honestly, it's so individual to the object that I tend to give things to people who are far better at dealing with it than I am. It's entirely dependent on how they are there in the first place. Sometimes it is seals that are locking them into that object. And the problem with that is that unless the seal is on the object, if that seal is with the original person who locked up that spirit, there is very, very little you can do about it besides forcibly breaking the energetic seal on that object. If the seal is on the object, you can wipe away, erase that seal, usually with something like a cleansing agent of some kind, which will break the seal on that object. But really, if you're going to sell an object to someone else, you don't necessarily want that seal to be broken. And so a lot of the time the seal is kept with the person who made it, which is difficult. Sometimes they're just energetically contained. And so if you can break through kind of this shell, the best way I can describe it, it's almost like an energetic shell around it, then you can release it that way. Sometimes you have to get even more complicated and detailed, and you're pulling off layers of different workings. This is why I tend to give it to someone who is better versed at this, because I certainly do not know everything about this subject. And luckily I am graced with friends who know considerably more about this than I do. So I tend to give it to them and they deal with it, and I trust that they are able to deal with them. So let's have a look where I was further here. I don't know where I was. Okay, there was a moth in my bathtub and it couldn't get out, so I took my pen, put it outside, and noticed that it couldn't fly because there was a tear on its wing. That's always the most heartbreaking thing, isn't it? Or like one of the worst things for me is like when if like there's a nuisance spider in the house and you put it outside and then you realize it's got less legs than it should have, and it's always so heartbreaking. Right, here we go. Someone said here, is your chosen name related to the goddess of the hearth, Hestia or Vesta? She's the first deity I worked with and still devoted to her, but I see she's not not necessarily popular. It's not so much related to that, no. My username actually comes more from a book that was written by Anna Franklin. It was the book that really grounded my practice a little bit. It's called Hearth Witch by Anna Franklin. It's a phenomenal book, really, really good. She's such a talented author, such a talented practitioner. And I was kind of floating in my magical practice. So I was a storm witch and an elemental witch, and I was a follower of traditional British Wicca for a massive chunk of my practice. And I was considering formal initiation, and it just didn't feel quite right. And I was bouncing from one thing to another. And then I read Hearth Witch by Anna Franklin, and as soon as I read that book, I was like, oh my God, this makes so much sense. My entire practice was basically in the pages of a book that I hadn't even read yet. And at that point, I was like, oh, that's where my practice is meant to be. So Hearth Witch is actually not my taken name, like my magical name. That is just the name that I use on the interwebs. I have a formalized, like a officially magical name that I have used in groups and stuff. But yeah, it's honestly just a dedication to her and that amazing book that massively changed my practice. And then when I needed a username for YouTube, I was already using the name on Tumblr and other places, and I was like, oh, I'll use this. So actually, one of my goddesses, my primary initial goddess was Bridget, who is the Irish goddess of the hearth, which is kind of fitting. And I actually didn't know that at the time. So when I actually found my goddess, my first goddess, Bridget, was actually before I read Anna Franklin's Hearth Witch, which I think is really cool because it kind of just showed that practice and that path was for me, because the goddess that came to me, I didn't know anything about at all before the signs started coming through to me, and it all just kind of meshed and merged together. Do you make soul cakes for Samhain? I don't, unfortunately. If so, can you please share a recipe? If not, what do you cook or bake for Samhain? I'm not a great baker. I'm really bad at it. I'm a throw everything in a pot and hope it works kind of a person. I'll be honest, I will probably be making chili. I like a good, like, fiery, warming meal for Samhain, especially because I plan on, like, going for a wander and seeing the kind of spirits I can encounter. And so something like a chili is usually a great meal for, like, getting all warm before we go out into the cold. But I don't do any specific cooking for any of the Sabbats because I'm not particularly proficient in the kitchen. I'm getting better at it, but I'm still when I find a recipe that works, I will make it for the rest of my life kind of person. I need to branch out. I need to, like, try new things, make new things, give it a go and see if it's nice. The problem is that I don't like cooking things unless I know it's going to be good, which is a bit of a problem. Our family tradition is chili and cornbread as dinner for Halloween. It's not just me. Yes, chili for Halloween. It needs to be a tradition. It should be. All that, and that's the other thing, like the fiery spicy is often used as protection. So it's a great way to power your magic too. If you want some kitchen witchcraft and you want to make it like hot and powerful and a little bit protective, add it into chili. Someone said here, this is like way down in the chat, but oh my goodness, where was it? Oh yeah, he did an online talk about vampires last week. I was there. I listened to that one. I saw, that's the first of the 2 talks that he's going to do. So like, I heard the other talk, the second one at Witchfest in May. Phenomenal. And then I was like, oh, he's doing the first one online. So I had to go and watch the first one. Very, very good. He's always such a good talker, Ronald Hunters. I suppose that he has to be. It's his job. His job is to talk and write and be a professor, and he's very good at it. Could I offer a vessel as a home for a spirit to stop with the haunting? Maybe like a teapot that's not completely shut and has an opening for it to leave if it wants to. I mean, yeah, I suppose you can. This is a good option for removing things from your space, and it can be different people will do it different ways, and different people will feel certain things are appropriate. So just take everything that I say as you can do it if you feel comfortable with it, but you don't have to do it. There's so many options out there, all that stuff. So some spirits want attention, and some spirits, you'll find especially child spirits actually like the comfort of having somewhere to stay in. So you can create a space for them and make it really appealing. And this can be done in a few ways. So you can make a space super appealing with lots of energy. It's a really useful way of doing it. You can make a space appealing by how it looks. So sometimes you'll find objects of a certain time period or that look a certain way are more appealing to spirits of said time period or who recognize the way something looks. So spirits will often like humanoid forms. So this is why haunted dolls are often haunted over teddy bears. It's not because the teddy bear is not as nice a vessel. It's that humanoid form is something that especially human spirits have been very accustomed to because they were once human. And so it's often very appealing, especially for spirits who are highly anxious, children. Do bear in mind that you can also get really malicious spirits using very innocent looking objects as vessels, but a lot of the time it is spirits who are uncomfortable, they want something they recognize, they go for a familiar form. So that familiarity is often just as important as energy, depending on the type of spirit that you're dealing with. And then this can be done for a few different reasons in a few techniques. So you can say to them that if I give you this spirit offering, will you remain in this vessel instead of being everywhere in my space? And they might agree, in which case they can have a vessel and then they stop bothering the rest of that space. This is why, for reference, I keep that deck of cards that's not nice at all, and it's because they are quite content being in that deck, and if they are in that deck they won't bother anything around it because that is that vessel that they feel comfortable being in. The other way of doing it is to say, you can have this energy, you can have this vessel, I will now remove you from my space. And they might go, deal, okay, I will accept that. I get a home and I get energy. That sounds good to me. And in which case, you can then do a few things with it. You can put that in your back garden. If you've protected your house, that spirit being in your back garden is not going to impact your internal space anymore. You can donate that item. This is the bit that some people really don't like. Some people don't like the fact that people donate items that are haunted. But if that spirit has agreed to reside within that item and they're not going to bother people outside of that item as long as they've got that item, then they're usually not going to be of any problem. Some people will give them to magical practitioners, to museums, to people in the community that are going to look after them, and sometimes they are given to other practitioners who will perhaps work with them in their own practice and maybe get on with them better. So there's lots of options. Some people will even sell them to people who are very respectful and are wanting to connect with them, all that kind of stuff. So there's a few options there, but yeah, I mean, as long as that spirit is not being contained, like forcibly contained, a lot of spirits are happy to temporarily reside in an object. So some of these questions I've definitely answered like earlier, so I'm not gonna repeat them too much. When could you do a tarot video? Oh, that is definitely going to be a whole thing. I don't know whether I should like maybe split it up into multiple videos, maybe have like a tarot series, just because I think that a lot of it is going to be it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot, honestly. You know how much I can talk. That video is going to be a lot, so I think I'm going to have to split it up. But if people are interested in it, I'll have to add it to the list. Oh my goodness, I didn't see this comment. I'm so sorry, Pixie Wisteria. You have an amazing name, by the way. Pixie Wisteria. I love wisteria as well. It's so beautiful. Do you have any tips for novices who want to find deities to work with? And also, sometimes when buying a crystal, I felt anxiety while holding it. Is that a sign that the crystal is not for me? So, the deities to work with, I believe, was a question by you from earlier in the stream. So I think I've already answered that one. I apologize if not, let me know. But when it comes to crystals, yeah, if you have a sense of anxiety when holding it, it could be a few things. It could be that the energy that the crystal offers is not something that you are used to processing. So this could be, for instance, a crystal for self-love. So something like rhodonite, just off the top of my head, something like rhodonite. If you are so accustomed to rejecting that energy, if you are so used to being given a compliment and straight up turning it down, of not appreciating yourself in any way, shape or form, the energy that crystal offers is going to feel very stressful. It's going to feel very alarming, especially if this is something that you are so accustomed to doing. And so for that reason, you might feel anxiety. But it could also be that the people that have handled the crystal before you have altered that energy. So every time someone picks up a crystal, anytime someone touches anything, a little bit like fingerprints, they leave this like energetic signature behind. And you might be experiencing that leftover energy, and that might be really horrible and icky and unappealing. It could also be that crystal is simply not for you, and in which case maybe try something of a similar vein but not quite the same. Oh, sitting in a chair hurts after a while. I've been trying to lucid dream and I've been finding myself aware in scary situations. I'm aware, but I can't control it. How can I learn to control my dreams? Well, the awareness is the first part. And it's also knowing that you can control it. So if you're aware in a situation, then you can control it. So it's not just a dream that you are observing. You are not watching a movie of you in a dream. Instead, if you are aware, then you know that you are present in that space. It is not a movie that you are watching that is going without you. You are a starring member. And in that regard, it's a case of having faith that you can control it, because if you're aware, you're already halfway there, basically more than. And then change little things. So instead of thinking, oh, I want a nice dream, 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 because you're not going to achieve anything that way to start off with. Instead, it's about changing little things. If you're running and you feel like you're not going anywhere, change the scenery. Change just something. Even if you feel like you're not going anywhere, well then build a wall behind you that's stopping the person that's following you or chasing you in your dream. Or if you're seeing nasty things, just imagine there's like a light switch next to you and you flick it on and all the lights come on, and then suddenly it's not that scary anymore. It's about these little changes, these small things that will allow you to build that strength in controlling dreams. It isn't a instant solution. It is something that grows with time, but the fact that you are present and aware in dreams instead of observing them means that you're already a good chunk of the way there. Ever had a nope, don't want to talk with trees? Oh yeah. Yes, 100%. There are some plants, some trees that you literally work alongside them, and then you reach out and you touch it and you go, would you like to work with me? And it goes, no. I'm like, okay, that's fine. There are definitely plants that I do not work with, and it's not because I would not like to work with them. It's that some plants are very much like a not today, not this week, not this month, not this year. Come back to me in a decade. And I'm like, okay. And that happens, and it's part of working with the spirit of the plant is knowing that you are not the center of the universe, right? And this is the thing that I think a lot of people struggle with, even subconsciously, is that they think that because they are the magical practitioner, all spirits should work with them. Well, I asked nicely and I gave a nice offering, so why aren't they working with me? But the reality is that they have their own thoughts, their own lives, their own intentions, their own goals. And sometimes they don't want to work with you. And sometimes your goals don't align with their goals. And sometimes they just don't like you as a person. Or perhaps they hold a grudge from something you did 20 years ago. There's something in the practice of just accepting that sometimes things don't want to work with you. And things don't always go your way. And plants are very honest in that regard. You will get usually very strong answers. Will you work with me? Anything less than a definitive yes, and it's a no. But sometimes you will get like a strong, oh, hell no. And at that point you have to be like, okay, tail between legs, walking off, fine. I'll find a different way of going about this. The one thing I would never recommend anyone doing is pushing past that and doing it anyway, because then you're likely just going to mess with your working. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Relic of Ages. Oh my goodness. That is mad. Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to focus on the question. I'm sorry. That, honestly, I always see your name, always, on so many streams and on Patreon and everything. At least I'm hoping it's Patreon. Otherwise, my brain is messing up the signals right now. And your continued support means a lot to me. And just coming on and watching the streams means so much. Do you have any suggestions for a witch with ADHD? Lately, I've been having trouble keeping visions out of my mind while trying to spell work. Not sure if it's the ADHD or something else. So I suppose that the way to go about this is maybe to not try and keep them out. It's to work around them. And it's a very tricky thing to do. But I think a lot of people do struggle with similar, whether that is because of stress or life or busyness or mental health problems or, any number of things that is going on in their life at that given time. And it's what I think meditation tends to stress people out, because they're often told, oh, you have to just block everything out. And especially in witchcraft communities, it's that don't think of anything else. If you think of anything else, you're going to ruin it. But I think there is something to be said about working our craft around the things that we are processing. And definitely with that, it could be worth having maybe an overriding switch, for instance. So always having a backup plan. So if you want to focus on the spell work, maybe create a phrase that you are saying. It could be mentally, it could be out loud, just a short sentence that you are repeating that relates to what you want to manifest. And you can just repeat this again and again and again and again. And it doesn't matter so much what kind of mental images you're having, if you're having anything in that regard. The focus is your energy is being directed through the words that you are saying. Anything that's happening here is irrelevant, because the focus is the energy is coming up and then you are expressing it with your words, and the words are the focal point of that ritual rather than the mental images that you are creating with visualization or anything else. And so if you're, say, enchanting an object, you can even do it via breath work. So you are chanting and you are using your energy that way, and then you are breathing out your energy into an object, and you are essentially bypassing any visualization. It's all about the words. And this is also useful for anyone with who has aphantasia, is that what it's called, where you can't see mental images. It's an alternative technique to that. So instead of visualizing your intention, you are verbalizing your intention, and you can describe what you want to manifest without having to mentally see it. And that means that all of the thoughts can be going on and you are kind of bypassing that with words. I really hope that helps. That is something that I know people, especially with aphantasia, have to do in that regard, and so it could work in a similar way. And hopefully you can find an answer. And if you do, feel free to come back and let us all know, because I think there's lots of people who struggle with similar that would love to learn more from someone who deals with it regularly. How do you do your meditations? Like, what type do you do and where do you meditate, etc.? I'm so curious about learning everyone's meditation techniques. The reason I'm doing this one now instead of later, because this is right at the bottom, is just because I think it kind of relates. So my meditations are usually walking meditations. I don't do well sitting still. As we can tell, I've been fidgeting with this pen for like the last 3 hours. I don't do well sitting still and like just sitting, because I have a tendency to get distracted and to wander off, and before you know it, I'm like thinking of what I'm going to cook for tea, and I've got to do the bins, and I've got to edit that, I've got to film this B-roll. Like I get distracted. And so I find sitting meditations to be very difficult. I like guided meditations. I nearly dropped my pen. I like guided meditations, and I like walking meditations. And they're the ones that I find the most effective. So I really like going on walks. And when I do, I'm either listening to a podcast or I'm listening to music. And the music that I choose is kind of ethereal, whimsical. It kind of allows me to still hear the environment around me, but there's like background music, and I find that that is especially effective for meditations because you can still hear your own thoughts. It's not being drowned out by the music, but you've got that background music to stop you from focusing super hard on road noise, on a siren that's going off. Like you can still hear it, but it's not like here, it's like here, which is really useful, that kind of distance from that noise. So that's what I really enjoy doing. And that's where I get most of my inspiration from, actually, is going on these walks, and it'll just kind of like come through. It's really useful. And then the other one is guided meditations, which is why I really like using things like Aura, those kind of things. And people think that I take the sponsors and I don't like the product, but I genuinely really do. Not being paid to say that, by the way. Not at all. I just really like that kind of thing, and you don't have to use that. There's so many out there, but guided meditations are great if you struggle with focus. If you really struggle with lying still, because I know that so many people struggle, restless leg, they have to twitch all the time, they've got to keep moving. It can be really distracting, and it can really stop you from being able to focus, or your brain is always wandering and you've got like 1,000 pieces of music in your head. Was it Zendaya that said that her brain sounds like you've got 100 tabs open and 5 of them are playing music, but you don't know which ones? I think she said something along those lines. I get that, and a lot of people feel that as well, busy lives. So that kind of guided meditation is great if you want to start learning about internal temples, like inner temples, working inside sacred space internally. It's great for that. If you want to just take journeys, it's a great way to start that kind of journey work that you would do if you want to find spirit companions and spirit familiars and these kind of things. So I enjoy that a lot, and it's going to vary for everyone. Ambient music, yeah, thank you, Relic of Ages. Ambient music is what I was after, where it's kind of like bird song, but also like gentle music. It's kind of classical-ish. Like, think of what fairy music sounds like stereotypically. That kind of stuff is really nice in the background for that. What have we got here? I'm the type to meditate to rap music or dubstep. I'm so weird. It's whatever works, and it's whatever works well for you. Like, guided meditations with classical music makes me so tired. Yeah, some people really, really find that. I think especially when people do it before bed, if they're like sitting or lying down, it's so easy to get like halfway through a guided meditation and then just to fall asleep. But if anything, falling asleep through meditation could actually be really good for opening up to kind of psychic dreams and all that kind of stuff, which could be really useful. I'm going to go back to where I was. Oh, here we go. I was taught that meditation is recognizing a thought, acknowledging it, and letting it be. Yeah, that really is the key to it. And that's what I was always taught as well. And then it was only later when I was communicating with people about meditation, I started hearing, and I started attending like events and talks and stuff. And I was hearing people talking about like blocking it out and putting up walls, and if you've got a thought in place, you've got to start all over again. And I'm sitting there and I'm going, that seems almost impossible. Like, we are very mental beings, right? We have a lot of thoughts, and those thoughts are really hard to just block out. And it doesn't surprise me that so many people do struggle with meditation, because there are people who do teach and who do and have been taught that in order to meditate successfully, their brain has to be silent. Which I I've only had a few occasions in my life where my brain has been silent. And they have been the weirdest, strangest moments ever. So generally, it's about that conveyor belt. Having a conveyor belt of thoughts. And instead of something coming past, you pick it up, you stare at it, you play with it for a bit, you get distracted by it. You instead just watch that conveyor belt go past. Like that thought comes in, goes past, goes out, another one comes in. And the main goal is simply to not end up like hyper focused on a particular thought, where to the point where you lose track of time, you get distracted, you're not achieving the things that you need to achieve and that kind of thing. Right, I'm going to go back to where I was before. What do you think about relationships with non-practitioners? How do you deal with the skepticism? I will be honest in that I find it very, very difficult in that regard. Like, it's not a deal-breaking situation, but it is definitely something I find more tricky. And I'm not sure if that is because of how far into it I am, or if it is just a general thing. So I'd love to know everyone's opinions. Have you had, I've had relationships with practitioners and non-practitioners. I'd love to know if you're in the same boat. Do you struggle to have relationships with non-practitioners? Do you prefer it? I'd love to know. Initially, I thought it would never be a problem, but it's my job in so many aspects. Like, it is my lifestyle. It is my belief system. It is also both of my jobs, which makes it very difficult when you're trying to explain things to a non-practitioner. And it is such an integral part of your life that can be very tricky to deal with. So yeah, it's not something I can't deal with. It's just very hard when someone is very, very set in their ways of, I don't believe in any of this, I think it's all nonsense, to feel comfortable having that conversation. And I even get that to this day. I find it very, very difficult to even have an open conversation with someone who is incredibly close-minded. I'm not opposed to people having their own beliefs, and if someone doesn't believe in something, then that is completely fine. But I struggle with people who are so determined that their belief is right, that you can't have an open conversation. And that can make it very, very difficult. And I have dealt with that in the past. Whereas there are many people out there who maybe don't believe themselves, but are willing to have that kind of open communication. And that is the big difference, I think, between something that is doable and something that isn't. If someone does not respect your beliefs and they will not have a conversation with you about it, that is very, very difficult in all regards, no matter what your faith, your belief, your practice is. I think the willingness to have different beliefs and be able to have open communication is really important. Let's have a look what people said. So, my boyfriend wholeheartedly accepts my practice and wouldn't mind if I did spells in our home and for our wedding, because he knows how much it means to me, even if he doesn't understand it. Oh my goodness, that's so sweet. That's really lovely. I'm married to a devout Catholic for 17 years. We are raising our kids with mixed faith. We have a great relationship and relate to each other's faith well. That's really nice. Oh, I love hearing positive romantic stories. I can't have a relationship with non-practitioners. Interesting. Opposite end of the spectrum. In my experience, I'm shunned or brushed off as silly, and I can't with that energy. I'm so much happier with my love who sees the world as I do. Oh, that's really sweet in its own way. Like, I think that's the thing. I think it does very much come down to whether you feel seen and heard in a relationship. And I think that's the thing. I mean, I've had a range of relationships with people of different beliefs. And sometimes relationships with practitioners can have their own issues, especially if you practice very different things and there's even a form of maybe not competition there, but that kind of where sometimes practices don't necessarily vibe together. That can sometimes even be a problem. But there's definitely a middle ground there. It's all about that respect. If each person respects the other person's beliefs, then I think you can definitely have something solid there. It's just when you've got kind of like a minimizing minimizing of beliefs, that's when you've got problems. And that applies to everywhere and everything. Oh, thank you so much, Kai. It's been a while since I caught a live and wanted to say hello. I have a chamomile tea on me. Oh, thank you so much. I certainly will. I could do with a good chamomile tea, honestly. It's really cold here, actually. I woke up yesterday and it was like 5 degrees Celsius. By the way, not Fahrenheit, 5 degrees Celsius, which is pretty cold for this time of year, actually. And I was like, oh, I think cold drinks are out. I think I'm going to have to start bringing in the hot drinks. Oh, my husband is very supportive of my practice. He shares similar views. I was brought up Christian, so it took me a while to find my path. Oh, that's so lovely. Oh, I love it. It makes me all mushy and cute and adorable. Okay, I'm going to go back to where I was so I don't miss out on too many questions. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Where was I? I think I was... Oh, should psychic attacks be reflected back? This is an interesting one because it's going to depend on the person. Some people will reflect workings back again. They'll use mirror spells, return to sender spells, a variety of different techniques. And some will reflect out, as in they will send that energy in a different direction, or they will root it into the ground. Basically, one returns it to the universe, one returns it to the earth, and the idea behind this is you stop that energy in its tracks, because what you can sometimes end up in is the equivalent of a magical tennis match, where everyone is ricocheting energy backwards and forwards. No, you have it. No, you have it. No, you have it. And then no one wins. So it's very dependent on the circumstance. Sometimes it might be appropriate to send it back again. Sometimes it's just better to dissipate that energy or return it to the earth, just to make sure that you're not ending up in this kind of annoying back and forth that can sometimes happen. This is a really great way of... This is all about the left-hand path. This is how far behind I am. This is all about the left-hand path and about how I personally don't understand why people aren't willing to even learn about it, even if they don't practice it. And Christina said, I don't commit crimes, but I learn about the crimes and criminals for my own safety. I don't understand how people see forms of practice any different. Exactly. It's... To me, I get a lot of people saying that, oh, I shouldn't talk about malicious magic, or I shouldn't talk about this. And if anything, I think that has the potential of putting people at risk, because if we aren't talking about something that can cause harm, how on earth are you meant to protect against it? You can't. I mean, you can guess and you can go to someone who maybe knows, but ultimately it's really useful to know the things that can happen so that we can then learn how to avoid it if it does happen. And I think that's really important. It comes back actually to the whole relationship thing. Open-mindedness is key. Even if someone doesn't practice something for themselves, the open-mindedness is really useful. Remember when some witches on TikTok tried to hex the moon? Oh, I remember that. Oh my goodness. Didn't they also try to like hex and curse the Fae? Wasn't that something they were trying to do? I don't know why they were trying to do that. I'm straight over my head. All the context to that just went out the window. How can you hex an inanimate object? I was just always baffled by this. Like, no shade to anyone. I think I was just missing all of the context. There must have been context to start off with. There must have been. I just missed it all because I'm not privy to it. So I just completely missed that one. Oh, here we go. Can you cleanse your space and yourself with incense sticks? Yeah. It's not necessarily going to be as strong a technique as some others, but it's definitely something that you can do. I will cleanse objects with incense, especially if it's something that I know doesn't have a lot of unwanted energy on it. It's just got a little bit on it. I will cleanse it with incense because it's easier. It's easier than doing some of the other techniques that I would work with, and I already burn the incense, so I may as well cleanse while I'm at it. How does setting boundaries with spirits work in terms of energy? Meaning, when you say you don't have permission to touch me, does that intention translate into some sort of energetic barrier? Sometimes it can, if your spirit's guides are listening and are willing to aid you in that regard, then they are going to say, oh, you set a boundary, we're going to help enforce it. Typically, though, if you set that kind of boundary, you would want to be creating that protective space as well. So you do not have permission to touch me, and you would then push some energy out into a little bit of a shield around you to enforce that. So not only is it words, it's also a don't test it, because I have things in place to limit that, is essentially that. But also sometimes spirits try to test boundaries. They poke and they prod and they want to see where your boundaries are. And when you set that boundary, they go, okay, I found a boundary. That's okay. So it's going to depend on the spirit how much they push. But generally, I'd say putting up a little energetic barrier is probably a good thing if you don't necessarily know who you're dealing with. Oh my goodness, Ecuador. That's amazing. Sorry, I don't think we've ever had anyone on from Ecuador before. Or at least if they've been on, they've not told us where they're from. Where was I? I'm trying to figure out where I was again. And I don't know where I was. Can you make protective charms with bottle magic? Yeah, I mean, one of the most famous would be a witch bottle. One of the oldest forms of protection magic that we have physical items of in the British Isles, which is very cool. I mean, we have other forms of it, but the witch bottles are the thing that we find the most because they're all in houses. Okay, oh no, I'm trying to figure out where I was and I'm lost. What is the best way to make a spirit feel welcome in your presence? I find that I just talk to them, honestly, because it shows that you are acknowledging them, you are willing to interact with them, and that often puts a lot of spirits at ease, because especially if they enter into a new space, they don't know if you can hear them, see them, sense them, anything. They don't know if you're going to appreciate them or hate them being there. And so having that just a little bit of communication, just say hi to them, say night to them before you go to bed, say hi to them when you wake up in the morning. These things can all help create this companionship to make them feel more comfortable, especially in the case of things like house spirits. That's a really, really good one. The other way is to give little offerings. Leave a cup of water out is a really common one. You can also leave out alcohol, burn incense for them. These kind of things are all useful just to make them feel comfortable in that space and to let them know that you respect them and you're willing to have that interaction with them. Sorry, it's hit the 4-hour mark. My brain starts going, you've not made a lot of noise for a minute. You've been too still and too quiet for too long. How do we separate anxiety from sensing spirits or intuitions? Any tips would be helpful. So this one is kind of tricky, and it's not going to be a quick answer, but in my experience, and I'm quite open with the fact that I have an anxiety disorder and I have had it for a very, very long time, is that learning to deal with the anxiety and learning about your anxiety and the kind of things that might impact it and your experiences with it, and learning how to process it and also divert away from it if you need to, is probably the best way of dealing with it. Because when we learn more about it, we can understand when something feels very different from it. And it means that we can separate a situation that might be anxiety driven from a situation that might be intuition driven. And it's not a quick process, and people go about it in many, many different ways. But if you haven't already, I would recommend kind of taking a deep dive into different techniques to process anxiety in active situations. Because when you're in that situation, if you can do those measures to help kind of quieten that anxiety, to try and bring it down a little bit and ease it a little bit, when you know that those techniques work, suddenly it's not working and you are noticing things getting stronger and stronger, and then suddenly it starts feeling not like anxiety anymore, you might be finding that there is some intuition or spirit interaction going on there, because all of the anxiety calming techniques out there are not going to calm spirit communication. And it's obviously not a quick fix, but I found it to be the most successful for me personally. I don't know where that song's come from either. I think that one's a common one in the live streams though, honestly. Very repetitive one in my brain. Though the Winnie the Pooh theme song has not come out very, very often. Oh, since it's spooky season, have you seen the movie The Blair Witch? I have, and I found it incredibly disappointing. I sat through this entire movie waiting for something to happen, and nothing did. Nothing happened. I mean, at the very end, there's like a little something, but like nothing happened. Some people love The Blair Witch. But if we're talking found footage films, it's a lot of Fs. I know that one was kind of like the iconic starter of the genre, pretty much. But my favourite is Troll Hunter. I think it's called Troll Hunter. It came out years and years ago now. I say years and years. Let me actually check. When did it come out? Troll Hunter. I think it's called Troll Hunter. This is another found footage film. Oh no, it's not the new film. It's like the found footage one. What is it called? Maybe it's not Troll Hunter. Oh no, it is. It's called Troll Hunter. It's just the animated movie's kind of overridden it. It came out in 2010. And it's a Norwegian dark fantasy film. And it's all about found footage. And it is one of my favourite movies of all time. It is phenomenal. Gets so much about like Norwegian folklore in it. And it is, I really like it. By far my favourite found footage film ever. Far better than The Blair Witch. I'm sorry for everyone who loves The Blair Witch. It's not for me. It's not for me. I fell asleep twice while watching The Blair Witch, pretty much. At least I think it was twice. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't sit through it. I did sit through it in the end. I did get through it, but it was not a pretty one. I was very bored. I was very bored waiting for things to happen. It's like Paranormal Activity. I watched Paranormal Activity, like 1 and 2, I think. And I'm watching it, I'm like, oh, this is so boring. People went to the cinema to see this. I'm so bored. I end up on my phone. And then there's no point in even watching the movie because you're not going to pay attention to it anyway. Would you say that many practitioners of witchcraft have an ominous worldview, as in all faiths are respected, but each one only has one perspective to a big picture? That's an interesting one, and I actually do fairly strongly agree with that myself. I'm not personally of the opinion of saying your way is wrong because it's not my way. Like, I think everyone has a piece of accuracy in what they believe, and there's so many things in different faiths and religions and spiritualities that do sync up and do align. And so I think that there is something to be said that each has a fragment of truth in it. It's just that we don't know which fragments are the right ones. And I'd love to say that everyone has this kind of worldview. I know that a lot of people don't. And that applies to like everyone, doesn't it? I mean, there's so many faiths that very strongly believe that their route is the only route, which is really sad to see. I wish more people had an ominous worldview, actually. I think it would make religious tensions a lot less tense if we didn't perceive others as being wrong, simply different. But even within witchcraft, we see it a lot. It's certain paths are perhaps more inclined to this, or maybe certain paths simply attract people who are already of an opinion that their path is the only path. And so we do see that within the witchcraft community as well, which I think is a shame, honestly, because I think all paths are interesting, even if we don't necessarily believe them ourselves. I think they're interesting to learn about and to be open-minded about. Yeah, it's a shame, honestly, because even within the witchcraft community, we have this kind of superiority that can happen with different beliefs, pitted against one another, actually, honestly. Especially the whole left-hand path, right-hand path that we were talking about earlier. We see a lot of people have superiority in regard to like the path that they chose. Instead of it just being different, it has to be better, which is really a shame. Right, where was I? That was Blair Witch. That was ominous. Oh yes, I did answer that one, Haley. I recognize your profile picture. Did you send me a message on Instagram? It's on my wait list of ones I need to respond to. I'm sorry, it's taking me a while. If so, I will probably type it out and send it to you that way as well, because I did for me it was about an hour ago. It's probably a lot further back for anyone who's actually watching the chat. So, where was I? I'm here? No, not here. Here. Maybe. I don't know. Oh no! Have you ever listened to the Old Gods of Appalachia podcast? Good spooky stuff, set in an alternative version of Appalachia. Oh, I'm checking that out. Old Gods of Appalachia. Okay, this is an interesting one. I'm curious because I want to be able to pronounce things right, and I can't. I'm terrible at it. Is it? I've heard people go both ways. Is it Appalachia or is it Appalachia? Like a ch or a sh? Or maybe it's neither and I'm just totally wrong. I don't know, but I hear so many different pronunciations. If anyone knows, please let me know, because I want to get things right, and there's so many different options of how to say it. Can you enchant your front door to hex anyone from breaking in? I mean, you can cast as many spells as you want, and they can deter people, they can make a space seem less appealing, they can make it seem undesirable, but if they want in, they're gonna get in. But what you can do is have it so that that energy attaches onto anyone who does, to cause them problems after the fact. And I know that some of you are not gonna like that, but that's an option. That's an option that can be done in that regard. Appalachia. Ooh, like Lay's chips. Appalachia. Appalachia. Oh my goodness. We've got both pronunciations going on. Appalachia. 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 Okay, Appalachia. Oh, now we've got a different one. Appalachia? I think my biggest problem is that because of my accent, I don't pronounce A's like a lot of Americans do. I've noticed that there's a lot of A is a very strongly pronounced letter, and I don't say it like that. Same with like R's and stuff. I've noticed that there's big differences there. Appalachia. I can go with that. Appalachia. Let's go with that one. That seems to be the most popular answer. So Appalachia. I've got to seal that in my memory now so I don't get that wrong. Okay. Where was I? Oh, that was the break-in question. It was around there. Would taste be like an ectoplasm thing? This was in terms of like the tasting spirits. I don't know, because the ectoplasm is something that was very, very popular during like the spiritualism movement. And it's something that was photographed and like seen and experienced by people who were in the rooms with these psychics, these mediums, and it's one of them where is ectoplasm a physical phenomena, or is it an energetic phenomena? Because if it's an energetic phenomena, then I suppose maybe you are tasting the ectoplasm energy. That sounds really disgusting. I'm not sure. That's a really interesting one. What have we got here? Ley is more northerly, Latch is more southerly, I believe, but in the mountains I have been corrected to Latch. Okay. See, I sometimes forget that states are absolutely huge. And so, like, in England alone, we have dozens upon dozens of different accents. Like, you can go from Essex to Birmingham to Northumberland to Cornwall, and everyone will say things completely differently. And I always forget that like states are absolutely massive, and that the same probably applies. I always forget that. Water as a British person, I saw a Brit complain about how mimicking water is hard because Americans overpronounce it. There are some words that I cannot say that in like an American, I can't do accents full stop, but things like water I can't do in an American accent. I think it's the A's that are like very extravagant A's. I can't do an extravagant A's. It's water. I don't know. But then there are so many people who pronounce water as water. Bottle of water is really common here. Water. Right, back to where I was. Ectoplasm was the last question, which is honestly weird to think about tasting ectoplasm. That's absolutely disgusting. Oh, do bum 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 bum. Now I've got to figure out where I was. I'm not really sure. There were like 5 Good Witch movies. Have I been under a rock? 5? I thought The Good Witch was just a TV show. Oh dear. Oh no. I've got to catch up on all of this. Is it bad to make oils during an eclipse? I made a road opener and a blockbuster oil during the last new moon. I don't want those oils to go to waste. Yeah, I don't see anything that wrong, honestly. And if anything, I think that the kind of 2 styles of oils that we've got going on there are very conducive to the kind of chaotic, refreshing energy that we have at eclipse seasons. So it could be really effective, especially to have like some crazy strong chaos, temporary chaos to get everything started. I mean, it could be really useful. Oh, it jumped. Oh no. Oh, I'm going to have to scroll up to where I was. I hope I've not lost anything. And then I'm really going to have to start powering through this because I'm so far behind. You know how I joked earlier about, oh, this stream could be 5 hours long? It might be at this rate, honestly. It could be. Have you heard or encountered a creature in the astral realm that's a small golden Pegasus-like horse? I encountered them once by chance when walking and haven't found anything. I have never encountered that, no. No, most of my astral encounters that have involved spirits or other beings, I've had a creepy goblin type creature that basically hunted me down for the course of an entire evening. That was not fun. And then lots of spirits that look a lot like people, like humans, but no, there's something not quite about them, but never anything that looks like a small golden Pegasus. That sounds really cool though, honestly. That sounds awesome. I'm determined. I'm like getting back to this language thing again because I'm liking this. I think people say it as water. I've never thought about it. Water. Yeah, it is. It is. WAWTUH, water. Yeah, I've never thought about that. Oh, it's making me question everything I say. Oh dear. I've actually been told that someone says, I think Americans think Brits don't say R's a lot. I've actually had that. I've had someone tell me that they didn't. I don't think I kept the comment. I think I had to delete it because it was making me overthink my own speech. I had someone say that they would watch my videos more if I pronounced R's in all of my words. It was something along those lines. I had a few people say the same in one video. There must have been one video where it sounded like I didn't say R's in any of my words. And I think it's just that in England we don't say anything with any real like extravagance. Everything is very like brisk. Water. And like especially in southern American states, everything's very, very round and extravagant and all, like, I don't know if that makes sense. Like, all letters are very rounded, very full, which we don't have here. So, like, I've never really thought about the fact that it doesn't seem like I pronounce any word correctly. correctly. I just pronounce it very differently, I think, than Americans do, which I never really noticed. I know it's the things you don't realize until people point it out to you, and then you start overthinking it. You're like, oh my god, what if I've pronounced that really weird? And like, you wouldn't think about it in your normal life. It's only when someone else points it out to you that you're like, oh, I'm going to overthink this now. This is going to be what I'm spiraling into for the next 5 hours. Anyway, tangent. How do you pull the cards when you're reading for yourself? So this was in relation to doing the cards, and in which case you would just shuffle the cards and then you would simply just stop when your intuition tells you it's time to stop. So instead of asking for the input of everyone around you, you instead are just stopping when you feel like you should stop. And you are just keeping it self-contained. And if you want to know the differences, you can put up protections and just say, like, I just want to do this one by myself, and then it will feel different than when you are working with external factors. I'm always coming back to this thing of like the pronunciation. Now I want to learn how to do Hearth's accent, and then Hearth could learn to do a US accent. I'm terrible at accents. I'm so bad at them. American, it's water. That sounds the same though. Water. WAHTER. Water. Water. That sounds the same. I'm clearly not pronouncing that correctly. Water. I don't know. I'm going to have to check this out. There's linguistic YouTube channels that talk about accents of different English-speaking countries. That's cool. I'm going to have to check that out. Yeah, this is just, I'm going to have to check these out. This is so interested me now. I didn't even realise how it's like the same state could have different pronunciations for the same word. Like, that's, obviously it makes sense, but like I never connected two and two together. Right, anyway, I need to get through these questions, otherwise we're still going to be here at 6 hours, and that's going to be a long stream. Who are your favourite witches from literature and or folklore mythology? Oh, I have one. Some would call her a witch. Others would say that she is perhaps a member of the Fae folk. Morgana. Specifically the Morgana from Arthurian legend. Some people refer to her as Morgana Le Fay. Some people Morgana. I always perceive her as being almost like a fairy witch, and she's just always fascinated me. Ooh, rosemary as an example. This is the cleansing question. Would you say there'd be a difference in result between the different forms? Say if you don't have a sprig, then you could burn bits or essential oil on a charcoal disc. I typically avoid essential oils unless I'm diluting them in an oil. I tend to steer clear just because it can be incredibly irritating and reactive to other things as well that people are taking. So I'd always be careful with that. But the difference between like a sprig and bits, I don't really get much of a vibe from the different like sizes of it. But I do find that different rosemary plants that are grown in different areas feel different. Now, whether that is almost an echo of spirit of place, so almost like the plant itself has taken an essence of that land white into itself. I'm not sure, but I've noticed that rosemary from different places has a different vibe to it, and not just different plants either, because like we've got multiple plants that we will take from in the same place, and it's very, very much the same energy. But when you get rosemary from a very different place, the energy is completely different. Oh yeah, I know that this is about the book club. Do you think you'd be even more motivated to read if you had a book club? I know it was mentioned here, possibly making a book club in the future. I always read on my own, but it might be fun. It's one of them where I love the idea in theory. I'm still struggling to edit the Patreon video that was meant to go out 10 days ago. This is the problem I've got, is that I'm struggling a lot to juggle everything, and I need to be more present on the Discord server, and I'm trying to go on more and kind of set myself alerts to get me to go on so that I remember to do it. But I've started reading audiobooks because I didn't have time to read physical books. I was really struggling to juggle everything, and I still am, honestly. So maybe if I can get everything in my life sorted in such a way that I can free up more time to dedicate to read and organizing it, then I think that's something that perhaps I could do. But I already am struggling with so many other things that I'm trying to juggle that honestly I don't think I'd want to start something I wasn't able to maintain, basically, is the problem I have with doing a book club. Ooh. I'm American with British friends, and we have a pronunciation list. Oh, goodness. I've never thought about this before. So this is a list of words that I'm guessing people pronounce very differently. So basil, oregano, Nike, garage or garage. Honestly, it depends on how posh you are. If you're really posh, you say garage. If you're less posh, it's a garage. Zebra. And I know that oregano in America, a lot of people say oregano, which hurts my brain. Oregano. And then people say Nike instead of Nike. And it's zebra instead of zebra. And I think that's because our alphabet has it's Z, X, Y, Z. In America, it's X, Y, Z. Also confuses the hell out of me. I don't understand why, but that would make sense as to why zebra is different. It's zebra. I can't do the American accent to go with it though, so it just sounds like a British person who can't say something properly. Linguistics is really cool. Bonnet versus hood. Yeah, this is another one, like it's always been a bonnet. It's a bonnet and it's a torch, but in America it's a hood and a flashlight. It's a tap in England, but it's a faucet in America. It's an eggplant in America, but an aubergine in England. It's just words like that you do. I never really think that much about. Jumper versus sweater. See, we do have jumpers here, but the difference is like a jumper is like knitted, whereas a sweater is like sweatpants. Like a sweatpants set would be like a sweater, whereas like a jumper would be like a knitted jumper. elevator versus lift. Yeah, that's another one that I always get. Lift is definitely easier. The way you say oregano sounds way better. I think it's one of those, I think oregano sounds spiky. Right? Oregano sounds pointy and spiky, whereas oregano sounds like smooth and round. Yeah, there's lots of people who pronounce Nike as Nike, and they don't put the E at the end. This is what I've discovered. Even in England, people do this. They will just say Nike instead of Nike, which confuses me. I don't understand why. It's always blown me away how out of water you pronounce the H as H. Wait, what? It's always blown me away. Oh, blow me out of the water how you pronounce the letter H as H. Well, how do you pronounce it? H. H. Yeah. H-A... Yeah, H-E-A-E-C-H. Yeah, H. Oh, we've got lots of pronunciations of the letter H. 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 Oh, yeah, that's the other thing I get. People say to me, you're pronouncing the word herb wrong. It's like... I just pronounce it differently than you do. Like, it's herbalism, not herbalism. And that's another difference I only noticed when I started YouTube, is that I'd get people being like, you're pronouncing it wrong. I'm like, no, I'm just pronouncing it different. Oh, we've got lots of pronunciations of H. Yeah, like, we actually put a H in front of it. Like, it's H. Yeah. This is so cool. I should be answering questions, and instead I'm just sucked into pronunciation. It's one of them, because we it's the same language, and yet there is just so many little differences that I've never really even thought of it. Fanny in the US just means bum. Yeah, it doesn't mean that in England. It does not mean that in England. Yeah, it's a different dialect. So same language, different dialect. This is just so cool. It's because we elongate the start of the H and it's more harsh sounding. Yeah, probably. Pants in the UK. Yeah, that's the thing, is that in America, people are like, oh, I've lost my pants. Oh, no, I know. We're like the only dialect, basically, that pronounces the H in herb. It's I don't understand where that came from. We are one of the only English-speaking countries that uses the letter H in herb, which I think is really interesting. And I need to look into why. I need to figure that out. But yeah, if someone says that they've lost their pants, that means something very different in England. We'd be like, are you not uncomfortable wearing your trousers? Yikes. I'm so absorbed. Oh, Aussies pronounce the H in herb too. Okay, we're not alone. This is the thing. I've noticed this as well, is Americans can't pronounce hearth. Well, no, they pronounce hearth, but they don't pronounce it the way I pronounce it. It's like hearth. Like hearth is the one that I get a lot. And then people, especially Americans, think that I'm saying heart, like heartbeat, because I pronounce hearth so differently from everyone else. Oh, Ireland pronounced the H. Brill. It's not just us then. It's one of them. It's like everyone around is like, it doesn't have a H in it. I'm like, it does have a H in it. You write it with a H in it. I say it like earth with a H in front of hearth. 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 This is cool. I've never thought of... And now I get it why people always type my name wrong. I get it. Because I suppose it does sound like heart in a way, like hearth. If you came here and said to us, what do your underwear look like? They'd probably say, sorry. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, it's pants. It's weird. Oh. Her. Yeah, it's very... Language is so cool. Language is really cool. The one thing I struggle with, though, and I always have, is accents. I really, really struggle with accents. I always have. Like, if you go to, like, Somerset, right? I love Glastonbury, right? If you go to Somerset, sometimes someone will speak to you, and I have no idea what they're saying to me. Because even just going county to county, like Cornwall, if you find someone with a strong Cornish accent, I'm going to struggle. People need subtitles. Can this be a thing? I vote for glasses with subtitles that auto go on the screen, because I really struggle. I really struggle. It's why I wish that the live streams I could do subtitles on them, but it won't. The stream doesn't work properly with subtitles on it, so I have to process it afterwards, otherwise I couldn't do them. But yeah, glasses with subtitles, that would be amazing. I only ever hear Americans pronouncing hearth your way when they say hearth and home, and then immediately change to hearth like Perth the rest of the time. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. Okay. In America, we pronounce Zeus as zoos instead of zoos. That hurt my brain. Because obviously I'm always going to pronounce it slightly wrong. I pronounce Zeus as zoos. But I pronounce zoos, like Z-E-W-S. Oh no! And diaper is a nappy. Yeah. It's like pacifiers are dummies in the UK. It's like a kid's got a dummy instead of a kid's got a pacifier. Oh, it's so good. I'm going to have to go back to answering questions. Otherwise, I'm still going to be here at 5 hours. I'll try to be really quick. Just so that I don't miss anyone out who's waiting for their questions to be answered. When you had a spiritual awakening, what kind of things did you experience? I have no idea. And I think it's because I never had a point in my life where I wasn't experiencing things. So a lot of people, when they're children, they might experience things. And then when they grow up and they become adults, everything is pushed down. And so when they go through that spiritual awakening, you've got to break through all of that stuff to let everything out again. I'm very fortunate in that I never really had anything that was kind of like stamped down in a way. Like nothing was ever repressed because I refused. I was a weird child. And so I never had to have that kind of spiritual awakening, like that spiritual breakthrough where you're breaking through loads of things that are holding you back in that regard. So I'm very fortunate. So unfortunately, I'm not the best person to answer that. Oh, I recently had a spirit knocking 4 times to get my attention. In your opinion, is there significance to that specifically, or is it unimportant? Without any additional context, I'd say that it's probably just them attempting to get your attention in a way that you cannot ignore. 1 knock, 2 knocks, even 3 knocks could be perceived as like wood moving, the house settling. But when you're having 4 in quick succession, that's quite a large amount of knocking. So you might think of it as being something more. So they're more likely to get your attention. I'm lucky in that so many people are answering questions that a lot of this is actually not questions. So hopefully I'll be able to get through this fairly quickly. Hopefully, anyway. Oh, which one? I love that picture behind you that looks like a dragon. That one. I've always been fascinated with dragons. I've even dreamed of them. If you want the artist who the artist that did this one also has done the other one, the unicorn one that was in one of my previous videos about home decor. So that's who that artist is if you want to go and check them out. Really cool piece of art. It's Greek myth, I believe, of someone's wife. Was it Perseus's wife? I think maybe, being chained to a rock and sacrificed essentially to a sea beast. Really cool, honestly, the background to it, but the art was just amazing. Right, while I'm looking for questions, I want to have a look at this. Where is it? In America, we call fries fries and chips chips. I had a brain fart when an Irish girl I dated called fries chips and chips crisps. Yeah, that's the thing that gets me every time, is that you're watching like a TV show and they're like, do you want a chip? And I'm like, but that's a crisp. They are crisps because they are like crispy potato. And yeah, no, chips, fries are chips. But then you have French fries, right? French fries are a subcategory of chip, but they are called French fries. And you can have like curly fries, and they are still chips, but they are a subcategory of chip. Because they're things that we've adopted from America. My son moved to London, and when he went to buy pants, the girl showed him underwear, and when he said he wanted what he wanted, she said, oh, trousers. Yeah, it's strange things. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back up again otherwise. So is crisps not a thing for American if fries are chips and chips are crisps? Honestly, I think that, to be fair, with the spice thing, you can't paint us all with the same brush. Some people like spice. Just not a lot of people on social media. Yeah, I don't think crisps exist in American English. I think crisps are solely a solely an American thing. No, solely a British thing, because they have chips and fries. Yeah, I think that is just a British English thing, I think. Where was I? I'm somewhere over here. I think somewhere. I hope, unless it jumps again. Oh, I recognise where I am. Okay, this is fine. I think I might actually be close to the bottom. Which is a blooming miracle. This has actually been a very busy stream, so thank you so much to everyone who's posted questions and had a chat in the chat box, chat thing. Honestly, I like it when everyone kind of gets together and collaborates and does their own thing. I think that's really cool. How to deal? Oh, this was in relation to the question earlier about like, can you date someone who's of a different practice? How do you deal with people disrespecting your practices and beliefs? Usually, I don't bother. I just kind of leave that situation. Of course, not everyone is able to do that. But I think leaving a situation is generally the best, or simply not discussing that situation. I understand the appeal of wanting to educate people, but there does get to a point where you just have to save your mental strength, so that education is nice, but some people, you can talk to them for 1,000 years and they're never going to get it, and that's okay. but I also shouldn't feel obligated to have to go through that process with everyone who is disrespectful or doesn't believe or all this kind of stuff. So generally, if someone isn't willing to have that open conversation, then I just take a step back from them. Of course, not everyone's fortunate with this. Sometimes it's family members and all this kind of stuff, but yeah. And yeah, I think it would be cool. Someone said if YouTube had a feature where you can split questions from general conversation, I think that would be so useful. The comments, on my end of the comments, I can actually select questions, so I can respond to questions. And I wish the chat had that feature where if there was like a question mark after something, you could separate it so that I could have them in like 2 tabs. I think that would be really, really cool. They don't know, which is just honestly kind of frustrating. That would be really, really cool. Let's see. Somewhere over here. What's the purpose of a salt circle? So salt circles are one of many practices that people use for protection. So salt is a really powerful protective and cleansing agent, and so people will create salt circles as a way of protecting themselves. It's been highly popularized by Supernatural because they use salt circles a lot. Depending on what kind of ritual you're doing, a lot of the time it's better to do an alternative, because if we're outside, salt will kill the earth. If you're inside, salt's going to get really messy. So sometimes people will use kind of a chalk marker. Sometimes they will use dried herbs. Sometimes they will use simply objects to mark out the edge of that circle and then create a ceremonial or energetic circle in substitute, just because salt isn't always the best option. Plus, it's really messy. Right. Bum, 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 bum. Da, 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 da. Have you tried cleansing a space with music? Yeah, I don't do it very often though. I will often cleanse altar spaces with bells, but my general space I typically prefer to not cleanse. Maybe counterintuitive to what many people do, but I prefer to not cleanse, simply because the spirits around are quite comfortable and I like the energy of my space. I've got it quite nice. Altar spaces, however, you'll sometimes see me cleansing altar spaces, and my Bridget altar I'll often use bells on, because that space I want to clear the energy from, but not from the rest of the room. Would you consider any of your house spirits your friends? If so, do you have any activities you do together? This is going to sound so cheesy, okay, so cheesy, but I have to read the first page or the first chapter of a book out loud. I only need to do the first. It's just kind of like collective activity that we've reached the point now where I sit down to read and they go, and I'm like, okay, okay. That's fine. I'll read you a bit. So you read them like a page and they're like, more please. And so you have to read another page. And then, so I get, the max I will do is a chapter, because at that point my voice starts going. And that is like our routine of every time I'm reading. And sometimes I can get away with just reading a paragraph, but most of the time it's at least a page. And that's kind of like, the reaction that I have with that. So they always sit at the bottom step of my stairs watching me as I'm sitting on the sofa, and it happens every single time. It's not even like the start of a book either. It's as I sit down to read. If it's a physical book, I have to read the first bit out loud. I have to. If it's a digital book, I don't have to. And I don't know if that's maybe because they don't realize that the digital book is a book. It has to be like a physical book, and if it's a physical book, then I have to read it out loud, which is adorable, but a bit of a pain when there's other people in the house and they're like, why are you reading out loud? I'm like, it's a long story. Best not to ask, you're going to get yourself into a hole. What's your opinion on the mandala effect, if you haven't already answered this? So I'm guessing the mandala effect being that we remember things differently than they actually were, which I'm really fascinated by. And some of it has actually been proven to be kind of not actually a mandala effect, but simply different versions. So like there's a few things, especially like DVDs and VHSs, where everyone remembers a certain thing being spelt a certain way. And then the DVD, people play the DVD and they're like, no, but look, it's always been spelled like this. And all the advertising is like the different spelling and everyone's really confused. But then there's been a few where they found like an old VHS, and on that version of the VHS, it is spelt differently. I know, I think it's interesting that we collectively remember things. And is that perhaps because memories are fallible? Memories are really, really fallible. And so if enough people say, oh yeah, Mickey Mouse had suspenders, like the suspender things, and everyone goes, I don't remember it, but I guess, and then suddenly that becomes the collective memory. I actually don't know if Mickey Mouse did have suspenders or not. I always thought he did, but I think it's been shown that he didn't actually ever have suspenders. Suspenders, I think, mean something different in America than they do in England. But I mean like brace, like these things. The things that men used to wear to hold trousers up instead of belts. Those things. I don't know what they're called in different places. I've always known them as being called suspenders. Maybe they're called braces, but then these are braces. I don't know. But yeah. Yes, the Bernstein Bears and Fruit Loops. Yeah, there's so many so many things like that where there's things that we remember and they're actually completely different than it actually was. I actually need to look up this. Did Mickey Mouse have suspenders? Mickey Mouse, 1950s. I want to see that original animation. He doesn't have suspenders. I always thought he did. This is what I mean. This is the trippiness of it. That original kind of cartoon where they're on the boat. I always thought that he has suspenders on. He doesn't. I just made that up. This is what, it's so cool. You always call them braces. I think it's like a different thing. Like I'm so used to hearing them being called suspenders that I think I just assumed that they are, whereas in the UK maybe they are braces. Anyway, suspenders are also called other things. Like in the UK, suspenders are like lingerie. So lots of different names, lots of different places. But yeah, I think the effect is really cool. There's so many videos out there that I've loved watching of just like all of these cool, the cool mandala effects that we have, and how many people genuinely remember things differently than it actually was. It's really cool. I'm basically just having to go through and look for anything with a question mark in it, because there's so many chat messages, which I love, by the way. That's not a complaint at all. I absolutely love it. It's just I'm having to just go through real quick and see if I can find anything with a question mark. Hopefully. Can your altar be in front of your bed facing you? I mean, it can be. You might find people with big working altars in bedrooms can often find that there's additional activity. So you might want to bear that in mind, but I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it as long as you feel comfortable with perhaps there being some funky activity going on. Aha, and now I've got onto the Appalachia topic. Okay, I'm catching up with myself now, I think. I hope. Oh, it jumped. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I got so close to have it snatched away from me. Oh, where was I? I think I'm here. I think. Okay, I think I'm here. Oh, a few weeks ago, my boyfriend's father passed. For a few days before, I saw this man dressed in maybe 1800s clothing with black wings. Any ideas? Could very well have been a psychopomp or an omen of death. Something like a banshee, a black shuck. We also see, I mean, in the video that I'm posting tomorrow, hopefully, fingers crossed, there's a lot about the Death Watch beetle. Which is another form of a death omen. So it could have been something similar. It could be simply someone who is observing, someone who is aware of things before they happen and they come to observe and perhaps even to guide, protect, and aid. I don't necessarily think the black wings mean anything negative. I know that other people in other traditions maybe would, but I don't necessarily do. I think it could just be someone present, observing. Perhaps they know them. Perhaps they're presenting themselves in a certain way because they're an ancestor, something like that. I want to sew a doll on Samhain filled with leaves, writing on them my bad habits, add my own hair and bury them in the ground. Should I be concerned about burying a doll with my hair? In this instance, I think, so I'm obviously guessing at this. You're going to have to probably explain if you would like to. When I read this, to me it reads that all of this is going into that doll so that it can decompose. And as that is being decomposed, all of the bad habits are being decomposed as well. That's what I'm getting from this. In which case, I don't think there's much to be concerned about because it's all about the intention of it. You're setting the intention. It is the fact that you are representing all of your bad habits. And these are your bad habits. That's the link. They aren't bad habits generally. They are your bad habits. And so that is linking it to you so that the decomposition of those bad habits is then removing them from you as well. So I don't think that's necessarily anything to be concerned about. If so, I'd say if you are, maybe bury it on your property or in a plant pot or something so that no one is going to come across it inadvertently, perhaps. Do you think that learning Gaelic could be useful as a Wiccan? I mean, I don't necessarily think it would have massive amounts of impact because as far as I'm aware, obviously I don't know every single branch of Wicca, I primarily know traditional British Wicca. Gaelic is not massively involved verbally or even written. However, it could be useful to learn and read and experience some of the traditions that perhaps don't translate quite the same because there's a lot of words that simply don't translate over to English. Not directly anyway, they are kind of indirect translations. So it could be interesting to learn some folklore and traditions that aren't necessarily Wiccan per se, but in a language that they were meant to be experienced in. I think that could be really nice. Is Morgan Le Fay the same as the Morrigan? I'm actually not sure. I think there's some connection there. I'm not sure if it's a direct connection, but I think there's definitely some connection there. I'm going to have to look that up. Honestly, I'm definitely going to have to look this up. An omen... I mean, to be fair, this is in relation... Omen of death, that's not good. I hope you didn't say anything like that. But this was 4 days before their... I'm trying to figure out where I was. Partner's father died, or whatever the association was. So I don't think that seeing an omen of death and recognizing it as such after someone has already died is a problem, because if it is an omen of death, then you know exactly what the omen of death was for. I think an omen of death is only a problem if you don't know what it's in relation to. Whereas in this regard, if you're looking after the fact, I don't think it's necessarily a concern that there was an omen of death, because omens of death don't cause death. An omen of death is simply present to alert you to that outcome. They themselves are not the bringer of death. So I don't think necessarily that seeing an omen of death is a bad thing. If anything, I think it's the spirit world attempting to give you information in a way that isn't so sudden and so jarring that it is going to really shock you and potentially really hurt you further. If anything, an omen of death is perhaps a blessing in a way. And in many places it is a blessing, because it eases you into it. And we see also these omens of death, such as the Black Shuck, are also present as nurturing figures as well. Sometimes they will guide people safely through forests. Sometimes they will also be present at funerals. Sometimes funerals where there's no one else there. There'll be a singular black dog at that funeral, almost acting as a psychopomp to guide people into the afterlife. So I think that's kind of cool in that way. It's interesting though, I've not heard many people say that they've seen an 1800s gentleman with black wings. That's a really, really cool figure to see, actually. That's really unusual. Oh, Star Search Reject, thank you so, so much. Always happy to catch a live. And I'm always happy to see you on, honestly, because I recognize faces, I recognize usernames, especially people that I see a lot. So thank you so much for, honestly, your dedication and your continued support to just come on and watch the videos and comment and chat and all of that stuff. I really, really appreciate it. I'm so close to the bottom. I can like taste it. I can taste the bottom I'm getting. Oh, no, not like that. The bottom of the chat. What was I saying? Oh yeah, like whether Morgan Le Fay is actually Morgana, like the Morrigan, which I think she is, at least in part. I'm not sure if it's entirely converted between the two, but I think she is in part. What do you feel is the best way to talk to spirits? I just talk to them. Honestly. I talk to them like I'm talking to a friend, generally. You start off quite slow and gentle, and then you kind of go into it more as like a chatty, friendly thing once you get to know them a little bit. That's at least how I've always done it. Maybe that's because I struggle with keeping up formality. I'm very bad at small talk. So I tend to try and talk to them like they are a friend, because it just makes it a lot easier. Is there any significance of a crystal pendulum breaking? Potentially, it might be a way of saying that it's done its job. However, I would say that, well, sometimes they can also be stopping negative spirits from kind of interacting. That's another way it might break. But usually there's a reason. So there might have been a fault line in that crystal, changes in temperature, a slight knock, these kind of things. So it could be something really simple. It's more likely to be something really simple than something more negative. It could also be that it's done its job and it's time to change it out and to replace it. Ooh, as a medium experienced witch, I was wondering what you think would be a good idea for me beginning spirit work. How can I begin? I say it on every single stream, and I know it can get really annoying when I repeat myself, but unfortunately the questions come in as they come in. Recognizing an acknowledgement is always my way to go. Write things down, have a notebook, anything strange that you can see, feel, experience, even if you think it might have a completely normal, mundane reason, write it down. Date it, write it, describe it in detail if it's something more interesting, and keep note of it. The more you recognize the psychic world, the more that psychic world is going to come through to you, the easier it is for you to recognize it, and it starts snowballing over time. That's how I have done it. I'm not saying that is the only or the most successful way, but that is the way that I have always done it. And I really enjoy that technique, and it kind of slowly eases you into it a little bit. How would a beginner differentiate between our own thoughts in meditation or information communion from spirits and entities? It may well come through as an overriding of your own thoughts. This is what I get a lot, is that especially when I'm just having spirit communication, I have constant narration inside my own head, right? I never shut up. I talk so much. If you think I talk so much on streams, you should hear the inside of my head. I never shut up. And usually there's like two of me talking at once. It gets very annoying. If I'm having a conversation inside my own brain, and then all of a sudden I get this voice that just completely overrides my own thought, and there's like two voices now, and it's like, what is happening? That's usually because something is coming through and being like, you gotta listen to me. You gotta listen to me right now. I'm gonna tell you something useful. And sometimes it will also come through in a completely different accent, a different voice entirely. And sometimes it is that you are gaining information through your subconscious, and it will come through as your own voice or your own thoughts. And that's okay too. It's just a case of taking note of everything that you get, which is why it's useful to write things down after meditation. And over time, you start to notice the things that came through in one way are things you should listen to, and the things that came through in a slightly different way are just my own thoughts. And you can start differentiating them like that. Wait, I've never heard this before. Oh my goodness. I legitimately thought that every time you said just bin it, you had all of your old spells in storage containers. Is that what they're called in America? Are they called like storage bins? I didn't realise that. No, when I said that, like, when I say, you can just bin it, I mean like you can put it in the garbage. I should really change this actually, because like a massive percentage of my audience is in America. Something crazy. It's like 75% of my audience is American. So I feel like sometimes I should have like little subtitles on the bottom that translate it into American. Oh, I never realised that. So wait. Or trash. Okay. Because like, yeah, when I say a bin, I mean like a trash can or like the garbage. I don't mean like a storage bin. Wait, are you? Yeah, where did you think I was from? I'll be honest though, the accent is a little bit ambiguous. I get people guessing everywhere. Every possible place that has a vague, this kind of accent, I've had guessed, so it wouldn't surprise me. But I'm curious as to where you thought I was from. Is it Wraithy? I'm hoping it's Wraithy. I'm curious because I've had Australia, New Zealand, I've had South Africa, I've had Wales, Scotland, Ireland. I've had everywhere that has this vague kind of accent. I like seeing people guess. Honestly, I find it very entertaining when people have guessed in like comments. I think I need a petition to YouTube. Like, please, can you have it so that questions are sorted into a different section? Because that would be really cool, because then people can chat in the chat section. A little bit like how on Zoom calls, you have like a chat and then a Q&A section. That would be so useful, because then people can chat if they want to chat like among themselves and like make friends in the chat. Or people can ask Q&A questions. And then that would be so nice. YouTube, we've got to do this. This would be great. I moved to the Midlands in 2009, so I have a more northern accent than my family. I say path like path. My family says it like path. Oh, that's really southern, that. Path? Wow. Yeah, I end up in this weird like middle ground, I think, in that sometimes I'll be like, butter. Can you pass the butter? And then I'm like, it's a path. It's water. And I find it entirely depends on who I'm talking to as well. Like, different people will get a slightly different version of my accent, and I don't know why. It's like a default thing. I think it's like a camouflage technique. If you sound even remotely like the people that you're talking to, they will like you more, I think is essentially what I think it is. But yeah, I don't think I've ever known anyone who says path. Like, really like arth. That's a new one. And that maybe that's because I think that's a very like, is that maybe like Kent? That kind of region? Perhaps that's more that. What have we got here? Let's have a look. My constant inner narration for me too. Fun. Yeah, I only learned that some people don't have constant narration through Instagram. Like, I genuinely thought that everyone had a voice that spoke to them all the time, that there was like their own voice inside their head. And some people don't have that. How do you read a book? Because when I read a book, I'm reading and my own voice is reading it in my own head. So like it's like an audio book inside my own head. How do you read if you don't have inner narration? These are the questions that I Google at like 5 a.m. when I should be asleep. But like it's one of them questions that I'm like, I'm confused. Yeah. My inner voice is constant. I see movies when I read a book. Yeah, I do as well. So it's like I have like a voice reading inside my head. Okay, you know like those movies where it starts with like a narration, like the narrator is like once upon a time, and then it fades into the movie. That's what it's like when reading. Like I'm reading and there's like a voice, like my narration is reading, and then the voice is still reading, but it's now turned into a movie. And this is what I was confused at. You don't. Oh, see, it's like, I'm so confused. Some people are like, wait, doesn't everyone have an inner narration? And then other people are like, oh, I don't have an inner narration. It's really strange. Whenever I listen to heavy metal, I always have an anime fight scene in my head. Yeah, I mean, I used to do that when I was a kid. Like, there was music playing in the car, there'd always be some kind of like action sequence going on in my head. That's always what it was like. It's called sub-vocalizing. That I didn't even know it had a name. Sub-vocalizing. That's really cool. I wonder if it like changes. Like the people who have an inner voice are maybe more wordy people, maybe? I don't know. My father says he only thinks in pictures, not words. See, I think in both. I've never thought really before someone told me that like, some people just don't have it. Because I always just assumed everyone had it. Oh, this is cool. We learn new things every day. Every day. I really have to catch up with where I am. Otherwise, this is going to be one of my 6-hour live streams. This is like 2018 all over again. Then I used to do like 6 or 7 hour live streams. That was intense. Oh, I don't know how I did it. But then I'm still sitting here, so I clearly did it. What's your favourite mushroom? I have no idea. I actually don't know that much about mushrooms, honestly. I like the look of them. So like all of my mushrooms, like these ones there and the ones behind me are just from a garden centre. These ones were in the Christmas section, actually. Christmas mushrooms. So I have like, I just get them from like garden centres. They almost always have something like that. Really, my voice is in my head all of the time. I thought that was normal. You've got this. I know. I'm gonna get off the stream. I'm gonna have like a litre of water. No, I won't. I'll have like 2 cups of water because I'll be good. Oh, and a nice lolly. That's what I need. And then I'm back to work because I've got an event this weekend, so I've got to do that. Oh, I love doing the live streams. I really enjoy doing them, but sometimes I do let time run away from me. Like, I feel sometimes like I need to have like a timer on the screen so that it like forces me to stop when the timer runs out. Otherwise, I will just keep going for hours and hours and hours on end. As we can tell, we're on hour 5 1/4. Oops. Oh, question. What books are you reading right now? I'm listening to the audiobook for Raybeth's Hedge Witch because that is one book that I really have struggled to read physically. I don't know why. So the audiobook is available it's included in your membership on Audible. So I really need to get sponsored with Audible at this point because I'm basically just advertising for them. But I'm reading that at the minute. Love that. I've got a few kind of fiction books on hold that I'm kind of juggling where I like read half a chapter. It's one book I'm reading. I can't remember what it's called. I don't remember. It's not that great, honestly. And the chapters are like 25 minutes long. I can't do that because I read like a chapter and then I have a break. I can't focus for 25 minutes straight. Unless I'm in love with a book, I can't sit for 25 minutes straight. So I'm getting like a third of the way through a chapter and then going, I'll pick it up again tomorrow. I'm on like week 5 of reading this book and I'm like less than a quarter of the way through. At some point I'm just going to give up, I think. So those are what I'm reading right now. Not a great deal, honestly. I'm finding that I'm struggling to balance my time. I need to get one of those like time management apps, I think. I think that might be better. Are you into numerology? To a point. I utilize numerology in my magic, but it doesn't go much beyond that. So I'm not an angel numbers kind of person. I'm a 4 is for strength and 2 is for balance and all that kind of numerology stuff. Oh, I'm actually curious. Who would you prefer to meet? Hecate, Baba Yaga, or La Befana? I definitely got that wrong. My pronunciation is not great. Hecate. Oh, 100% Hecate. I'd love to. I try to face my fears because I'm not scared of Hecate per se. But I am cautious. So, yeah, cautious. Not ideal. So I think I'd like that just to kind of, I don't know, just get me into it and see what she's like as a figure. I think that would be pretty cool. Just to have a chat, honestly. I don't think we'd be able to have a chat. I think more would be expected of me, but I'd just like to have a chat. Just have a bit of a conversation, see what she's like, get to know her a bit. That'd be nice. Because she's a goddess that's always kind of scared me a little. Just a smidge. She's very, very intense. Oh, where am I? I'm here somewhere. Oh, thank you so much. You know those people you follow online and you're like, I just know I'd be such good friends with this person if I had a chance. That's very, very sweet. I promise I'm way, way more awkward in person. Anyone that's seen me at an event will know that I'm so awkward. I'm terrible at speaking. I'm terrible at talking to people. I have no idea what to say. I want to hide behind the stall 95% of the time. I'm just generally not good at interacting with people. For whatever reason, the camera makes it easier because no one is actually here. But in person, I'm so incredibly awkward. Is there a danger of inviting unwanted spirits with Halloween decorations that are really negative? I mean, I don't think so. It's just a prop, isn't it? So I don't think there's anything to be too concerned with about that. Oh my god, I can feel it. I'm so close to the bottom. I'm so close to the bottom. I've got to the bit about suspenders and it jumped. Oh. Are you familiar with the practice of Shinto? It's basically a practice of praying to spirits, kami, deities that inhabit every part of nature, including forests and rivers. Wow, that's beautiful. Oh, I love that. I'm not familiar with it at all, but that sounds absolutely amazing. I'm going to have to go back to where I was because I lost it because it jumped down again. But that is like the most... I'm definitely going to have to look into that tradition. That sounds amazing. Not to actually do anything with it, just to learn it. Just to learn anything about it sounds amazing. Okay, I was here. I remember because I got to the suspenders bit. Would you ever do a meetup where people meet and do a celebration for the Sabbath? Oh, I would love to. I would absolutely love to do that. My problem is that... Okay, this is going to be awful. So in England, the saying is that you couldn't organise a piss up in a brewery. Right, that's what the saying is. I don't know what the translation for that would be in America, but I can't organise anything. And so I think organising a meetup would just be a really hazardous thing. I would love maybe one day, and it's my plan actually, hopefully in the future, to do talks at events again. And so at those events, I definitely love to meet people and hang out, and a lot of them are around the Sabbath seasons, and I think that would be really cool. But doing my own event, I don't think that would be great. Yeah, not ideal. Right, I'm around here somewhere. Have you seen The Wheel of Time? If so, what do you think of the show? I've seen the first season. I really enjoyed it. I have yet to see the second season, but I'm so far behind on everything. I mean, I've not seen the last season of Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, despite it being out for years. I have never seen the last episode of Blue Exorcist, despite it being out for years. I'm still like 10 seasons behind on Supernatural. I've got the last season of The Witcher to watch, and I've got the second season of The Wheel of Time, so I'm so far behind. Oh dear. Oh, I'm writing this down. Thank you so much, Bresky. If you're interested in the Morrigan and her connection to Morgan, Celtic lore, and spellcraft of the Dark Goddess, I'm so interested in learning more about this. The Dark Goddess. Yes. And that will go on my list that will end up being 1,000 years long. Because I always add things to my list and never actually get round to it. Have you ever worked with the spirit of another witch? No. I don't really work that much with spirits of people. Honestly, most of my interactions are with other spirits. Like the Fae, or I do work with ancestors, but that's kind of different because they are connected in a way that other spirits aren't. I don't so much do spirits that I don't know personally if they're human. I'm so close to the bottom. I've got to the inner narration bit. I can find where I am now. If it bounces, I know that I'm not that far. I'm not that far down. No, I'm not that far up. Wait, what? Up, down? I don't know. It's been a long day. What do you think about cosmetic surgery? I personally don't care what anyone does. As long as people are not, and I think the only problem with celebrities doing cosmetic procedures is when they do it and then they lie to say that they aren't doing it and try to sell a product thinking it's going to get the same result, and it won't. I think we all know who we're talking about here. If you don't worry about it. But anyone who has been interested in the beauty community since like 2015 will know who I mean. So it's one of them where it's, I don't understand why people don't like other people having cosmetic procedures done. I don't get it. It's your own body. Do what you want with it, is as far as I'm concerned. I hope you enjoy your event. I hope so too. Thank you. This one's really exciting. It's just a one-day event. It's outside. I'm going to freeze. I booked the event thinking, I've done a similar event before in August. So I booked it, and then I realised, it's cold in October and I'm outside. So we'll have to see how freezing I am by the end of the day. Probably very, honestly. before you leave, any update on how your book is going? It's going. It's actually going. I have specified a topic now, because the last time I came to you with this, I hadn't specified a topic. So I had just written a whole bunch of stuff in one book. I've now specified a topic, and I'm actually determined every single week to make decent progress. And so far, every single week I have made massive progress. So I'm actually pulling my finger out for the first time in years. The book is actually going. So yeah, eventually we'll get there. I've got my eye on a publisher's. That was, look, I was swearing at you, but now I'm like, I've got my eye on a publisher's. I'm very excited, and so hopefully I can get it all in the works. It's just a lot. It's a lot to juggle. But we'll get there. We'll get there, folks. If anything, if you find that videos are kind of a little bit later, maybe I post them on like a Friday instead of a Wednesday, it's usually because I've lost track of time and I've been doing something else, and then I end up behind schedule. Schedules are not for me. If we send things to your PO box, would it actually get to you? Yeah, it will. I've had weird stuff in my PO box, but yes, it will. It will. Oh, it's gonna jump again. Oh dear, oh dear. I think it just injured itself in its confusion, because it jumped, but it jumped up instead of down. I think YouTube has just hurt itself. Like, it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. What's your favourite herbal tea? Chamomile. Definitely, I think, maybe. I like chamomile. I like jasmine tea with rose syrup in it, but it has to be rose syrup, otherwise it's not as good. Wait, Sabrina has a third season? Oops. Yeah, I think it's had a third and a fourth season, hasn't it? I don't know. I watched the first one and the second one religiously, and then I just kind of fell off the map with it. I got distracted. Before you know it, I've lost track entirely of what season I'm on, and I don't know what's happening. Okay, where was I? I await the vlog where Hearth visits forest shrines in Japan. Oh, I'd love to visit Japan. I'd love to. It's just so far away. It's 18 hours to get to Japan from England. 18 hours. Because my friend's going to Japan tomorrow, and he has to get a connecting flight. 15 hours on one flight. Oh, I'm not sure I can do that. Really not sure I can do that. That's just so far. Is Sabrina still on Netflix? I think it is, yeah, as far as I'm aware. Because it's Netflix made, isn't it? So I don't think they could get away with it. Have you ever heard of a show called Little Witch Academia? I have. I very much enjoyed it. There's not much realistic witchcraft in it, but it is a very entertaining show. Would you be able to share what spirits and or shadow things are out there? I'd like to know more about things that are usually unseen. I think that's definitely going to have to be a series of videos or something of my own spirit experiences, because there are just so many to list in one thing. You have to watch Sense8. You have to. I might have to then. I'll have to check and see what it's available on. I will buy your book. I've bought t-shirts from you too. Oh, thank you so much. I hope you like them. I still wear all of my t-shirts. I have to try not to wear them outside because that would be really cringy. Instead, I wear them inside, and I'm just very proud of them. I'm hoping that it will be enjoyable when it is finally done. I have a series of topics per se that I have planned to come out separately, hopefully. Maybe. There's lots of up in the airness of it, but if I can get one done, I will be very, very proud of myself, and I can only hope that it answers questions that I get asked a lot about, because there's some questions that I get asked so often, and they're such big topics that I can't necessarily do them in a video. That's the purpose of this. Where can we find your PO box to send stuff to? So if you send me a DM on Instagram, I can let you know. Some of my older videos, it might still be up, but I had to take it down because people were sending like letters that contain like body matter, like tag locks. I don't do spells, by the way, for other people, and I was getting a lot of them in, and with stuff in them, so that's interesting. I've gotten a wide variety of things, including people asking for addresses of other YouTube creators, which I don't know them, and even if I did, no. I get a lot of strange things in the PO box, so yeah, if you want to do that, it is I do still have it. I just don't try to post it much because of that reason. Yeah, basically. They're asking for location spells. Oh no, they're just straight up asking for people's locations, which is really creepy, right? That's what I thought. Yeah, so I ended up limiting access to it, because normally you'd have it on just for business inquiries and stuff. I ended up limiting access to it just because that's just a huge no. Like, even if I knew the people that they were asking about, it would still be a huge no. You don't do that. That's weird. This is where I discovered that people are actually a lot weirder than you think they might be, is what I've established. Oh, thank you so much, Fancy Pants. Thank you so much. Oh, you did a mini dance in your chat. Oh, thank you so much, Iz. That's really sweet. So yeah. I mean, yeah. I'll update people when I know more. Is basically where we're going right now. Is update when I know more, and hope for the best is the plan. Definitely hope for the best. I'm definitely descending into chaos. Do you put magic intention into your nails? I don't know. I tend to pick them by season, so I actually need to change them. They're really grown out and they're starting to catch on my hair. But these actually change colour, which is why I chose them for Halloween. They are red when my hands are cold, which, as they have been the entire stream, because I'm like a lizard. I'm a very, very cold person. But when I go warm, they go clear with red glitter in them, which I thought was just the best Halloween nails, because it's like just cool. So I go more off season than anything else, which I suppose in a way is kind of magical, because like it's very seasonal based. Yeah. But I do like doing my nails. Ooh, I missed your Through the Blackthorn Arch, your storytelling. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, updates on that, okay? I am working on it. I am currently halfway through season 2 filming it. From season 2 onwards, I'm planning on doing counties. So like the legends and stories of different counties in the UK. That's the plan. Unfortunately, I'm having to prioritize other aspects of my job. So I will get there. I'm hoping that in January, I'll be able to do season 2. Hopefully, I was really hoping to be able to post them from October, but I just have not finished the season yet. So that's the plan. It's just they take a lot of work, a lot more than I think they take. So that's the hopeful plan, because I do really enjoy doing them. It's just they're having to take a little bit of a backseat, just a smidge of one. Honestly, mostly because I have a tendency to overdo things. I think I was editing. What was I editing? What was I? Oh, I was editing the video that's coming out tomorrow. And I was like, oh, it's not too late. It's like 11 o'clock. I'll start editing now. And then I was editing, and then next thing you know it's like 5 a.m. And I'm like, what happened? I've been sitting here for like 20 minutes. But no, I just went through the entire video in like one sitting. And this is why I need like a timetable app, because when I get hyper focused on something, I will just like do it until something tells me not to, which is why I need like to schedule things. I need a schedule app. Oh, thank you so much, Pixie. I hope you're okay with Pixie instead of Pixie Wisteria, but I just want to say I found your videos not too long ago, and as someone with autism who struggles with processing words, your videos are so clear and the way you explain everything is so helpful. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad that I can be of help, honestly. The live streams, if anything, maybe are harder because I talk faster in the live streams, but I hope that it's still okay. Have you heard of Sloth and Sugar? I feel you might like the cuteness. Sloth and Sugar. Let's have a look. Stationery. Oh my god, cute. Oh, Halloween. They have a Halloween collection. Oh, cute. Yes. I like. Yes, yes. Oh, thank you so much, Catherine. I didn't see that. It just popped up on my screen. Thank you so much. What is a good Reddit community for witches or other discussion sites that are non-toxic? I'm not really sure in terms of Reddit, honestly. I think I spent maybe like 2 or 3 weeks on Reddit and then no. And I left. Reddit scares me. Lots of things scare me, actually. The internet is kind of scary. I just want to reach out and help Hearth with these meticulous things. What I really need, like, sometimes I think I need people, and maybe I should ask my partner to do this, just like send me messages and just be like, have you been sitting at your computer for 12 hours? Go for a walk. Just to like remind me that I need to take a break. That's what I really need to do. Ooh, Google Calendar on your phone is really good for that. I need to do that then. I need something to be like, bing, go look at a tree. Drink some water. Walk around, please. Cunningham's Magical Sampler, purchase inspired by you, as most of my books have been. I apologise in advance. Well, no, I apologise now, but I probably should have apologised in advance. It's a super fun read. Love it. Oh, I'm glad you like it. I really enjoyed it. It's a really good book. But yeah, I get people who are like, please don't post another book video. I'm like, why? I'm like, because we don't want to spend any more money. And we always spend money. I'm like, same. That's my problem. Oh, this is interesting. Shinto is primarily known for the types of prayers and their way of spiritual belief. Prayers are known as Norito, and yes, they are indeed very animistic. Oh, that sounds lovely. Streams are great. The fast pace is good for me, especially this time of day, because my brain just zooms. Oh, I'm glad. I have to get my partner to do that. I'll be on Sims for 5 hours and he'll be like, have you actually eaten anything yet? Yes, I feel that so much. I had to stop The Sims. I had to stop because I was getting so caught up in it that I would just not do anything else. And so I just had to put myself on a Sims temporary ban just so that I could actually do things. Oh, self-care app Finch. Saving that, yep. It's even got 2 lines under it and an exclamation point because I know I need to save that. So yeah. Since you didn't enjoy The Blair Witch, you definitely won't like the sequel. It's really bad. Oh dear. How do you type so quick? I type as part of my job. so I have to type really fast. Right, I think that is where I need to call it. This has been so much longer. I literally, this morning, this afternoon, I said to my mum, I was like, oh, I've got so much I need to do for this event. Shall I just have the live stream be 3 hours? And I do it every time. Everyone's like, yeah, just have it be 3 hours. Just control it a little bit. Phil does it as well. He's like, just set a limit for 3 hours. No one's going to mind. It's been nearly 6 hours. What? How do I do this? I enjoy the streams. It's like, I call it project mode. I've spent over 24 hours working on a project. Yes, it is. It's like project mode. That's what I get into. And that is kind of what the streams are like, because I get into like, oh, everyone wants to talk about the same things. I like talking about this topic. This is a topic I can talk about. So I just talk about it for 6 hours. Oh dear. Right, so thank you so much everyone who has joined tonight, who has watched. If you do enjoy the stream, feel free to give it a like. I've got this fancy thing now where I can put it on the screen. It's all cool. Feel free to give this video a like. It really means a lot, and it helps YouTube to promote my channel to other people and anyone else who might want to join in on the streams. This will be posted after the fact if you would like to check it out. It's going to be a few hours though for it to process. And tomorrow, I hope it's tomorrow, I am posting a what Practical Magic got right about witchcraft. I've been working on this for ages. It's taken me ages to get it sorted, so that should, fingers crossed, be going up tomorrow. So yeah, hopefully you enjoy that. So with that being said, I am going to be back next month, hopefully a little bit earlier in the month. I think maybe closer to the middle of the month, fingers crossed. I've been getting kind of like later and later with the stream, so I need to pull it back again. And yeah, I hope you're all staying safe. I hope you have a marvellous magical day. Thank you to all of my mods who have supported tonight. It's been a long haul. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who has donated and supported in other ways beyond just liking the video. That honestly massively supports me and helps me to do the thing that I love the most. So thank you so much. I'm going to have to stop rambling. I hope you have an amazing Samhain. And let me know what you're all doing on my Samhain video. I would love to know. Can't wait to kind of add some of that into my own practice. I'd absolutely love to. So, okay, I'm going to have to go. Otherwise, I'm going to keep talking. Thank you so much. And I will see you in the next video. Bye.